Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to their elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thanks, Bev. Thank you. If members leaving the chamber could do so quickly and quietly, please. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, in relation to the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety, amendment to resolution of appointment.
The Minister.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, I move the motion relating to the proposed amendment to the resolution of appointment of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Menzies has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the committee's report entitled NDIS Workforce Final Report, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Maribyrnong.
For the member for Menzies, it certainly is.
I thank the honourable member and the House.
The member for Menzies has the call.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme's final report for its inquiry into the NDIS workforce. Critical to the sustainability of the NDIS, one of Australia's most ambitious public policy initiatives, is a workforce of a sufficient size and which has the appropriate skills, qualifications and expertise to deliver safe, quality supports to participants. It is estimated the NDIS workforce will need to grow by an additional 83,000 full-time equivalent staff to support participants at the scheme's projected peak. However, attracting and retaining suitably skilled, qualified workforce continues to prove a significant challenge, with systemic issues persisting and the sector increasingly seen as overworked, underpaid, undervalued and poorly trained. In December 2020, the committee tabled an interim report for this inquiry. Aware that the Australian Government was, at the time, developing a national workforce plan for the NDIS, the interim report examined the range of issues facing the NDIS workforce, made 14 recommendations on how such matters should be addressed, and outlined what the content, scope and focus of the forthcoming NDIS workforce plan should be. The committee welcomed the release of the NDIS National Workforce Plan 2021-2025 in June 2021, along with other measures identified by the Australian Government in response to the committee's interim report. However, evidence since provided to this inquiry has demonstrated that ambitious action is needed to adequately address issues within the NDIS workforce and to safeguard the availability of safe and quality supports for NDIS participants into the future. Mr Speaker, this unanimous final report for this inquiry makes 8 recommendations relating to the need for increased workforce data collection, enhanced employment opportunities for people with disability and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, increased student placement opportunities and appropriately resourced training and upskilling initiatives. Recommendations further call for the development of clear and measurable outcomes for each of the initiatives under the government's NDIS National Workforce Plan, as well as a comprehensive consultation strategy for its implementation. The committee acknowledges actions that have been taken by the NDIA and by the Australian Government so far to address some of the workforce issues facing the NDIS and the disability sector more broadly. The committee will continue to monitor the implementation of the NDIS National Workforce Plan 2021-25 and other matters related to the NDIS workforce and may take up particular issues in future inquiries. Mr Speaker, the committee thanks all those who contributed to the inquiry by lodging submissions, providing additional information or expressing their views via correspondence. The committee would also like to thank those who gave their time to attend the committee's public hearings. In particular, the committee acknowledges the people with disability, their families and carers who shared their experiences. The testimony of people with lived experience is crucial to identifying issues with the NDIS and improving the operation of the scheme. Mr Speaker, may I thank all my colleagues on the NDIS committee for their work, not just on this inquiry but on many inquiries during this term of Parliament, and I'd particularly like to extend our thanks on behalf of the committee to the Secretariat headed by Bonnie Allen for their sterling work on this inquiry and other inquiries, including ongoing inquiries before the committee, and I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Menzies. The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I'd also like to acknowledge the role of the member for Menzies. I think that's his last report. He will give us one more. It's his penultimate report. But if I don't get the chance next time to say it, I'll say that the member for Menzies takes his responsibilities as a parliamentarian very seriously, and I think this committee and the work it's done over the course of the last 2.5 years demonstrates that some things in Parliament are working pretty well, and this is certainly one of them. But turning to the NDIS Workforce Report, I think it's fair to say that the workforce of disability carers in this country feel that they have been insufficiently supported through COVID. And I'll come to the specific recommendations in a moment. But the story of the disability workforce during COVID has, I think, highlighted some of the deeper problems and the lack of forward planning for the workforce that has marked the development of this sector during the NDIS. Disability sector workers were left in the dark at the beginning of the pandemic when they were at the front line of the COVID-19 crisis. It's fair to say the workforce is burnt out. They're exhausted. Non-stop work to ensure that people with disability don't miss out on critical care. People with disability, their workforce have had to navigate the relentless strain of isolating from work and life when identified as a close contact, often without pay. And many disability workers have caught COVID themselves, putting their own health, their families, the people they care for, at risk. Despite caring for some of our most clinically vulnerable Australians, they found it too hard to access appropriate PPE material which would have kept them and the people they care for safe. I have heard firsthand many stories of families of participants and workers, care workers, desperately trying to find PPE material so that the people who enter the houses of the participants can be properly cared for. I've sat next to disability workers getting vaccinated on their own time because they can't get paid time to even go and get a test or to get vaccinated. Like the people they wonderfully care for, too many people have waited too long for vaccines and then for boosters. Rapid antigen tests in the month of January and first part of February should not have been like searching for needles in a haystack. The disability workforce were required to have rapid antigen tests, but in January, many people working in the sector could not find one for love or money. They got no discounts on the rapid tests, and NDIS participants they care for have had to pay for them out of their own NDIS plans. Right now, down the hallway, I'm meeting with 20 disability workers and some advocates and service providers who've come to Parliament House today, fortuitously at the time of this report, to raise awareness of the difficulties they've faced. Some of the actual stories of the disability workers are harrowing. Mabel, who works in Canberra, caught COVID just in December, which put her in isolation for Christmas. Then the people she cared for also caught COVID, with some ending up in hospital. Her workplace had little PPE, no rapid antigen tests, and to top it off, she didn't get any paid leave for the time she couldn't work. We've just heard from another disability worker, Asham Ashen. He caught COVID at work during the Delta outbreak. His workforce again had little access to PPE at the time. Asham's family then caught COVID off him, and he ended up being in isolation for 3 weeks. He had to go through workers' comp to try and get paid. Then there's the story of Ruth, a long-time worker in the sector. Same story. Adrian, same story. Leanne, she speaks about the exhaustion of people in her workplace. They've used all of their leave entitlements due to seasonal spring, the spring seasonal hay fever, followed by actual COVID and close isolation requirements. Disability workers are going poor and using up their savings just so that they can help the people they care for. There's Esther, who's down the hall. She worked with a COVID-positive participant, lived in a house on site. She lived there with the person for the 14 days. Then she had to isolate at home for a further 10 days. This is during the Delta outbreak. She only got paid a COVID care allowance for her active shifts during this period. And the list goes on of the participants who are there. I do believe that we can do more for the workforce. The disability workforce has 270,000 workers across 20 different skill sets or occupations in disability. The government's observed that by 2024, so within 2 years, we'll need to grow an extra 83,000 support workers to support the predicted 500,000 participants in the scheme. But we don't provide careers. We don't provide incentive for people to move into disability care. People don't become disability carers for the search of their first $1 million. But the nation doesn't sufficiently value their work. They work physically, they work mentally, but they also deliver on an emotional form of labour, an emotional form of work. These are people who, like all of us, have their own lives and their own stories at home, but they can never come to work being down, being upset, being angry, because the people they care for are in tune with how the disability carer is. So these people work with their brains, they work with their hands, and they work with their heart. And we shouldn't be asking disability care workers to subsidise the safety net of disability care in this nation. There's no doubt in my mind that if we want to attract more people, it's not just about providing skills and training, but it's also providing a well-remunerated career path. That doesn't mean they have to pay them as princes or kings, but it does certainly mean that we're going to have to do more and fund disability even better to attract people to this sector and to keep them there. I think the NDIS workforce report tabled today does offer some signs, some directions for how we can grow the workforce. And I promise the member for Menzies, and I promise people with disability, people who work in the sector, advocates, service providers, that these 8 recommendations won't gather dust after the next election if Labor is elected. We certainly need to consult with the sector. We need a targeted strategy. We've got to upskill the workforce and we have to value them better. And I, for one, thank them for everything they've put up for during COVID. And I understand that for people with disability and their carers, COVID's not over, not by a long shot. Thank you.
I thank the member for Maribyrnong. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Parliamentary Workplace Reform, Set the Standards Measures Number 1 Bill 2022. Motion for the second reading.
The Assistant Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
The Assistant Minister.
On the 30th of November 2021, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Ms Kate Jenkins, provided her report, Set the Standard, report on the independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces to the government. The Jenkins report sets out a comprehensive set of recommendations to improve the culture of Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces and ensure all those working in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respected. A number of the recommendations require legislative change to implement. The Parliamentary Workplace Reform Bill 2022 would make initial changes to 4 pieces of legislation in order to implement recommendations. 17 and 24 of the Jenkins report. The bill would progress important and significant reforms to help ensure that Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are workplaces where expected standards of behaviour are modelled, championed and enforced, where respectful behaviour is standard, and in which any Australian, no matter their sex, orientation, gender identity, race, disability or age, feels safe and welcome to contribute. This bill would be the first of what we anticipate will be further legislative changes to implement the Jenkins report. The bill would amend the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 to strengthen and clarify the employment rights of MOPS Act employees. The amendments implement Recommendation 17 of the Jenkins report. The bill, Mr Speaker, would make it clear that the Fair Work Act 2009 applies to MOPS Act's employees. While this has always been the case, the bill removes any doubt by making this explicit. This would support employees to exercise their rights under the Fair Work Act. The bill requires a parliamentarian to provide reason where they dismiss an employee from employment. This recognises that employees have a right to know why they have been dismissed and ensures dismissals under the MOPS Acts follow best practice. The bill would amend the Work Health and Safety Act to clarify that parliamentarians are officers of the Commonwealth for the purposes of the WHS Act. This would clarify that parliamentarians must exercise due diligence to ensure the Commonwealth is fulfilling its duties under the Workplace Health and Safety Act. The amendment also implements Recommendation 17 of the Jenkins report. The Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 provide important frameworks to protect against discrimination in the workplace and encourage diversity. The bill would amend the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to clarify that these laws apply to persons employed or engaged under the MOPS Act, to put beyond doubt that these employees have protection from age and disability discrimination. These amendments implement Recommendation 24 of the Jenkins report. This amendment would bring these acts in line with amendments made to the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 by the Sex Discrimination and Fair Work Act and in relation to MOPS Act staff. In summary, this bill would provide additional protections to MOPS Act employees and provides a clear intent that the government is committed to implementing the recommendations of the Jenkins report. Significantly, the reforms in the legislative package would ensure Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful, that the nation's parliament serves as a model workplace for our nation and strives for best practice in the prevention and handling of bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Parliamentary Workplace Reform Set the Standard Measures No. 1 Bill 2022. I'm proud to do so and regret that I have to, probably like the Minister at the table. Proud that we're able to make this place better, but sad that there is such a need. I'll give you a quote, Speaker. "This is Parliament. It should set the standard for workplace culture, not the floor of what culture should be." That's a quote from one of the 490 interviews conducted as part of the Independent Review into Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplaces, or the Jenkins report. Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, who has done an incredible job, released her important report into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces on the 31st of November last year. The report is aptly titled Set the Standard. In what has sadly become uncommon during this 46th Parliament, the bill before Parliament is the result of constructive, bipartisan efforts to produce a bill that I'm hopeful will make real change, a legacy that we could all be proud of, the 46th Parliament. This bill implements recommendations 17 and 24 of the Set the Standard report. Working for a parliamentarian is a unique experience. In fact, 227 unique experiences, perhaps. It can, because there are 227 different parliamentarians here. It can have extreme highs when things are going well and deep lows when things are tough for the boss. And no matter how nice your boss might be, there will always be a power imbalance between the parliamentarian and their staff. I'm reading the words from my staff member who wrote my words, but the reality is I am still the employer. I know that this can be a very difficult workplace. I know how hard the staff work in this building, all of the staff, and in the electorate offices that provide support remotely during sitting weeks and all year round in the electorate, where people make contact where their lives are at risk, where they're feeling suicidal, where they're starving, where their children, where they're homeless. All sorts of people make contact with our all 227 electorate officers. Staff working for members of parliament have an added worry that comes around every 3 years. That's the performance review we go through, or 6 years in the other place for most of them, 72 of them. And that is where, so the people can have a boss who is out of a job and they immediately lose their job as well. There are many reasons that working for a member of parliament might be appealing, but job security is definitely not one of them. And I think the minister and I would recognise having a marginal seat, it's even a performance appraisal that is particularly difficult. Sadly, we know that lack of job security is a major barrier to staff raising complaints. Staff should never be subject to bullying, sexual harassment or sexual assault wherever they are working. That's a given. As I said, this bill implements 2 recommendations of the Set the Standard report. We know things have changed over the life of this building, for example. I think we've heard the story before, but when this building opened, there were 4 bars in the building. I think if I've got that counting right, there are now 0 bars in the building. One of them's a childcare facility. Things have changed in that time. So to implement Recommendation 17, the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 will be amended to make it clear that the unfair dismissal provisions of the Fair Work Act apply to the MOPS Act staff, and that written notice of termination specifying the reasons for termination must be provided, just like a normal workplace. Recommendation 17 also provides that it should be made clear that the Work Health and Safety Act applies to parliamentarians in their capacity as employers, because those 227 members of parliament are all individual employers. In order to implement Recommendation 24, the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act will be amended to clarify that those laws apply to MOPS Act staff. Legislating these 2 changes will give greater job security for staff and, importantly, highlight to parliamentarians their obligations as employers. Because remember, the skill that they have as an employer is the fact that they got 50.1% of the vote or more. That's their only skill. We come to this place, as we should, with a broad range of skills and experiences in the workplace. But a lot of those processes don't necessarily prepare you for the workplace. And working with the secretariats, the parliamentary staff, all of those people that make this incredible workplace hum. So, legislating these 2 changes will give greater job security for staff and, importantly, highlight those obligations. As well as legislating to provide safe workplaces, we also need to do something else, and that is to change the culture of this building. And our workplaces back in the suburbs and the bush. We need to set the standard, as that quote I commenced with. Just yesterday, 3 women who were sexually harassed by former High Court Judge Dyson Heydon, the highest court in the land, reached an historic settlement with the Morrison government. This settlement took almost 2 years of legal negotiations after an independent investigation was concluded in 2020 and upheld the women's claims. Just remember the women that we're talking about. They have clerked for the highest office in the land, so one would assume they know their way around a courtroom or around a legal textbook. and still it took 2 years of legal negotiations. Their lawyer, the lawyer for the three women, said they were so severely impacted by what happened that it took them years to come forward to pursue this matter. An associate to a High Court judge is a coveted position. Only the brightest and most promising young lawyers are appointed. These three women, all associates to Justice Hayden, have not been able to pursue their dreams of what would likely have been very successful legal careers. This is the destruction of lives that sexual harassment and sexual assault leaves in its wake. I particularly, Speaker, would like to acknowledge the bravery of these three young lawyers to come forward, to call out the behaviour of a person at the pinnacle of the profession that they had only just ended what would have been a very terrifying experience. So I commend them for their courage. In the last year, we have all heard of many strong, brave young women advocating for change. I commend the courage and conviction of Grace Tame, Brittany Higgins, Chenel Kontos, Saxon Mullins, to have the courage to speak to power and be prepared to wear the consequences when power snaps back or bites back, which is happening for many of those young women. They have still had the courage to speak truth to power, and they are changing the world, changing this building, changing it and making it a better place. But it's up to all of us in this building to listen, because I do believe that we have failed some of them. And I note the member for Boothby, who I look forward to her contribution. We do need to call out when people target someone on the other side of the aisle, because poor behaviour is always poor behaviour. And I know we could do more, and I personally could do more, but I do try to reach out when I see that bad behaviour and call it out. Because sometimes we do fail our colleagues when a polite word of support is I'm sure appreciated, but actions are even more appreciated. I certainly, when I think of these young women, I would certainly say they don't owe us their smiles or their politeness, as is claimed by some. As the Parliament acknowledged last week, Speaker, in your fine words last week, a great message to the people of Australia. We should have done better. We should have listened more. We should have acted sooner. It's certainly not good enough when a senior minister of the government describes a rape allegation as just a she said, he said. I hope such a thing would not be repeated. And it's not good enough when a senior minister of the Crown describes an alleged victim as a lying cow. The acknowledgement in Parliament by both party leaders last week was the start of the healing required to fix this workplace. This bill is the next step, but there is still a lot more work to do. Labor has a long-held commitment to ensure that our parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful for everyone. That's not to say that they won't be stressful workplaces, as I'm sure the people in my electorate office will know in the build-up to the next election. It is hard work, it is stressful work, and elections are a time when people come out of the woodwork with their concerns, some issues that they have sat on for years and want a candidate or a politician to solve, and some of them are unable to be solved easily. But we do have to make sure that all our workplaces are safe and respectful for everyone. Labor has a commitment to gender equality. We changed our rules to reflect that commitment, including the need to promote and support women's leadership in the Parliament, because you can't be what you can't see. We know that. And I worry about some strong women opposite departing this Parliament, and I commend them. I wish them all the best in their new endeavours, unless they go on Sky After Dark. But whatever they do, I wish them well. And we will miss their strong voice on certain topics. I wish the member for Boothby well, particularly. The Labor caucus has committed to working towards implementing all of the recommendations from the Set the Standard report. We will consult with our parliamentary and electorate staff, relevant unions, an important part of any workplace negotiation, and all the workplace representatives as we work towards implementation of Commissioner Jenkins' report. Our staff are a huge priority in this process to make sure that we get it right, that we listen. I know that there is not a short supply of self-belief when it comes to politicians in this building, Speaker. So sometimes they sit down and we can be guilty of sitting down and saying, listening to what do we want to hear. I have found this process that it's good to just sit down and go through it and do the best that you can in terms of hearing the concerns of your staff. I've been very lucky in my staff over the years. I've got just a few days from 15 years since my first speech, and I've still got some staff that have been with me all of that time, that have put up with me all of that time, that look after me. It is brilliant. Our staff get us through this. I mean, our families are essential, obviously, but our staff are the ones that let us do this job, that I'm honoured to do. But this is their workplace, a stressful workplace, and they deserve nothing less, nothing other than a safe and supportive work environment. The safety of everyone who works here is important, and I know that, especially if we can, there's not many workplaces where they say, well, rather than going home at 8 p.m, you're now going to go home at 5:30 a.m. I mean, that's a bizarre workplace, but I know that apart from people maybe being a little bit grumpy in the chair, perhaps, by the time it got around to 5 a.m, this place still hummed along nicely.
Reflecting on the Speaker there.
No, you did a great job, Speaker, in a long night that seemed to go for about 5 years from what I could work out. But we do need to get that balance right and looking after the safety of everyone, including the Fourth Estate, because I know their job has risks as well, as we saw during the protests last week, people being attacked just for doing their job. There is a lot of work to do. We want to make sure that we look after the rights of all Australians. That's why these, particularly when it comes to dismissal, because there are so many complications, and in those horrible situations, for a situation where your employer is unhappy with you, or if the employer, and let's be honest, it's more likely to be the employer, the MP or the senator that has done the wrong thing because of their position of power, to make a complaint about that person is problematic, especially if it's going to be played out in the media. We want to get that balance right. And that horrible situation where if someone has been, if we're talking about criminal code type behaviour, I think we need to make sure that we have an independent investigator who can enter the building, who has a parliamentary pass. They can enter the building, secure a place that they need, and not have to go through an entire process, because obviously we MPs and senators are political animals. We need an independent person that can enter the building and do what they need to do to pursue justice, rather than be worried about the implications of any particular investigation. And Commissioner Jenkins has put together a great report. I think that she's certainly aware that getting the safety of everyone who works in this building is important, and in our electorate offices. As I said, there's much work to be done, and Labor's ready to do that work, and I'm sure that we'll be joined by a willing coalition government as well. That's why I support this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Before I give the call to the member for Boothby, I do want to just reiterate the concerns that I raised last Thursday about the sub judice rule. And this is a very serious issue, and I want to restate it again before members talk en masse on this bill, because the sub judice rule really impacts not just upon an accused right to a fair trial, but it also impacts upon a complainant, very much so. And it also impacts upon what we know and what we hold dear in this place as the doctrine of separation of powers. It is not our place as parliamentarians in this place to comment on matters that are before the courts. And I want to make this very, very clear to all members who may be sitting in their offices preparing the speech for this bill. And I'm asking all members who are either the Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, Second Deputy Speaker, those on the Speaker's panel, to cut short or pick up any members who might offend the Sub Judice Convention. I know this is a political issue, but we have to, in this place, respect the conventions that protect our systems of law. So I'm going to call upon members to be especially aware, and I say this in light of recent comments by the Director of Public Prosecutions in the ACT, who has urged the end, and I quote, to all public commentary, including by officers of the court and public figures. The Director of Public Prosecutions says that notwithstanding the procedures that his office, and I'm not sure if it's a his or her, but the office of the DPP in the ACT, despite the procedures they have in place, the Director has said, notwithstanding this, I strongly discourage all public commentary on active cases, including commentary about commentary, and particularly by officers of the court and public figures. Now, I can't state it any clearer than that. The Sub Judice Convention is one that should be observed in this chamber, and it is one that I'm calling on all members. If you are in any doubt about whether your speech might offend the Sub Judice rule, then I would ask you to speak with members on your respective sides that might, for instance, have some legal training and might be able to assist you in that regard. The member for Moreton.
Speaker, just to inform those that might be crafting, I was aware of that advice. We crafted something that was along those lines. If you have concerns about mine, or is it just for...
Look, I don't want to...
Without wishing to put a spotlight on my...
I'm not meaning to single out the member for Moreton, but I really do have some concerns based on what the DPP has come out and said about, very clearly all comments. He's calling for an end to all commentary on the case, and I think we should be very alive to that. The member for Boothby has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I am pleased to speak on the Parliamentary Workplace Reform Set the Standard Measures No. 1 Bill 2022, and I'm also pleased that you are in the chamber and in the chair as I begin to speak, because, Mr Speaker, your comments yesterday that responded to the member for Warringah and Chifley, who raised concerns about the length of time that we sat for last Wednesday evening when the House didn't rise until 5 a.m. or so, were very thoughtful and very encouraging, because for one of the first times I heard a member in this place, a speaker, acknowledge that, yes, we were following procedure and precedent and convention, and we were working within the rules of the House and the agreement between the parties, but that doesn't mean that we can't reflect on whether that should change. And I think it does need to change. I do not think that it is safe for anyone to be in this place for almost 24 hours straight and have to come back within a couple of hours, if they left at all, to do another very long full day of work in a workplace that is unlike any other. So, Mr Speaker, I just want to record my thanks to you for the reflection that you gave to the issues that were raised, and I commend the members who did raise them, because these are the sorts of conversations we need to continually have to improve the way that this place operates. So, Mr Speaker, thank you. And to the member for Moreton, thank you for your very kind comments. And the member for Moreton is unfortunately one of few people on the other side who, in my experience, has consistently called out bad behaviour, appalling behaviour, dangerous behaviour, and that has been. I'm very grateful, thank you, to the member for Moreton. He's said some very kind things as well, so thank you. But we all have to take responsibility for cultural change, for changing the way that we interact and changing the boundaries of the way that we interact, especially for women. But the safety of everyone is becoming increasingly more fraught in this place. I want every single member and senator and all of our staff to be safe going about their work, out in the electorate, here in Parliament House, and it is the responsibility of all of us to call out bad behaviour when we see it and to do whatever we can to improve it for our staff, for the wonderful staff who work in this building, for our staff who travel with us, and for all members and senators. So, but this bill that we are debating today implements 2 recommendations from the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Ms Kate Jenkins, which was and her report was handed down on the 30th of November 2021, and it's called Set the Standard Report on the Independent Review into Commonwealth Parliamentary Practices, which I will refer to as the Jenkins Report. The bill makes the legislative changes proposed by recommendations 17 and 24 of the Jenkins Report to confirm that the Fair Work Act 2009, the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 apply to people employed under the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984, the MOPS Act. In particular, the bill implements recommendation 17 of the report by amending the MOPS Act to make it clear that the Fair Work Act 2009 applies to MOPS Act employees. And while this has always been the case, the bill removes any doubt by making this explicit. And this is an important safety net for MOPS Act employees. Amending the MOPS Act to require a parliamentarian to provide reasons where they dismiss an employee from employment, which recognises that employees have a right to know why they have been dismissed and ensures dismissals under the MOPS Act follow best practice. Employees ought to know why their employment is being terminated and if that's for a lawful reason, such as a restructure or the end of a fixed-term contract. Amending the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 to clarify that parliamentarians are officers of the Commonwealth for the purposes of this Act. The bill would also implements recommendation 24 of the Jenkins Report by amending the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to clarify that these laws apply to persons employed or engaged under the MOPS Act. It ought to ensure that these workers have protection from age and disability discrimination. It was clear through the review process that staff of parliamentarians often believed they were presented with limited avenues to address complaints through a human resources process, and that they often feared for their long-term employment prospects should their employer be terminated due to disagreements with their member or their employment, be terminated due to disagreements with their member or senator. These proposed changes to the MOPS Act will help address these issues and alleviate these concerns, providing staff with certainty through a legislative framework which clearly defines their role. The bill represents another important step in implementing the recommendations of the Jenkins Report and ensuring that Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful workplaces for all. And we know there is so much more from the Jenkins Report that will be implemented and that is being worked through by people on all sides of this place. And as the member for Moreton also reflected, we cannot do our jobs without our staff. We just cannot function without our staff. and I'm lucky to have a wonderful electorate office who have supported me incredibly well through my time, and I know the challenges that they face. We all know the challenges they face. They often have people on the phone who can be aggressive, can be abusive, can be rude, and they have to deal with that. They have people presenting them with distressing issues. People might be suicidal, people might have had terrible life catastrophes that they then turn to us to seek help for. So we know, and we also know that the hours for our staff are a huge challenge, as well, as I've already reflected on. So I do just want to acknowledge the incredible work our staff do, and that we have a lot more to do. And I do believe that this is a bipartisan approach on making sure that this place is as safe for our staff as possible. I was pleased to see that the multi-party leadership task force has been established. They have an independent expert chair, and we have members and senators from across all parties, which again means that staff across the board will be looked after and be front of mind for all of the members and senators involved in the leadership task force. We are also undertaking a comprehensive review of the MOPS Act, consistent with Recommendation 18 of the Jenkins Report, which will conclude in September 2022. And at the start of last sitting week, on the first day of our sitting, we had the Statement of Acknowledgement, which was Recommendation 1 of the report, and it was delivered by presiding officers in both chambers. And I was very pleased to be here in this chamber on the first sitting day to hear the Speaker, the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Nationals, Deputy Prime Minister, Leader of the Greens and the Crossbench also apologise and acknowledge the unacceptable history of workplace bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. And I do note that this is it was not just an apology and acknowledgement to staff, but also to members and senators as well. Every person should feel safe and respected in their workplace. And personally, as someone who's not felt either of these things for a range of reasons, but unfortunately mainly because of the behaviour of the left, whether it was Get Up, Labor, the unions, Extinction Rebellion, who targeted my electorate office a number of times in increasing intensity that made me and my staff feel very unsafe. Unfortunately, there are some junior and senior men who identify supporters of the left, I guess you could say, who have behaved in completely unacceptable ways towards me as well. And all of this has started and led up to the 2019 election and hasn't stopped since. And as such, I do believe I have a better understanding than most about what it is to be targeted, to be attacked, to feel unsafe in your workplace, whether it was out and about in my electorate or sitting at my desk in my electorate office. And it's not just the physical confrontations, it is the absolutely disgraceful, hateful online abuse that particularly comes at women in public roles, not just me, but so many other women in public roles, and you can't stop it because it's online, and I'll have a lot more to say about this in the next couple of days. So I just want to add my voice to those who have said that they are deeply sorry and regretful, as I am, that there are so many other women, staff, MPs and senators in this place who have felt unsafe doing their jobs. The Statement of Acknowledgement demonstrates that it's unacceptable for anyone in this place to expect or accept abusive, harassing, offensive or dangerous conduct. Now, and I think our bipartisan message to everyone, especially our staff, is that you don't have to suffer in silence. It is time to speak up. We will support you to do so and to help us achieve the change that we need to achieve. Mr Deputy Speaker, I really want to sincerely thank everyone who's participated in the Jenkins review. I think that thanks to this review, this place can become a best practice workplace and model for a positive, respectful workplace and for positive, respectful working relationships. And I hope that every single member and senator in this place is going to do all they can to ensure that this is the case. I'm very mindful of the Speaker's words earlier, but I do want to particularly acknowledge Ms Brittany Higgins for being the catalyst for this report and for the change that we are seeing. I know her matter is before the courts, and so I was going to make some further remarks, but I won't. What I do want to say is the Jenkins report goes to so many issues that will take a long time to resolve in this place, but I do believe that we will ensure that this becomes a much, much safer workplace for everyone. And it really does break my heart that we have young women who have terrible experiences as staff in this place. I worked here in 2008, 2009 in the Leader of the Opposition's office, and I worked in the South Australia Leader of the Opposition's office, and I worked for a shadow minister in SA as well. I spent a lot of time working in Parliament, a lot of time travelling, and I can absolutely say that I never felt unsafe. I was never singled out as a woman, targeted as a woman, attacked as a woman. I had a wonderful experience. It really set me up for the rest of my career, the experience and the learning that I did whilst a member of staff. And so it does break my heart for all of the female staff who haven't had those experiences. And that's why, in part, but also because of the things that have happened to me, that I will continue in any way I can, including after I've left this place, to ensure that we all work together to make sure that our federal parliament is the safest place it can possibly be for women, whatever their role might be here, but also for parliamentarians and staff across the board. And I'm really proud of what our government has done, what Prime Minister Scott Morrison has done, and the leadership that he has provided, which has seen us make so many changes already, and changes that probably don't get nearly enough acknowledgement. I certainly understand them because, again, they've impacted me personally. We have, of course, this bill before us today. We've had, the Jenkins report, the Foster report. We've implemented many of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report. We have changed the Electoral Act to make it safer for all candidates and sitting MPs, particularly in a campaign situation, which is absolutely critical to make sure that the Australian people continue to have free and easy access to their elected representatives. I do not want us to turn into a country where you have to book an appointment with your MP or senator to see them. I want us to stay the place where you can run into us doing a listening post at the shops, where if you're anything like I was during my time as the member for Boothby, on one of the hundreds and hundreds of street corner listening posts and mobile offices that I did in parks and on roadsides around my electorate. When we take that away, or if we say, no, you can't see us in person at all because it's too dangerous, then we lose the essence of our democracy. I also acknowledge and thank the Prime Minister for the Online Safety Act and the Minister for Communications for their leadership, and we will be debating in the next day or so the trolling bill. These are the ways that we make it safer for all MPs and senators, but particularly for women, to be able to do their jobs, because in the online space, the hateful, disgusting, disgraceful abuse that is sexist and misogynist and is being aimed at women is completely unacceptable, and our government has started to act on this, but there is much, much more that we need to do, and I will be one of the people on the front line making sure that we have these changes implemented.
I thank the member for Boothby. Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to give Labor's support to the Parliamentary Workplace Reform Set the Standard Measures No. 1 Bill 2022. And in making these remarks, I'm very mindful and urge all members, if they missed it, to go back and have a look at the comments made by the Speaker for the conduct of this debate. There's a lot at stake in making sure that we conduct this debate correctly. Last Wednesday, the Parliament and party leaders made clear that a new standard is required. That statement of acknowledgement was in response to the first recommendation of Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins from her review into the Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplaces Set the Standard. This bill aims to implement further recommendations from the review in relation to the employment of members of Parliament staff. The review's findings were shocking, but unfortunately for many, not surprising. Labor has sought to take meaningful action on the issues raised, not only by the Jenkins Review, but also by the Foster Review and by people who have shared their stories. Rather than playing politics with these serious issues, we need to be committed to addressing them in a consultative way to make this workplace a safe one. Last year, the Labor caucus resolved to work towards implementation of each and every recommendation of Commissioner Jenkins. We've sought to engage with the government constructively on implementation, and we are genuinely committed to the process because we want a better outcome for our staff. Making this workplace safe is an issue that's too important to play politics with. There's a commonly held view that the unfair dismissal provisions in the Fair Work Act don't apply to MOPS staff. A view that's not correct, but one which has developed over many years based on the lived experience of staff. And so this bill seeks to implement Recommendation 17 from the Jenkins Review, that the Members of Parliament Staff Act be amended to make clear that the Fair Work Act applies and that staff are covered by unfair dismissal laws. We know that the lack of job security for parliamentarian staff is a major barrier to staff raising complaints. This lack of job security results in a power imbalance which itself makes it easier for bullying, easier for sexual harassment, easier for sexual assault to occur, and harder for complainants to speak up. Not only can staff lose their job because of an election, a reshuffle or a leadership change, but it was a common concern of participants in the Jenkins Review that staff could be sacked because their parliamentarian had, quote, lost trust or confidence in them, which may well have a whole context behind it based on these other issues. In Set the Standard, the Human Rights Commission noted the ability of parliamentarians to dismiss their staff if they have lost trust or confidence in them is not an express legal right that arises either under the MOPS Act, the Enterprise Agreement, or in employment contracts. Yet this is one of the reasons for dismissal that's given on the Department of Finance's termination of employment form. That box on that form makes it seem as though an employee has no recourse, even if that is the reason provided for termination. And so the review also recommended that, and I quote, a written notice of termination given to MOPS Act employees must identify the specific reasons relied on for dismissal. Labor had concerns that this was not clear from the bill or from the original explanatory memorandum that the written notice of termination provided for in the bill is anything more than the ticking of a box on a form. Because as the review noted, while loss of confidence or trust may be a valid reason for termination, the Fair Work Commission has held that, and I quote here, merely advising an employee that they are being dismissed for loss of trust or confidence or asserting such loss is not of itself enough to show a valid reason for dismissal. Rather, there must be sufficient evidence and reasoning to support this loss of trust and confidence. Labor has committed to implementing the recommendations from the Jenkins Review. To do so properly, this legislation needs to be clear that it is not enough to make an unsubstantiated claim of a loss of trust or confidence to justify termination. If that isn't clear, then it can't be said that this bill is fully implementing Commissioner Jenkins' recommendation. We're pleased that the government has agreed to amend the explanatory memorandum to provide the necessary clarification, and that this was able to be done without us moving amendments to the bill that would have delayed the implementation. It's incumbent now on the Department of Finance to update its guidance and termination of employment form to reflect the findings of the review and this legislation. Labor has always supported the principle that you shouldn't lose your job without a proper reason. In fact, the first unfair dismissal laws were introduced by Labor governments. The changes in this bill will help provide some comfort to staff that they are protected by legislation if they have been unfairly dismissed. The bill also implements paragraph C of Recommendation 17 of the review to clarify that the Work Health and Safety Act applies to parliamentarians in their capacity, our capacity, as employers. And finally, the bill implements Recommendation 24 to amend the Disability Discrimination Act and the Age Discrimination Act to clarify that those acts apply to members of parliament staff. These are simple fixes which will help provide greater security for staff and highlight to parliamentarians their obligations, our obligations as employers. We still have a long way to go to implement all of the recommendations and the measures that are necessary to make this workplace safer, not just for parliamentarian staff, but for everyone who works here. Labor's committed to this process and to working collaboratively with all parties to make sure that change does indeed happen. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on the report Set the Standard from the Independent Review into the Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplaces and speak to this bill. I wanted to start just by quoting from Commissioner Kate Jenkins from the report itself for the House and for those listening. And Commissioner Jenkins says, "This is an opportunity for the leaders of our country to transform Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces to become what they already should be. Workplaces where the expected standards of behaviour are modelled, championed and enforced, where respectful behaviour is rewarded, and in which any Australian, no matter their gender, race, sexual orientation, disability status or age, feels safe and welcome to contribute." By acting on this report, this parliament has a unique chance to leave an historic legacy for future generations of people working in the parliament and, through them, for all Australians. This aim is an important one because it is only by reflecting the whole of Australian society and living up to community expectations that Parliament can perform its function in a representative democracy, making good decisions that will positively impact Australian society. The recommendations in this report are designed to make the Australian Parliament the sort of workplace and institution in which Australians can rightly be proud. Now, this is a very, very sensitive topic, Mr Deputy Speaker, an issue that so many Australians across the country face, employees, particularly women, for generations. This matter of being safe at work. And I, like the Prime Minister, like the Leader of the Opposition and like the member for Boothby have expressed, am deeply troubled and indeed very sorry for any person, not just in this place, but across our great nation, who have been in situations where they have been improperly treated. We have a great responsibility here in this place to set the standard, and that is exactly what our government is doing. And I, along with the member for Boothby, will be honest in this place and say that I have never felt unsafe doing my job here in Australia's Parliament. I've never felt unsafe in my office, and I can vouch for the environment in my own office that I have created for all of my staff, no matter their gender, no matter their age, no matter their sexuality, and I must say also, no matter their gender identity. I would hope that Australians believe when I say I've done my best in my office, as we all need to do across our parliament, to make sure that my employees feel safe. The government is indeed implementing recommendations to put those in place to make sure that our staff across the parliament can lead the way in terms of their safety in this place. And this bill implements 2 recommendations from the Jenkins report. Recommendation 17, which amends the MOPS Act for employees, and Recommendation 24, that amends the Age Discrimination Act. Now, the bill would amend the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 to strengthen and clarify the employment rights of MOPS Act employees, and in particular, this bill would implement Recommendation 17, as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the report, amending the MOPS Act to make it clear that the Fair Work Act 2009 applies to MOPS Act employees. While this has always been the case, this bill will remove any doubt by making this explicit. Amending the MOPS Act to require a parliamentarian to provide reason where they dismiss an employee from employment. This recognises that employees have a right to know why they have been dismissed and ensures dismissals under the MOPS Act follow best practice. Amending the WHS Act to clarify that parliamentarians are officers of the Commonwealth for the purposes of the Work Health and Safety Act. The Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 provide important frameworks to protect against discrimination in the workplace and encourage diversity. The bill would amend the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to clarify that these laws apply to persons employed or engaged under the MOPS Act, to put beyond doubt that these employees have protection from age and disability discrimination. These amendments to the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 implement Recommendation 24 of the Jenkins report and will bring these acts in line with amendments made to the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 in 2021. This bill builds on the work that has already been taken to progress and implement the report's recommendations and make Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces safe and respectful for all participants. This is something that our country needs across a broad range of workplaces and more. This is not just a problem in our country confined to workplaces. This is a problem across our country in the homes and lives of Australians, particularly women. This is a serious matter for our country, and I, for one, am pleased that this has come up for debate in our country, in our parliament. Of course, I'm sorry for the individuals who have been hurt in this place and who have had to play that out in the media, very private matters. That is never easy. And so I'm proud that our government is standing up for the rights of those in this place to improve and make sure we have a better Australia for all. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My wife Jess and I met working in this building. Shared values led to a shared life together. Overall, for both of us, a lot of good came from our time working here, although we couldn't quite bring ourselves to name our son Kevin. Jess left politics for corporate Australia and her career is better for it. HR departments, performance reviews, whistleblower mechanisms, professional development opportunities, diversity metrics, reporting to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. For Jess and myself, it is particularly painful to know that not everyone has had a positive experience working in this place. Every parliamentarian should be proud to say that we work in Parliament House. This legislation is one small step towards earning that pride and respect back. I want to thank the many people, especially women, who came forward and participated in the Jenkins Review. The truth is that many felt they couldn't directly contribute to the review. It is unreasonable to expect everyone to feel that they can speak out to suit a particular review's timeline. There will be more stories and more truths to be told this year and over coming years. And for those who are still sitting on the sidelines waiting to see if we're serious and if our words match our actions, we need to win your trust back. For those of you who have been strong enough to speak out, I say thank you. Because true patriotism is not waving a flag or yelling a chant until you're red in the face. Patriotism is looking at your country and knowing where and how it must be improved, sometimes at huge personal cost. Because of your efforts, because you spoke out, we have set the standard. Report on the independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. This has provided a clear roadmap of practical and achievable reforms. Last week in this place, the Prime Minister and the opposition leader said sorry, and I too am sorry. As leaders in this place, every single member of Parliament has the obligation not just to set the standard, but we have an obligation to raise the standard. Even with this report and this legislation, I feel that we need to do more to do so. I look at the challenges my staff face on a daily basis, dealing with hateful emails, disgusting and inappropriate content sent through social media to official channels, an increasing sense of hate, anger and violence in how people choose to engage with their democracy. I know that some members felt unsafe here in Canberra over the weekend, and I just ask people to imagine for a moment if you felt unsafe and disrespected in this building every single day. That is clear from this report how some people feel about this workplace. Staff should be able to walk into this building feeling safe, respected, valued, every single day. And for too long, that has not been the case. I've worked in this building as a senior staff member, served as a party secretary, and now in this place as a member. I know, like all of you, that not every person who works in this building is a good human being. But I've also worked in this building with some brilliant and dedicated people. So much of the conversation that has occurred around parliamentary workplace culture is about those who choose to drag the culture down, those who assault, intimidate, those who should never be close to power. And it's for that reason I also want to pause and pay tribute to those who work for the public good in this place. People who work harder in these roles than they will at any other time in their career. People who think through complex policy changes on behalf of the nation, and who simply want to support good parliamentarians creating good policy in building a greater country. Because whatever your politics, most people come here with a sense of purpose and a desire to serve. And for those who do that, and those who come here and raise the standard, I say thank you. For those who provide support in the workplace to others who may find it tough here at times, I say thank you. And to those who make this workplace a workplace that I do love and that I know is an honour for so many of us to serve in, I say thank you. I also know that over the course of this process, my own staff have felt at times that it's been tough for them to engage in this process and see the things said about their workplace as we go through this very difficult discussion. And so I also want to thank them for all of their work and support for me as a parliamentarian. And I felt I couldn't speak on this without consulting some of those people that I've worked with in this building. Indeed, I started with my wife, who gave me a fair chunk of this speech, and I thank Jess for that in terms of her counsel. But I also spoke to a range of other people who've worked in this building over many decades. All of their comments had the same theme: implement all the recommendations, no cherry picking, act quickly. And this quote: "What is the point of power or even sitting in Parliament House making legislation if you don't exercise that to effect real change?" I think we all know that that is now the test on all of us as we begin to legislate. This legislation does one piece of the work. It starts the process of lifting the culture and the workplace experience of every one of the 227 electorate offices and of Parliament House. Like many, I put in a submission to the Jenkins Review recommending further steps that I believe would improve workplace culture and professionalism. There is a lot of work to do. This bill is one step in that journey. This legislation addresses recommendation 17 and recommendation 24 of the Jenkins Review. What this legislation will change is the requirement to give reasons for termination of a staff member under the Member of Parliament Staff Act. It will also offer the protections of staff for the Work Health and Safety Act, the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act. It's about time that we do that. The other test on us is not how much legislation, how many committees. The test is, does the culture change? And we see week on week in this place that is a very tough piece of work for us to do. And if we talk about the culture that is highlighted in this report, every time I pick it up, I'm struck by how honest people were about this culture. I'm struck by some of the ways that people have felt very aggrieved by the sort of culture that does permeate through this place and throughout the elected offices and ministerial offices of the country. A quote from the report, a culture of, quote, misuse of power and sense of entitlement, role segregation, with women and people from particular groups concentrated in lower status and lower paid positions and portfolios, pervasive everyday sexism and male entitlement, weaponisation of information and gossip, fear and silence around reporting or making a complaint about bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault, inconsistent role modelling of respectful and inclusive behaviour. None of this is acceptable, but all of this is true about this workplace, and it has to change. One quote from one person who submitted to the review that struck me as sadly true and appalling was this, quote, "A real culture of gossiping about young female employees, who they're sleeping with, whether they're having an affair, whether a perfectly innocent friendship is actually an affair. I think it's really upsetting for a lot of those young female employees. They can't just be judged on their work, and that there's always this sort of subtext to who they're sleeping with." That's for the young women employees in this place. And then, when women get older, we have this, quote, "An environment where working parents, and specifically working mothers, are not welcomed and accepted." That isn't good enough. We've taken some steps, Deputy Speaker, in this place in the right direction, steps towards turning bars into childcare centres, a childcare centre that my children have used, that many parents in this place use, and I do note the Leader of the Opposition's leadership on this matter over a number of years. But the cultural problem that's in this building that we are seeking to address, as I said, isn't just of the Parliament House, it is also of the electorate offices, and they are located in every state and territory. And so this is a national cultural problem. It is not one that is constrained or simply a Canberra bubble challenge. And so I would say to those who are involved in leadership positions at state and territory governments, parliaments of the states and the territories, they also should read this report. They should also make sure that they are taking proactive preventative steps so that a cultural problem that we know is here does not exist anywhere else. Because the culture in Canberra is simply a melting pot of the cultures of the various states and territories. I know a lot of the public would be wondering why we're spending so much time talking about the staff of politicians. The Australian people could fairly ask, why are we only focusing on this? And the answer is clear. If we can't protect those that we work with most closely, then how on earth could the Australian people have faith in us to legislate to protect them? Parliament must be about setting the highest standard, and then we must lift the entire nation up to that standard. I've at times been struck that the standards in this building have been lower than the standards in other workplaces that I have worked in throughout my life. And I think about one of my first jobs as a student, where I was a shift manager at McDonald's. At 18 years old, I had to write someone up and give them a written warning for sexual harassment in the workplace. They had harassed another shift member And I'd never had to do that before, but the process was so crystal clear. There was a form, there was a process to follow through, there was check-in points for the staff member who had been harassed, and it was resolved to their satisfaction. And it just strikes me that if, when I was a 18-year-old working at Macca's, if we could have the processes there that you could follow, that surely we are finally on the path here in this building to improving the processes of our place. And what I want for my electorate is for people to look here and see that we are setting that high standard, that we are doing our best, that we are lifting the entire nation up in how we treat one another, whatever people's background, sex, gender identity, or how they choose to express themselves. So we can't just tidy up our own workplace. That would be too insular, too narrow-minded. But today, we talk about legislation that does seek to protect the people in this workplace. This is a good step, a step in the right direction. I commend the legislation. I look forward to working with members across this chamber to make sure we do much more work on this. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Perth. The question is the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for their earlier contributions. This certainly is an important turning point for this parliament. I really want to begin this speech by acknowledging the work of the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins. The 7 months of very deep engagement with all of us in this House, and indeed many hundreds of former employees of the House. More than 1,700 individuals made contributions to this Jenkins review, to the second of the Jenkins review. Of course, this one's set the standard. Some 33 organisations made contributions. There were 935 survey responses, 490 interviews conducted, and 320 written submissions with additional 11 focus groups. It was a very busy 7 months for the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, and I really want to honour her work, but pay tribute also to each and every one of those 1,723 people who contributed to this review in some way, shape or form. And my message to you is that I will work every day in this parliament, as I know my Labor colleagues will, to ensure that the pain and trauma that you experienced, that was expressed in this report, will never be in vain. That there will be a very firm commitment to move this parliament into a place where we would all be proud to be working in, where the Australian Parliament becomes a model employer for the nation. And as the member for Perth rightly pointed out, we're not just talking about the almost 5,000 people that work on a sitting day in this building, but the 151 electorate offices that are scattered around Australia, each employing staff, to all the senators' offices, likewise, throughout each of the states and territories. There are a lot of people that work, all come into contact with through lobbying efforts, or media people working in the building, the cleaners, everybody should be able to come to this place and expect that they will be treated in a respectful manner, that this would be a safe workplace, and that if there are issues, that there are very clear processes and remedies in place for people to seek redress. That should be the very least. This is 2022. It is probably the most astonishing thing about this report is that it's taken this long to get here. Now, my Labor colleagues were very keen to be involved in all of the lead up to this report, talking to our staff, encouraging people to make contributions, and I really, really thank the Labor caucus for the strong support gained in this process. Last Tuesday, or was it on Wednesday? Sorry, we had the implementation of the very first recommendation, the Statement of Acknowledgement in this House. And whilst I am delighted that that happened sooner rather than later, I do want to put on record just how disappointed I was that there wasn't care taken to ensure that that Statement of Acknowledgement was the best it could be. And I'm not suggesting that the words were insufficient in any way, but the fact that, you know, more than 1,700 people contributed to this review, bearing their lived experiences to their this parliament, and they were not advised, let alone invited, to attend a Statement of Acknowledgement. My staff, like all of our staff, probably found out after the fact, unless we as members were ringing them up beforehand, as I did, to say, you should watch this. I'd be interested to know how you respond. That was a missed opportunity from this parliament, and we really have to start doing things better. I am delighted that the task force has finally met. This report came down in November. The task force met on the 7th of February, I think it was, or might have been the 2nd of February, but some delay in doing so. But the task force is now in place, and I acknowledge some of the discussion in this chamber last week around when the member for Warringah, followed by the member for Chifley, raised questions of the Speaker as to examine, given the commitment we had just made to ensuring that this place would be a safe, respectful workplace, the impact of extremely long sittings on staff and people who work in this House. I note that the Chair has reflected again on his answer, and I am very pleased to hear that, because the role of the presiding officer is absolutely critical to the implementation of all the recommendations in this report. There are a number of recommendations. I'm thinking in particular of recommendation 2, 9, 10 and 16, which are not the subject of the bill here before, but are absolutely demonstrate the critical role, not just of each and every one of us in this parliament, but to the presiding officers, to ensure that we live up to setting the standard in this place. So I am very pleased that we have before us some recommendation, a bill that will seek to implementation recommend 17 and 24 of this bill, and I know that my colleague, the member for Watson, outlined those commitments. They're important changes to clarify that the Fair Work Act does in fact apply to our staff, and as does the Age Discrimination, Disability Discrimination Acts as well. They're important legislations. But I tell you what, this nation is watching us for what we do. The time for words has long, long passed. There is a whole generation of Australian women now refusing to remain silent, refusing to sit back and just listen to our speeches. They have told us loud and clear, as the thousands who marched on the front lawns of this Parliament House, to each and every brave woman who has stood to recount her experiences of sexual harassment, assault, abuse and bullying. Words alone will change nothing. If you did not get that message from the National Press Club last week, then you are deaf. It is abundantly clear that words will not ensure that women and children are safe from violence and abuse. Words will not improve justice to access. They won't ensure our workplaces are safe or that our homes and public places are safe. Words won't deliver a better future, not even better words. The only way we get to secure a better future is through action. It is the time, as I said, for talking is well and truly done. We need our leaders to be bold, brave, and determined to embrace decisive action. As individuals, employees, leaders, parents, citizens in this place, the moment for all of us to be bold and determined and to demand reform is right now. We cannot lose this moment in our history. It is incumbent on each of us, and I know that everyone in Australia is watching this parliament very closely right now. And I will be standing here holding this government to account every waking moment of my days in this parliament. You don't get to walk away like you did with the Respect at Work report and dudders and only implement half the recommendations. We on this side of the House are absolutely committed to working the implementation of each and every one of these regulations.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may resume at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last weekend at Parliament House, thousands of people, including constituents of Wide Bay, peacefully protested against vaccine mandates responsible for sacking teachers, road workers, police and nurses. The convoy to Canberra was the largest protest any had seen at Parliament House for any issue in decades. The people I spoke to were hard-working Australians from far and wide who had lost their livelihoods, careers, decades of hard work and dedication and social lives to state government health orders. We had thousands more people expressing their democratic right to peaceful protest than any other hot-button issue of late, but far fewer arrests. They did not engage in destructive behaviour or vandalism at Parliament House or put themselves in danger. Much smaller protests, such as Blockade Australia and Extinction Rebellion, get more mainstream media attention for their causes by breaking the law. They vandalise the parliament with spray paint, set prams on fire, block bridges, trespass on private property and glue themselves to roads and parliament furnishings. Many came out to condemn the convoy, but peaceful protest and freedom of assembly are fundamental tenets of democracy in Australia. Other countries are re-employing people who were stood down over their vaccine mandates, and it's time the states gave our workers their jobs back.
I thank the member for Wide Bay and call the member for Cowan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, no doubt the last 2 years have been challenging, but in the spirit of optimism, I also like to think that they've presented some opportunities. And one of those is a chance to reflect on what we value as a society, a kind of a recalibration of what's important to us. Today, thousands of nurses are striking in New South Wales. Nurses and healthcare workers have been praised throughout the pandemic as the frontline heroes in the fight against COVID. But what does their status, what does the fact that they're out there striking say about how we treat our heroes? We can stand here in this parliament and praise them all we like. But the fact is that our words don't improve their patient ratio. They don't take the stress and anguish off their shoulders without action. They are only words and tokenisms at best. Nurses aren't demanding change for themselves. They are doing it because they understand and they know and they fear for the safety of their patients. I stand next to those nurses as they demand better conditions for themselves in order to deliver better conditions for their patients. And any government that ignores the pleas of nurses today does so at their own peril.
I'll give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, everyone's favourite, the Darwin's daily newspaper, the NT News, has turned 70. The NT News is known for its crocodiles on the front pages and tasteful headlines, but it was a sombre edition. On the very first edition in 1952 that reported the death of King George VI and the accession to the throne of his daughter Elizabeth. In 1955, legendary editor Jim Bowditch took the reins. He was a decorated World War II veteran. He was a fearless campaigner for the rights of workers, First Nations people and the powerless against the powerful. He lasted 18 years, winning 2 Walkley Awards. New Zealander John Hogan was editor for 14 years and is fondly remembered for giving many young Territorians a chance to enter the newspaper profession. Now, you never know where you'll bump into an ex-NT News journo. They might be the managing editor of the Daily Telegraph in Sydney or running a school in East Timor. They might be working at the local motor vehicle registry or even receiving a medal for gallantry from the Governor-General, as Frank Alcorta did a couple of years ago. But they all have war stories to tell about their times at the NT News. But there are a few that can be mentioned in this place, Mr Deputy Speaker, so I'll just say happy birthday, NT News. You've been reigning as long as a Queen.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, delivering funding for projects for the people of Nichols right across the community is one of the highlights that we all have as local members. Major projects often overshadow local projects, but securing funding in partnership with local governments to deliver projects that drive local economic development is just as important, like supporting tourism. The Regional Jobs and Investment Package has seen this government partner with the Moira Shire, local businesses and Gold Murray Water by providing $2.7 million towards the $6.3 million Yarrawonga Tourism Trail, which is 5 kilometres long along Lake Mulwala. Next Saturday week, I'll be attending the opening of Stage 2 of the Dookie Rail Trail, also funded through ARGIP, in partnership with the Greater City of Shepparton. The project extends the existing trail by 3.1 kilometres to connect with the former Dookie railway station. Prior to Christmas, I also had the opportunity to open the initial stage of the Murray River Adventure Trail, linking Yarrawonga to Burramine. This $1.3 million, 13.5 kilometre trail was delivered in partnership with the Moira Shire via the Murray-Darling Basin Economic Development Program. And I'm proud to announce that this week the Campaspe Shire has received $1.5 million for the Rushworth to Murchison Rail Trail via the Black Summer Fires bushfire grants. Certainly, it's great to be able to see the National Party delivering, while we're in government, for regional Australia in these programs.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Businesses in my electorate have been doing it tough during the pandemic. Hammered by lockdowns over the past 2 years, they are now trying to overcome the Omicron outbreak that has set them back yet again. But this time it's worse, with little to no federal government support and no available rapid antigen tests for staff. I spoke to a local bookshop owner, Matt Davis, who summed up the mood of many local business people when he said, "If my wife and I ran our bookshop like the Morrison government runs the country, we'd be out of business." From the lack of rats over the peak period of the Omicron outbreak to the continued shadow lockdown and a lack of federal government support, businesses in my electorate are really struggling to make ends meet, let alone remain profitable. Omicron has been worse this year with the lockdowns for many businesses. With little financial support from the federal government, these businesses are struggling to stay afloat. JobKeeper has ended and the financial pain for businesses has not. Businesses have been looking to recoup losses over the summer period, and yet they've had to shut their doors because they have not been able to have staff there, haven't been able to test them with rapid antigen tests. State and territory governments have stepped in and offered to supply packages for businesses during the Omicron wave, but the Morrison government is again missing in action. People in my electorate done the right thing. We're wearing masks, we've been vaccinated, we have homeschooled our kids. We need help from the government.
I call the member for Leichhardt.
Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Everybody loves a first. That's why it's great to recently announce, alongside Defence Minister Peter Dutton, that Cairns would be the home for the first Defence Regional Maintenance Centre. This is something I've been working towards now for quite a few years, and I'm proud to have delivered it for my community. The 5-year, $70 million contract was awarded to the local consortium Nordstrom Marine, a joint venture between 2 local shipyards, the Tropical Reef Shipyards and Norship Marine. The investment will ensure that Cairns can further build on its reputation as a leading marine maintenance sustainability hub in Northern Australia and in the Pacific. creating a consistent pipeline of naval sustainment work at the Cairns Marine Precinct will also provide long-term opportunities for the local industry, ensuring that businesses have the confidence to invest in developing their facilities and workplace. But more importantly, as more naval ships are maintained in Cairns, more defence industry personnel will be required, which will be further support for the long-term local jobs to diversify our economy. It will also give confidence to local youngsters seeking training and a career in maritime technical trades to remain here in Cairns. Mr Deputy Speaker, finally I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge Norship Marine CEO Olaf Groot and Tropical Reef Shipyards Director Robert Dowling, whose work behind the scenes was absolutely critical in securing the Defence's first regional maintenance centre.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The 11th of February 2022 was a dark and shameful day in Australia's history. It was the day that koalas were officially listed as an endangered species on the east coast of Australia. Since 2001, 50% of Queensland's koala population has been lost, and that's even worse in New South Wales, where 65% of the koala population has been decimated during the same time frame. As my friend, the member for Macarthur, would say while fighting for his own urban koala population, to this government all koalas may be equal, but some koala populations seem to be more equal than others. And without urgent government intervention at every level, koalas could become extinct by 2050. And now the Morrison government can respond to this by rolling out a new koala task force or some sort of furry Band-Aid solution. But we know that their National Recovery Plan for koalas is already 6 years overdue. And we know that the greatest threat to koalas is actually climate change and the catastrophic natural events that accompany it. Extreme droughts, extreme bushfires have decimated koala habitats over the last decade. 3 years ago, Australia became the first country to lose a mammal to climate change. I said in my first speech that the extinction of the Bramble Camellus would change nothing, and that has proven true. 3 years on, 8 years into this coalition government, they've dug in their heels acting on climate change, and now our beloved koalas stand endangered. Shame on you all.
I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge a Northern Beaches local, Mr Jean-Philippe Brassion, and commend his passion for building strong local communities. Jean-Philippe is an experienced IT professional and has launched an app called Swap an Hour, where people can exchange an hour of their time for an hour of someone else's. The app has been designed to help members of the community help each other, and unlike typical gig apps, there is no money involved. Instead, users can bank time. The app is based on kindness and doesn't consider the market value of assistance provided. Whether you're walking a neighbour's dog or providing IT assistance, if you help for an hour, you're entitled to an hour's help. Jean-Philippe had the idea of Swap an Hour for 20 years, and after witnessing the generosity of his local community firsthand, when his partner lost her battle with cancer, was inspired to finally develop it. The app now has over 1,500 swappers, offering services from energy, healing to copywriting. The app also now includes a functionality for borrowing household goods and donating unwanted items. Rather than simply building a business through his innovation, Jean-Philippe is building a community. And we in McKellar, on the Northern Beaches, are proud to call him one of our own.
I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The ongoing humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan is devastating, and I thank the government for the cooperation and efforts made in assisting with the initial evacuation efforts. I've had the privilege of meeting some of the female athletes who were evacuated in those initial days and weeks, but unfortunately for them, their family and friends who were left behind, the barriers to evacuation are increasing as the country descends further into crisis. So I urge the government to offer greater assistance and hope for these families separated. I also like to draw attention to the case of refugees and asylum seekers who continue to languish in alternative places of detention, including the Park Hotel in Melbourne. Many constituents wrote to me during the Novak Djokovic saga in January, calling out for a more humanitarian approach. These people are languishing in the same hotel. Mehdi Ali, who fled persecution as a 15-year-old boy, has been detained for 9 years and says, "I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. You might let me out. You might send me somewhere else. The staff might come to my room and take my belongings. Anything might happen." I urge the government to end this absurdity. We sing our Australian anthem with pride for those who come across the sea. Oh, and we have just pettiness coming here. End the abuse, let them go. Raise the standard in this place.
I call the member for Blair.
Today we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the fall of Singapore during the Second World War, one of the worst military disasters in Australian and British history. Some 15,000 Australians were taken prisoner by the Japanese when British and Commonwealth forces surrendered on the 15th of February 1942 and were held first at Changi and later at other locations across Southeast Asia and Japan. These prisoners of war endured great suffering, and by the end of the war more than 7,000 had died in captivity. Singapore was home to a British naval base with a large force stationed on the island that included many who had been evacuated after serving in Malaya. On the 8th of February 1942, Japanese forces began their attack on the island from the northwest. While the fighting was intense, the battle was short-lived. Japanese forces seized control of the island's main water reservoirs, and soon after the Allied forces, disorganised, lacking supplies and air support, were forced to surrender. 4 days after the fall of Singapore, Japan bombed Darwin, bringing the war to Australian mainland for the first time. And as Labor Prime Minister John Curtin said, the battle for Australia had begun. These events stunned the nation. Today we recognise the sacrifice and service of all those people who served in Malaya and Singapore, lest we forget.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today is the final day of festivities that mark the Chinese New Year. The Lunar New Year is a big event in my electorate, as we have some of the largest Chinese and Korean diasporas. In Australia today is the Chinese Lantern Festival, which features line dances, fireworks and, of course, lanterns. The last 2 years have seen muted celebrations for obvious reasons, but this year the party was back in Eastwood and I was delighted to attend a number of events. We held a lion dance 2 weeks ago at the beginning of the festivities, walking around Eastwood with dancers, red envelopes, and all organised by my dear friend Tony Tang. It was great to see Eastwood festivities roaring back to life. Later that week I joined the member for Reid, the Prime Minister and a host of MPs and local Chinese and Korean residents as we celebrated the New Year with a traditional feast. And on the weekend I joined the newly elected Mayor, Jordan Lane, for the council celebration organised by Dr Felix Lowe. Eastwood has traditionally been one of Bennelong's busiest hubs, and the Lunar New Year festivities have been among its greatest attractions. COVID hit the area badly, many shops remain boarded, but this last fortnight has shown that our spirit remains unbroken and recovery is on track.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the chronically ill and disabled are being left behind in the rat race imposed on us by the Morrison government. Vulnerable Australians are being forced into hiding at home, and lower-income workers are skipping meals because of the cost of rapid COVID tests. My office is being contacted repeatedly from people of genuine need, but they do not qualify as concession card holders. Take the example of constituent Monica of Bomaderry, diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, unable to keep working and pending an application for NDIS support. She does not qualify for a healthcare card. In a joint statement on the need for free and accessible rapid antigen tests to protect public health and the economy, the Australian Council of Social Services says rapid antigen tests are an essential tool in managing this pandemic and stopping the spread of the virus, allowing us to keep COVID-19 out of homes, workplaces and public venues. No one should be excluded from getting a rapid antigen test. Our health system is based upon the principle of Medicare, that people get the health care they need when they require it. Local businesses and workers need access to free rapid antigen tests. They've been through so much and the government needs to support them. It's just not good enough. The government must act urgently to provide free and accessible rapid antigen tests to keep our community safe from the virus.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Aged care services in my electorate continue to be in great demand due to our ageing population. I am pleased to inform the House that due to strong advocacy, the level of recurrent funding for residential aged care, home care, short-term restorative care, transition care, and the Commonwealth Home Support Program has increased by more than $10 million annually within the Moore electorate over the past 3 years. Under the Morrison government, annual funding has increased from $61 million in 2018-19 to $71.5 million last year in 2020-21. As at the 30th of June 2021, there were 444 residential aged care places, 16 short-term restorative care places, and 121 transition care places, bringing the total number of places funded in my electorate to 581. However, I'm aware that many families in my electorate have family members on waiting lists for aged care services, so I'm focused on ensuring that the level of recurrent aged care funding continues to increase. Additional funding for operational places and home care packages will enable more purpose-built aged care facilities to be developed, such as those currently under construction in Kinross and Currambine, and with other modern facilities planned in Joondalup, Edgewater and Burton.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. At home in Maruka, on my daily walk, I meander through Toohey Forest, lovely bushland just 10 kilometres from the CBD. So I was very pleased to hear that koalas have now been listed as endangered by the Federal Environment Minister. The Coalition accepted the recommendation of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee that the koala populations of Queensland, New South Wales and the Australian Capital Territory have their conservation status upgraded. I welcome the upgraded protection status of koalas, but this National Recovery Plan was due in 2015. It's now 2022. It's now 6 years overdue. When will Australia see a recovery plan for our beloved koalas? When Labor was last in government, the Environment Minister listed koala populations in Queensland as vulnerable under National Environment Law. We also put in place the National Koala Conservation and Management Strategy, the one the Coalition didn't bother to renew. Over the past decade, koala populations have been decimated by bushfires, loss of habitat, smashed by climate change. I'm especially concerned about our koala populations because we do have one in Toohey Forest, not that I see them very often, and I'm committed to securing a koala bridge over Toohey Road to let our koalas move between the two patches of Toohey Forest. Not a cheap project, but a national icon like the koala is definitely worth preserving.
I call the member for Groom. Mr Speaker, there's something very big happening in the town of Goombungee. The picnic town, absolutely, and what a great name to say, Goombungee. The picnic town is experiencing something of a revival, with the new business owners taking over the local cafe and pub. The new publican at the Pioneer Arms Hotel, Tom Gazlovich, started his life off washing dishes in the pub. His hope, his dream was one day to save up enough money to be able to buy the pub and run it himself. A little challenge he had was money. Thankfully, in our wonderful region, we had the New Acland coal mine right there on hand, providing with a fantastic job and the ability to slowly but surely save up money so that he could one day pay for his dream. Sadly, when the mine was brought to an end, last coal was bought out just late last year. Tom received redundancy. He was one of the last people to do so. We hope to see that mine open back up again, and it's within the hands of the state Labor government to do so, and I very much hope that they take that opportunity as quickly as possible to do that. But luckily for Tom, the bright side of the story comes through. His redundancy payment coincided with the last pub owner's retirement, and he was able to make his dream a reality. A great example, Mr Speaker, of the New Acland mine working so well with the local community, supporting the local community, supporting local people to achieve their dreams. A fantastic example of what's happening throughout our region, a fantastic example of Goombungee getting ahead. I call the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, locals and business owners on the Central Coast have been calling on this government to fix the road through Wyong for years. It's a bottleneck that can take over half an hour to clear on a busy day, and even longer when there's an accident on the M1. It's a nightmare and locals are fed up. One of my constituents, Victoria from Arimba, told me she'd had a bad accident on this road around 5 years ago. She said, and I quote, "I was told by the attending police officer that there were major upgrades to be taken in the near future, but nothing has ever come of it. The upgrade of the Pacific Highway through Wyong should be a top priority for this government. It would ease congestion, improve safety and open up employment zones either side of the town centre. for businesses like Wideline, who have two factories 2 to 3 kilometres apart, which can take 40 to 50 minutes to travel between. Deputy Speaker, so far the Morrison government has left the heavy lifting to New South Wales, who have managed to scrape together some funding for planning and property acquisition. While this is welcome, when will the roadworks begin? When will the federal government step up and invest in our local roads? According to the NRMA, the Central Coast has one of the biggest infrastructure backlogs in all of New South Wales. In fact, the last major project in our region was the M1 upgrade started by the member for Grayndler when he was Infrastructure Minister. While other regions are surging ahead, the north end of the coast is being left behind. After years of neglect, coasties have had enough. It's not good enough, we deserve better.
The member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Pearce.
Swan.
For Swan, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last year I opened the Roe Highway and Kalamunda Road interchange in my electorate of Swan. In 2019, Ken Wyatt and I joined with Prime Minister Morrison to announce 80% federal funding for this $86 million project. The Morrison government committed $68.8 million to this project. The grade separation lowered Roe Highway beneath Kalamunda Road with 2 new roundabouts and on and off ramps. This gave congestion relief to 74,000 vehicles per day and saves them up to 7 minutes travel during peak times. This is just another example of the Morrison government delivering on its commitments and supporting WA through congestion busting and time-saving infrastructure. This is in direct contrast to Labor, who last time they were in government introduced the anti-WA mining tax and carbon tax. Mr Speaker, they are up to it again. Labor recently announced their safeguard mechanism policy, which at the current carbon credit unit rate of $60 per tonne means Labor plans to impose a $4.2 billion tax on WA companies and jobs. This is likely to be an underestimate, as extra demand will push prices higher. WA will account for nearly 1/3 of emissions captured by this mechanism, even though we are only 7% of the population. This is a stark example of Labor being anti-WA. If this is what they announced before the election, imagine what they will do if they win the election. Shame on Labor for being anti-WA.
Order. The member for Macquarie has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. We need to talk about toilets. Imagine being a woman on a power line or construction work site, expected to hold on all day or drive 20 minutes off-site because you've got to use the bathroom, and then putting up with the snide comments because you had to go in the first place. It's what Hawkesbury electrical apprentice Alison has experienced, because most of her work sites have limited, if any, toilet facilities. In fact, an ETU report found women in the trades are being expected to either hang on or face unsanitary, unsafe, inaccessible and unsuitable amenities. Women obviously have different bathroom needs at different times of their life, and not having adequate facilities isn't just a health concern but a barrier to workforce participation. This is also a problem for ageing male tradies. If you've got prostate problems, it can be almost impossible to work on particular sites because of where the bathroom is or isn't. Alison says she's been caught out many times, either having to hold on or use toilets she describes as disgusting, with no paper, no sanitary bins, no running water or soap. We need national standards, and this has been ignored by the Morrison government, who are not capable of governing. Whether you work in an office or a building site, you have the right to be able to access toilet facilities that are fit for purpose. I fully support Alison and the ETU in demanding this most basic of rights.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Speaker. Another gem in the crown of Redland Road building, the Quarry Rickett upgrade at Chelsea Road, complete last Friday, like switched on. And contrast that, State Labor have not duplicated a road in my electorate for over a decade. Look, great also to see Queensland Labor hinting at removing these appalling vaccine mandates outside of health and ageing sector simply to help themselves through their integrity crisis. And finally, the member for Warringah over here, quite happy to dump on me on 7:30 last year without obtaining any factual material, my version of events, or presuming any presumption of innocence or due process. Of course, the star witness on the 7:30 episode apologised to me the moment she received a concerns notice. ABC clinging to that episode and insisting on leaving it on air. It was all baseless rubbish from political opponents claiming to be mildly uncomfortable, and the national broadcaster was happy without any substantiation to broadcast it. It is a shame. And to have this donation issue on the AEC referred to by member of Warringah as pettiness, I do seek your version of events. I've emailed you already for it, and I think you owe us an explanation. Will 7:30 Report be doing an episode on Steggall? I won't be commenting.
The member for Newcastle has less than a minute.
Well, whether it's a crisis in aged care, housing, insecure jobs, wages going backwards, cost of living skyrocketing, this government's on notice. The Australian people are watching you very closely, because actions speak much more louder than words. No amount of photo ops, no amount of media stunts are going to cover up for the fact that you've got nothing when scratched beneath the surface. Words don't deliver a better future, Prime Minister, not even better words. The only way you get to secure a better future is through action and electing a Labor government. Time for talking is done. The Australian people have got you clocked. We need leaders who are bold, brave and determined enough to embrace decisive action. That's what the nation is looking for, and that's what an Albanese Labor government will deliver.
The honourable member's time has expired. At 2 p.m, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I inform the House that the Minister for Indigenous Australians will be absent from question time today, and for the remainder of the week the Minister for the Environment will answer questions on his behalf.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. This parliament stands united in support of Ukrainian sovereignty and in opposition to Russia's attempt to intimidate the government and the people of Ukraine. Can the Prime Minister outline the steps he has taken to convey this parliament's support to his Ukrainian counterpart, and can the Prime Minister provide the House with an update on the current situation in Ukraine?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Foreign Affairs has been in regular contact with our counterparts on these issues, and we continue to convey our strong support for the people of Ukraine, and we also continue to convey our appreciation to our many partners and allies, Mr. Speaker, in the actions that they're taking, working closely with Australia, to send a very clear message to the Russian government that their threats of terrible violence against Ukraine are unacceptable and should be denounced, and all efforts should be made to prevent Russia taking that step in committing that violence against Ukraine. Now, Mr. Speaker, last night the National Security Committee of Cabinet, I convened again to receive further updates on these matters and the work that we are doing with our partners, and the potential response that Australia would engage in the event of such violence being committed against Ukraine, and we are continuing to work through those options with our partners. And in the event that those terrible events take place, then we will move swiftly with our partners along the lines that we were considering and discussing, not for the first time last night, Mr. Speaker, but we have considered on many occasions meeting as a National Security Committee to address those issues. On the 29th of November in particular, Mr. Speaker, in communicating directly to Australians who could be affected by this, we warned Australians of the build-up of Russian troops on Ukraine's border. On the 18th of December and the 11th of January, we urged Australians to reconsider their need to travel to Ukraine due to security concerns. On the 24th of January, we raised our travel advice to its highest level, do not travel. On the 8th of February, we again urged Australians to leave immediately. On the 13th of February, we relocated our embassy to Lviv. We will continue to keep the House updated on this very serious situation. The other point we have been clearly making is we would expect all nations, all governments around the world, to be denouncing what is taking place with the threats of violence against Ukraine. And I do note that the Chinese government
together with the Russian government, have been banding together on this issue, and the Chinese government has not denounced what is occurring in Ukraine. And I would urge the Chinese government and all persons in this place to join with the government in urging the Chinese government to denounce those actions and to allow an appropriate response through the United Nations rather than resisting that being done through the National Security Committee.
The member for Moncrieff has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister please outline to the House the importance of the Morrison government's actions to strengthen the character test so that we can quickly deport non-citizens who commit violent or sexual offences? Is the Prime Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moncrieff for her question. Mr Speaker, in Australia today, there are foreign citizens who have been convicted of very serious crimes against Australians, who have been jailed, and as a result of the law as it stands today, Mr Speaker, despite our efforts as a government, we are unable to deport. Now, Mr Speaker, since we came to government, we have deported some 10,000 people who have acted against the Australian people by committing crimes. And, Mr Speaker, as our First Minister for Immigration and Border Protection, I began that process, Mr Speaker, and one in particular was one Mr Alex Vella, the head of the Rebels motorcycle gang, Mr Speaker, where I took the initiative to see that his visa was cancelled, while those who preceded me from the Labor Party sat silently and did nothing and allowed him to be here and lead that outlawed motorcycle gang here in Australia. So from the very outset, Mr Speaker, our government has been taking action on these issues, and as Immigration Minister I began the process of strengthening our laws to ensure we could continue to take these actions. That was followed up by the now Minister for Defence when he was Minister for Home Affairs, and of course the Minister for Home Affairs today. And, Mr Speaker, there are still changes that need to be made to strengthen these provisions so people convicted of serious crimes. It's not a low-level crime to be involved in armed robbery, serious violent crimes, assaulting police, domestic violence, and there is the loophole where a judge hands down a lower sentence than 2 years, Mr Speaker, then they can get off when it comes to having their visa cancelled and being deported. Now, those opposite, the Labor Party, the Labor leader, together with the Greens, Labor and the Greens, have been denying us this change for the last 1,200 days, Mr Speaker. And the reason for that is the weakness of the Leader of the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. He will not stand up, as he wouldn't stand up, Mr Speaker, on these issues, the Leader of the Labor Party.
The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Under Standing Order 90, and I refer to your previous rulings on character attacks.
I will ask the Prime Minister just to reflect on the words he's using. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In whatever portfolio I've been in, particularly in immigration or as Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Labor Party has opposed the measures that I've sought to take forward to keep Australians secure, including this one now. He was opposed to offshore processing. He was opposed to temporary protection visas. He was opposed to boat turnbacks, Mr Speaker. He was opposed to mandatory detention, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister is... The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Well, on direct relevance, he's now going well beyond the remit of the question, and he's also referring some of the things on the list are things that Labor introduced.
The Leader of the House.
Sure, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister was asked in the question about alternative approaches. Entirely appropriate for him to go to alternative approaches. And, Mr Speaker, a reference is made to Section 90 of or Standing Order 90, which says, Mr Speaker, all imputations of improper motives to a member and all personal reflections on other members shall be considered highly disorderly. Now, Mr Speaker, there is no suggestion whatsoever that the Prime Minister, in laying out the factual track record of the Leader of the Opposition, it cannot be disorderly, Mr Speaker.
His seat. The The most recent point of order is in relation to alternative approaches. The most recent point of order raised by the manager of opposition business is in relation to alternative approaches. And if I can paraphrase, the concern is that alternative approaches doesn't give a right to address any alternative approaches. The Prime Minister was, in my view, broadly on point in relation to the question. The ability or the request to comment as to whether there are any alternative approaches does give the Prime Minister the opportunity to address other approaches, and the Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, because all of the matters that I've referred to go to the integrity of our immigration system, the integrity of our migration system, and if you're not prepared to do what is necessary, whether it's to stop the boats, Mr Speaker, to put in place the policies that are needed to deter the undermining of our immigration system, including the Leader of the Labor Party with the Greens, Mr Speaker, saying no,
Order.
Mr Speaker, saying no
Prime
to
Minister's
stronger
time has
laws.
expired, and I give the call to the member for Rankin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer, and I refer to his previous answers in this House and to this report in today's Financial Review headlined "Liberal MP backs inheritance taxes."
The member for Rankin.
Now that the Treasurer's desperate scare campaign has blown up in his face, will he stop spending his day poring over speeches from more than 30 years ago, stop trawling his opponents' websites, abandon his unhinged scare campaigns and just do his job for once?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the 12th man of politics, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer, and thank you, comrade. Now,
Member
as
for
the
Morton is warned.
The member for Mackellar, he has said he never has supported an inheritance tax, but it's not something
Member
that the
for
Leader
Rankin.
of the Opposition could ever say. It's not something that the Leader of the Opposition could ever say, because this is what the Leader of the Opposition, the alternative Prime Minister of Australia, has said. I am pleased to move this resolution calling upon the government to consider the imposition of an inheritance tax.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. It's a point of order on the basis of relevance. The question didn't ask for alternative approaches.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the Deputy.
The point of order is on the basis of relevance. The question didn't ask for alternative approaches.
Just before I call the Treasurer, just before I call the Treasurer resumes. I don't have a copy of the transcript of the question, but the Treasurer was asked about alternative taxes and whether they've worked it or not, and whether he would abandon a scare campaign. I mean, the question is very broad. I'll ask the Treasurer to remain as relevant to the question as possible, but it is a very broad question. The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, we know that the Leader of the Opposition, someone who's never delivered a budget, someone who's never held a Treasury portfolio, but someone
on my left,
to his great credit, has tabled his high school essay, Mr Speaker, someone who's tabled his high school essay, which, Mr Speaker, but the reality is the Leader of the Opposition, the alternative Prime Minister himself, has supported death duties, Mr Speaker, supported an inheritance tax, and even as a shadow minister, the Leader of the Opposition has supported wealth taxes, Mr Speaker, and has said that Australia should get its priorities back in balance. Now, the Leader of the Opposition
The Treasurer will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, just on disorderly conduct, I'm just wanting to clarify, is the reason that you're saying this is in order is because the question referred to his unhinged scare campaign, and as long as he gives another unhinged scare campaign, he's being relevant.
The Manager of Opposition Business, that is not an appropriate point of order. The Manager of Opposition Business knows that that's not an appropriate point of order. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition wants the Australian people to forget his own words. He wants the Australian people to forget his own words. He wants to be a small target to sneak into government. Well, we've got news for him. When you are running to be the Prime Minister of Australia, the Australian people deserve to know what you have stood for, Mr Speaker. And despite protests that you no longer stand for those things, the fact is you have said those things. Oh, no.
The Leader of the Opposition, on point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. It goes to disorderly conduct.
Well,
it goes to disorderly conduct. It is not in order for a minister to just stand at the dispatch box and give a three-minute attack based upon goodness knows what, when the question was about today's front page.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. I'll just say this. These things go both ways, and depending on how a question is phrased, that will or may elicit a certain response. So it's a double-edged sword. The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, this Leader of the Opposition, who's never delivered a budget, who's never held a Treasury portfolio, who thinks his credentials to be the Prime Minister of Australia is a high school economics essay, Mr Speaker. The reality is he has said on the public record that he supports death duties. And he went to the last election supporting a retirees tax, a housing tax, higher taxes on super, higher taxes on income and a family business tax. The Leader of the Opposition stands for higher taxes. We on this side of the House stand for lower taxes and have delivered exactly that to the Australian people.
The Treasurer's time has expired. The member for McEwen is warned. The member for Parkes has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is delivering critical infrastructure to regional and remote Australia? How is the government supporting growth and connectivity in the regions, such as in my electorate of Parkes? Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and know what a champion he is for the remote towns away from the large cities, regional cities, such as Dubbo and his electorate. I know that we have in so many areas the forgotten roads, but not the forgotten people, or not for the Nationals and the Liberals. We know how he stands up for people around Mungandai and Gravesend, and how he took me just recently to roads around Moree. And it's the Nationals and the Liberals that have put money on the table for these forgotten roads, these roads of neglect that are so vitally important for people. And it's not just in the member for Parkes electorate. The member for Cowper's electorate, he's made us aware of the Taylor's Arm Road and the Willawarren to Maxwell Road and the South Bank Road from Yungai Rail through to Tamban. And in Nichols, we've been known of the Tungamar Road is a forgotten road that can apply for money through this program, and the Bangarang Road, and in Flynn, the Bohenia Downs to Woorabinda Road, and Taroom to Bohenia Downs Road, and in Barker, the Dog Fence Road off Brownswell Highway, Loxton, South Australia. It takes the Nationals and the Liberals and the Nationals in coalition to look into these corners, these disparate areas of our nation, and say that if no one else has worked on these roads for near 50 years, going right back to the Depression, if these roads need to be made safer so we don't have the accidents, so people can get to the hospitals, get their kids to school, it is the dynamics of this side of the House that will look after these people and reach out to them so that they can be a part of our nation and be attached to the services like everybody else. Now, the member for Parkes also asked for any alternative policies, and of course it's the member for Moreton who immediately when this came out suggested that this was not needed. This was a waste of money. We have Green senators who tell us that roads are things of the past. They're not going to utilise roads, and of course that is what the Australians are focused on. They're focused on the Green Labor coalition. Now, the Green Labor relationship was on last week. We had the leader of the Greens talking about the relationship was on, but they had a bad Valentine's Day. They had a bit of a tiff, and the relationship's off again. So it's on, it's off. It's like Liz Taylor and Richard Burton. It has lots and lots of episodes, but we know where it ends up. And where it ends up is with a road to perdition for Gladstone, a road to perdition for the Hunter Valley, a road to perdition for so many regional areas that see a Green Labor alliance as the mechanism that would bring about such a loss of standard of living,
on my left.
a loss of income prospects in the future, and a lesser nation.
The member for Eden Monaro has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Prime Minister. Last night at Senate estimates, an official confirmed that 3 years after it was announced, not a single cent of the $4.8 billion Emergency Response Fund has been spent on disaster recovery. And in that time, it has earned $836 million in interest. What sort of incompetent government sets aside $4.8 billion for disaster recovery and doesn't spend a cent?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member would be
Members
aware—
on my left.
The member would be aware, Mr Speaker, that dedicated funds were provided for the bushfire recovery program and resilience packages. Mr Speaker, that is more than $2 billion that was directly allocated to ensure that we could support those communities affected by the Black Summer bushfires. The measure that the member is referring to is a long-term measure which enables funds to be drawn down to support the resilience of communities over the long term. And that is what is supporting the initiatives which have been put in place by the National Recovery and Resilience Agency that was established by our government, led by the Honourable Shane Stone, Mr Speaker, who has done an outstanding job, including in the member's electorate, which I'm sure she would acknowledge, sitting down with communities and understanding the challenges that they're facing as they are rebuilding. So more than $2 billion, Mr Speaker, has been allocated directly, not to pull it out of some other fund, but, Mr Speaker, to ensure directly the urgency of those issues could be addressed. And the rebuilding and the resilience programs continue to be funded and continue to be implemented right across the country, Mr Speaker. And so it is important that that work continues. It is important that the longer-term work to build up the resilience of so many communities across Australia, recommendations that came from the Royal Commission that I announced into these very issues, so we could look after the long-term resilience and address the short-term needs, Mr Speaker. So more than $2 billion, including the most recent round of grants, which has been provided into the members' community most recently over the Christmas-New Year period, Mr Speaker, hitting the ground. They were announced by the Minister only recently, Mr Speaker, in addition to the many funds and grants that were put in place. Now, I particularly welcome the contribution as we work through that period of Andrew Constance, Mr Speaker. I particularly welcome the contribution from Andrew Constance, Mr Speaker. It was Andrew Constance, Mr
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The level of interjection is too high. Member of Eden Monaro, you asked the question. You, of all people, should be listening for the answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the contribution of Andrew Constance, who came to me, Mr Speaker, and we worked together
Member for
to
Chifley.
ensure that the small business grants program that were provided to support those communities was upgraded, and the timeliness delivery of those grants was done in accordance with the model that we worked up together. And I can say to those electors in Gilmore, Mr Speaker, that Andrew Constance, as our Liberal candidate for Gilmore, Mr Speaker, will be a great advocate for you here in this place, as he proved to be in the seat of Bega in the State Parliament, as he proved to be, Mr Speaker, always taking these issues up directly. Is this a point of order?
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. On relevance, it's about the impact on real people in the member for Eden Montero's electorate. Not an opportunity for
Leader of the
political
Opposition
spruiking.
will
It's about real people,
his
some of whom are
seat.
still...
I don't know how many times I have to say this, but if you want me to rule on points of order, the level of interjections is ridiculously high. The Prime Minister has the call for just 6 seconds. I can't rule on the point of order of relevance because I just simply can't hear the Prime Minister enough over the wall of interjections. So all members of the House are on a general warning, and pointing and gesticulating from the member for McEwen is not helpful. At least it's quiet, but it's about the only thing that could be said for it. The Prime Minister has the call.
So thank you, Mr Speaker. Andrew Constance, the Liberal candidate for Gilmore, Mr Speaker, will stand up for the people of Gilmore and get the results that he's proved to be able to get for them.
And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Speaker, to the Treasurer. Just this morning, I received an email from a local business in Manly on the verge of closing their doors after 63 years of trading. Revenue's down, they're struggling for staff, and there is no tourism. I commend Treasurer Keane and the
Warringah will just resume her seat for a moment. Now the level of interjections on my right is precluding me from hearing the question. The member for Warringah has the right to ask her question in silence, if for no other reason so that I can hear it and the person who the question is directed at, who I still couldn't hear, can also hear the question. The member for Warringah has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. May I commence from the top?
Yes,
thank you.
Please.
Just this morning, Treasurer, I received an email from a local business in Manly on the verge of closing their doors. After 63 years of trading, revenue's down, they're struggling for staff and there is no tourism. I commend Treasurer Keane and the New South Wales Government for their support package of our businesses. The federal government is riding on the coattails of New South Wales economy when it suits them, but is now not standing with the New South Wales Treasurer to match their support package. Will you commit to support struggling businesses in Warringah and New South Wales?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and hope that letter she received had a $100,000 cheque and it was properly disclosed, Mr Speaker, because these independents are speaking from both sides of their mouth, Mr Speaker. The last thing they are is a true independent. Now, the reality is this side of the House have helped deliver more than $60 billion of economic support to the people of New South Wales, Mr Speaker. Record support to the people of New South Wales. Whether it's been the JobKeeper payment, whether it's been the cash flow boost, whether it's been the $750 payments to pensioners, to carers, to veterans and others on income support, Mr Speaker, or whether indeed it was the COVID disaster payment, where we picked up the tab during the recent Delta outbreak. And we did partner with the New South Wales Government on a 50-50 basis to provide business support, Mr Speaker, which was very important. But now the economy is recovering strongly. There are definitely businesses and families who continue to be challenged by the current economic conditions. But Australia has outperformed all major advanced economies. And we have been there for the Australian people. We have been there for the people of New South Wales when they needed our help. And today, we have an unemployment rate at 4.2%, a 13-year low, on track to a 50-year low, Mr Speaker, on track to a 50-year low. And we look at the strong pipeline of business investment, which is counterintuitive during a recession. Businesses are taking advantage of the immediate expensing provisions that we have outlined in successive budgets. We've held on to our AAA credit rating from the 3 leading credit rating agencies, and we've been supporting households and businesses with lower taxes because that's consistent with the values that we on this side of the House support and live by. And in another proof point to the people of New South Wales that we are recovering strongly is consumer confidence. Today, consumer confidence was up by 3.3% for the past week, the single biggest increase in consumer confidence since April 2021, Mr Speaker. And it was up in New South Wales, it was up in Western Australia, it was up in Victoria, it was up in Queensland, it was up in South Australia, and it was up in Tasmania. So the fact is, on the health front, we have seen the Omicron cases and the high ICU and the hospitalisation numbers start to come down. But our economic support is still there with the COVID payment, Mr Speaker, for those who are forced to take up to a week of leave from their job.
But the reality time has expired. The Treasurer will resume his seat, and I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer remind the House how the Morrison government's tax cuts have helped to strengthen our economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative approaches?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Chisholm for her question, acknowledge her experience in small business, acknowledge the fact that in her electorate over 60,000 constituents will get tax relief as a result of policies that we have supported on this side of the House, and more than 20,000 businesses in the electorate of Chisholm will be able to access the immediate expensing provisions.
Member for Rankin will
now,
leave
Mr.
under
Speaker,
94A.
Much to the embarrassment of his Labor colleagues, the Shadow Treasurer said the biggest test, the most important test and the key test of the Morrison government's management of the pandemic will be what happens to unemployment and jobs. That's what the Shadow Treasurer said. The single biggest test of our government's management of the pandemic is what happens to unemployment and jobs. And the reason why it's of great embarrassment to the Shadow Treasurer is because today the unemployment rate is 4.2%, a 13-year low. When Labor last left office, the unemployment rate was 5.7%, and we now have full employment in sight. And there are 1.7 million more Australians in work today than under the Labor Party, including 1 million more women in work today than under the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. That's our record. And cutting taxes for families, cutting taxes for small business and putting in place an immediate expensing provision to drive more investment is all part of that economic recovery plan. But we have been opposed every step of the way by a Greens-Labor coalition. And beware those who protest too much. The other day it was the Leader of the Opposition ruling out partnerships with the Greens, even though he was part of a government that was in partnership with the Greens. Today it's the Leader of the Greens who's ruling out a partnership with the Labor Party, even though he was celebrating the fact that he's calling his own members shadow ministers, Mr Speaker. Now this Leader of the Opposition, this Leader of the Labor Party, who's never held a Treasury portfolio, who's never delivered a budget, but who has tabled his Year 7 economics assignments.
The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on direct relevance, I just don't see how this is possibly in any way directly relevant to the question that was asked.
The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Treasurer was asked about alternative approaches in relation to economic recovery. The Treasurer is being relevant. The Treasurer will... The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Treasurer has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why this is a relevant alternative approach is because the Labor Party and the Greens have an alignment of policies. An alignment of policies on a family business tax, an alignment of policies on a housing tax, an alignment of policies when it comes to higher taxes on super and income, and the higher taxes on the mining companies, Mr. Speaker, and indeed on electricity prices. And of course, an alignment of policies when it comes to this Leader of the Opposition and that Leader of the Greens with respect to death duties and an inheritance tax.
The Treasurer will resume his seat. The member for Gilmore has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Over the weekend, the New South Wales Premier said South Coast communities were still struggling with bushfire recovery and admitted his government could have done better. Will the Prime Minister also admit he failed my community by failing to deliver the support he promised?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was the most testing of times for the communities of the South Coast and many other communities, Mr. Speaker, around the country, whether it was up on the mid-north coast of New South Wales and further north, where I went with the New South Wales Premier at the time as well. Mr. Speaker, it was also one of considerable stress for those up in Queensland, Mr. Speaker, when September of 2019, Jenny and I visited those communities, Mr. Speaker, and sat and listened to them and the things that were needed. And so in early 2020, Mr. Speaker, that's why we put in place the actions which were coordinated through a Coordinator-General for some $2 billion worth of support to aid the immediate assistance and recovery from those bushfires. Mr. Speaker, we also, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, had a mandatory call-out of the Defence Forces to support in Operation Bushfire Assist, something that we had pre-prepared for in about October, I think, from memory, Mr. Speaker, with the then Minister for Defence. A trial run was conducted, and that meant we could move to support our state governments, and I thank the state governments who accepted that assistance, Mr. Speaker. The Victorian government in particular was very appreciative of that assistance, Mr. Speaker, and as we saw, the HMAS Adelaide down there off Mallacoota in particular, Mr. Speaker, bringing so many people to safety. And so this was a great national crisis, particularly in the early stages of 2020, Mr. Speaker, and the government responded with clear funding commitments and clear commitments, Mr. Speaker, to get that onto the ground, but also with an open mind, and that's where I share the views of the now New South Wales Premier. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why I thank the former state member for Bega and the Liberal candidate for Gilmore, Andrew Constance, Mr. Speaker, and people will recall that at that time the then member for Bega and State Minister was very upset with the government, Mr. Speaker. He was. And he said some very direct things to me, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad he did, Mr. Speaker, because he was instrumental in assisting the government with tailoring our assistance and making sure that the old rules, which weren't working fast enough for those communities, were changed. So, Mr. Speaker, it was my view then at the time that we needed to change it, and it was the Liberal member for Bega, Andrew Constance, who brought that to the government, worked closely with the government, despite, Mr. Speaker, his strong views, and I thank the Liberal candidate for Gilmore now for that.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Manager of Opposition Business. The member for Herbert has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister outline to the House why it's important to take a consistent position on law enforcement and national security, to keep Australians safe? Is the PM aware of any alternative approaches?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Herbert for his consistency, Mr Speaker, having served in uniform like many in this chamber, and I thank them all for their service, because those who put themselves at greatest risk need to have the confidence that the government, Mr Speaker, that can send them in the harm's way is consistent when it comes to the issues of law and order and national security. And, Mr Speaker, our government has always been consistent when it comes to these matters, whether it's been on our borders, whether it's been on the investment in our defence forces and building up our defence capability, whether it's been working with our partners and alliances, whether it's restoring the Quad, moving into the AUKUS arrangement, which is the most single largest national security policy we've seen since ANZUS, Mr Speaker. So it is important that you're consistent on these things and that you stand for what you believe in on these issues, and I have always done so, whether as a minister, as a backbencher, as a shadow minister, as a treasurer, Mr Speaker, as a social services minister, and indeed as a Prime Minister. But, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Labor Party together with the Greens, cannot make that same claim. Mr Speaker, it was the Leader of the Labor Party who voted against the Strengthening the Character Test bill, voted against it, Mr Speaker, with the Labor Party, that allows serious criminals to get off from having their visas cancelled, and they have remained in this country. It was the Leader of the Labor Party who opposed our bill to crack down on child sex offenders, and this included a 25% mandatory minimum for serious and recidivist offenders. He voted against it, Mr Speaker. On border protection, they voted 77 times against measures to strengthen our borders. They voted 22 times, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister resume his seat. Deputy Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Relevant, Speaker.
No,
the question didn't call for an absolute general spray, which is what we're getting now.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Prime Minister is referring to alternative approaches in relation to law enforcement and national security. The Prime Minister is in order and has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Leader of the Labor Party supported cuts to the AFP, to the Australian Crime Commission, to AUSTRAC, Mr Speaker. They cut 700 staff out of Customs and Border Protection. On the Pacific Solution, Mr Speaker, he called it indecent and inhumane. On the 1st of July 2012, he called Nauru essentially a bus stop on the way to Australia. Who would trust him with protecting our borders, Mr Speaker, together with the Greens? He called, Mr Speaker, when he went into the National Convention Conference of the Labor Party, he said, if people were in a boat, including families and children, I myself couldn't turn that around, Mr Speaker. That's what he said about turnbacks. What he said about mandatory detention at the National Conference of the Labor Party. He personally moved a motion in the Left Caucus endorsing a policy that would abolish mandatory detention, abolish temporary protection visas and restore Christmas Island to Australia's migration zone. Mr Speaker, this is the Leader of the Labor Party who we know what he's forming when it comes to national security, protecting our borders, Mr Speaker, and there are 4 letters that
time has expired.
I'll have to wait for next time.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is addressed to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his last 2 answers in response to members whose electorates were ravaged by bushfires and where people are still living in caravans. Isn't his response exactly what former Premier Gladys Berejiklian was referring to when she stated, quote, "Lives are at stake today and he's just obsessed with petty political point scoring," in the same text message where she went on to say he was actively spreading a word that's unparliamentary?
The Leader of the Opposition's time has expired. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, it's against the standing orders for the Leader of the Opposition to unnecessarily name someone to start with in relation to that quote. It's not necessary, Mr Speaker. And more importantly than that, Mr Speaker—
Just pause for a moment there. Members on my left. Members on my left, I need to hear the point of order.
More importantly, Mr Speaker, the former Premier of New South Wales has stated in response to that rumour and the article to which the Leader of the Opposition refers that they are not her words. She has clarified that, Mr Speaker. And this guy misleading with his glass jaw isn't going to change it.
The Leader of the House, Sir, as Jimmy said, I don't need to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business. I don't need to hear from him. I'm not in a position to be able to be an arbiter as to who has said what. The question is in order, and the Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, the Australian Government, through the National Recovery and Resilience Agency, which we established, Mr Speaker, following the Royal Commission, which I called into those disasters, and they are administering the COVID-19 disaster payments, the recovery following the recent storms and floods, supporting communities impacted by large-scale events, which include the bushfires and the North Queensland floods, Mr Speaker, and undertaking new initiatives to reduce risk and manage the impact of future natural hazard zones. More than $2.8 billion, Mr Speaker, has been allocated to the recovery, including the now $2.2 billion National Bushfire Recovery Fund, as well as assistance already available through the existing disaster support funding mechanisms. More than $1.7 billion from the fund has already been delivered for locally led efforts on the ground, along with over $700 million in other assistance. The $390 million in addition Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants program that will assist communities directly impacted by those bushfires continues, and it remains a priority. On February only of this year, the Minister for Emergency Management and National Recovery and Resilience announced the government would provide an additional $110 million on top of the $280 million already committed to provide further support to those communities. I remember vividly at the time, Mr Speaker, when I announced the $2 billion in early January in the Prime Minister's courtyard, saying this is what we will do, and if we need to do more, we will do more. And we are doing more, Mr Speaker. And we are continuing to deliver this support on the ground. We are continuing to work with the state government, who obviously is seeking to address the accommodation issues, Mr Speaker, and we continue to support the communities when it comes to their resilience and their recovery on the ground all over the country, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Labor Party has been seeking to exploit natural disasters for political gain for the last 3 years, Mr Speaker. It's a grubby tactic on his behalf, and it reflects on his character, and he's failed the character test.
The Leader of the Opposition.
When my point of order goes to the nature of rulings as to whether or not you will intervene in advance of a point of order being taken when answers are clearly going beyond the standing orders. At the moment, we're getting, at the end of answers, this diatribe, which the moment we then stand up to raise it when an intervention hasn't already occurred, the Minister just says, "Oh no, now I've finished." And this is happening consistently now.
I think the Manager of Opposition Business on the point of order, for the point of order. I can't determine when a question is going to be finished. That's a matter for the person that's answering the question. But what I will say is this. I think that line of questioning, particularly the way it was asked, the wording, is bordering on argument and inferences, even if it is quoting the then Premier of New South Wales. I think the Manager of Opposition Business know exactly what I'm talking about. So I let the question through, but it was bordering on being out of order in any event. The member for Robertson has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is reforming migration law to prevent violence against women and children? And is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches or views?
The Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Robertson for her passionate concern for the protection of women and children against family violence, and recommend, of course, her work to the House.
It's true, Mr Speaker, that the reason the government has pursued a change to the character test through legislation over the last 1,200 days, primarily and principally, is to protect the Australian community from harm. In particular, it's to protect women and children from family and domestic violence in the remit that's given to the federal government. That is the protection of our borders, the issuing of visas and the movement of people in and out of Australia. We have particular responsibility, and it's a point advocates for domestic violence victims make over and over again, to make better laws, to work with the judiciary, to change the system, to make sure wherever we have power and responsibility to deal with the reasons family and domestic violence happen against women and children primarily. And that's why it's not enough to talk about these things, Mr Speaker. You have to do them. That's why we've had a bill in front of this House for 1,200 days. 1,200 days the government has said, give us more power, not just to deal with it when it happens, the horrible crimes against women and children, but to prevent it from occurring in the first place by denying visas offshore. And in response, yesterday we heard a little bit about how Labor hasn't been doing their homework. And I can say that the response from Senator Keneally today again highlights they have no substantial opposition to this bill. She said today that she would use, if she was Immigration Minister, the Labor spokesperson on national security and protection of women from overseas criminals. She would use Section 116 of the Migration Act to deport permanent visa holders. And she said, of course, that I should have been aware of that as Minister and had read that section of the Act. There's only one problem with what Senator Keneally has said publicly just before question time today. If she kept reading the Act, she'd get to Section 117 of the Act. And Section 117 says that that power can't be used in the case of a permanent visa holder, cannot be cancelled under Section 116. That's millions of visa holders, Mr Speaker. So I say to Senator Keneally, you've had 1,200 days to do your homework on this bill. Understand that we are serious about the protection of Australians from serious crime and serious criminals. Read the Act properly and you'll understand this is a good law. The Labor Party should be supporting it. It is inexplicable that the Leader of the Opposition has signed a deal with the member for Melbourne in relation to this bill to oppose these laws, when you consider what they do to protect Australians and protect us from future harm and future crimes.
The Minister will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
On direct relevance, this claim, which is untrue, about some signed deal, how on earth can that be directly relevant when it's not true? You've got a minister making it up. You've got a minister not answering the question.
Manager of Opposition Business on a point of will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business knows full well that my role is not to say what is correct and what is not. No. I'm going to give the call to the minister. There's 6 seconds left to go. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
The minister just made an accusation, and it's concerned. The context of the accusation is about violence against women and children.
The Leader of the Opposition.
That's the context.
The Leader of the Opposition. If there's been an unparliamentary remark, you're entitled to it.
I'm not. It's not unparliamentary language, Mr Speaker. He has made a clear allegation that a deal has been done, a signed deal, relating to violence against women and children.
Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The member for Lyons. Look, let me just say this. If an unparliamentary remark has been used, then a member is entitled to rise in his or her place and raise it. But to raise an issue that something is factually incorrect is not an appropriate point of order during question time. Members know when there is an appropriate time for that to take place. No.
Get it out. You can't take it.
You don't have the call. I haven't given the Leader of the Opposition the call. The Minister has the call.
Speaker, the truth is the Labor and the Greens voted against this bill, and I don't believe, and Australians don't believe, the member for Melbourne is just someone that he used to know.
The Minister's time has expired. The member for Griffiths has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. The Prime Minister expanded the Safer Communities Fund after the Christchurch terrorist attacks to address risks associated with racial intolerance. The same fund, the Auditor-General has now confirmed, was used to favour coalition seats. The Holland Park Mosque applied for a grant after being subject to a number of Islamophobic attacks, including vandalism that referenced the Christchurch shooter as a saint and someone wielding a machete. Why did they miss out?
The Minister for Home Affairs has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for her question. I'm absolutely delighted to take a question on matters that are so important as our national security. But the member has raised issues in relation to the Safer Communities funding and the way that that grant funding is allocated. And can I say that there has been a number of applications that have been made from communities right around Australia. And in fact, since 2016, there has been more than $265 million invested into well over 600 projects to make sure that our communities remain safe.
Order.
Now, as a government,
Order.
we have always acted in the best interest of our communities. Now, clearly, in relation to grant funding, and I do make this point very sincerely, Mr Speaker, in relation to grant funding, and those opposite, I do understand, have not been in government for quite some time, so maybe are not up to speed with what grant funding guidelines actually mean. But it is very clear that grant funding guidelines in relation to the Safer Communities Fund were complied with.
Order.
Now,
The member will resume. The Minister will resume her seat for one moment. Don't go too far. The member for Lyons will go to the microphone and withdraw that comment, that unparliamentary remark.
I withdraw.
And will now withdraw from the chamber under 94A. The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, what I was saying at the time was that the grant funding programs are properly administered, and in fact the ANAO has on numerous occasions indicated that relevant grant funding programs have been properly administered. Now, Mr Speaker, in relation to particular grants that were awarded under the Safer Communities program, and I think it's important to actually note that a lot of the funding that went towards these programs came from proceeds of crime. So it was money that was actually taken from criminals and diverted into the community. Now, there were a range of programs that were assessed by the department, and yes, there was some intervention from ministers and some of—
Order.
No,
Members on my
no.
left, you might want to listen to the answer.
There was some intervention from ministers responsible to support key programs in a number of seats. So those opposite can get all precious and work themselves up about how grant funding was in fact allocated.
Member for
but
Griffith.
There were instances where ministers did take specific responsibility to make sure that programs were able to be supported in various communities.
Yeah, the member for Chifley.
Where a specific question was asked about a mosque that had a swastika daubed on it, and this minister cannot answer the question at all and has gone around in generalities.
The member for Chifley will resume his seat. I accept that there was a degree of specificity about the member for Blaxland. Well, that is entirely inappropriate. The question goes to the Safer Community Fund. It did expressly go to a specific church, mosque. If the minister is able to comment on a specific application, the minister should say so. If the minister can't, the minister should say so. But the minister has been asked about Safer Community Fund. She is relevant. The member for McEwen will leave under 94A. The member for McEwen will leave under 94A. The minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I take on board the concerns that people have in relation to swastikas on buildings, and there is strong evidence that the coalition government has always been strong in relation to taking—
The minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for
Mr Speaker,
member for Pearce.
Also to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government's strong border security and ongoing focus on law enforcement is tackling the threat of illicit drugs to Australian families and communities? And is the minister aware of any alternate approaches?
There are alternatives.
You will get the call. The manager for opposition business.
In terms of the expected order of this House, we've got a minister who's now going to be prepared to answer about alternatives, but had no idea and refuses to answer about a mosque that gets a swastika painted on it. Like, are they doing their job at all? At all? They prepare the alternative.
No. Look, I really don't need the advice from members on my right. The minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for his question, and I do thank him for his very strong interest in national security and law enforcement matters over a particularly long period of time. Mr Speaker, the coalition government absolutely understands that keeping our community safe is about much more than successfully navigating a pandemic. Now, there are many other health concerns and there are many other threats to safety. Now, for example, if we look at shipments of drugs, any shipments that we can actually stop coming into this country means that lives are saved and fewer families are subject to the horrendous impacts of drug use. And the important point here is that we are making significant progress. So in the second half of last year alone, there were more than 9,300 kilograms of illicit drugs that were stopped from reaching Australian streets. Now, this includes over 2,500 kilograms of methamphetamine and 620 kilograms of heroin. And it's a very sad fact, Mr Speaker, that one death in the Australian community takes place for approximately every 2 kilograms of heroin that hits our street. So on just heroin alone, around 310 lives have been saved in about 6 months. Now, just by seizing it and keeping it away from our communities. That's why the coalition has never been and will never be soft on illicit drugs or the criminals that traffic them. So whether it's detecting drugs at the border, whether it's stopping them from entering into our country, whether it's refusing or cancelling visas of organised crime figures, this government, the Morrison government, is always going to back our law enforcement agencies, and we are going to maintain the integrity of our borders. Now, I was asked about alternatives, Mr Speaker, and what we've seen from those opposite is that they have previously voted against the strengthening the character test bill. And
the
that is
member
designed—
for Macarthur will leave under 94A.
So that is designed to make our community even safer from these criminals, including those who actually traffic in drugs. So, Mr Speaker, I would have thought that Labor would have been lining up to support this bill, but in fact that's not the case. On many issues they can be quite noisy, they can be quite rowdy, but generally in terms of national security matters and law enforcement matters, what we generally hear from those opposite is in fact silence. It's crickets from those opposite. Now, the track record of the government is actually very clear.
Members on my left.
The Prime Minister referred to it earlier today that since we have been in government, we have cancelled 10,000 visas. That contrasts to 1,000 that have been cancelled by those
officers. The
officers.
minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Childcare fees have gone up nearly 40% since this government came to office, but real wages have gone backwards, falling $700 in the last year alone. Hasn't it become harder for working families to make ends meet under this almost decade-old government?
The minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for her question when it comes to childcare services and childcare fees. As the government has announced in my EFO in response to pressures in terms of cost of living from the 7th of March this year. So in just 2 or 3 weeks, the average Australian family with a second or third child in childcare will be $2,200 better off. $2,200 better off. Balancing childcare and the childcare needs with our society is important. 47% of Australian families have children in childcare right now. 53% of families don't. Right now, the rebate in terms of childcare subsidy is up to 85%, with the average child or the average family receiving a rebate of around 60%. Over 240,000 children and their families are benefiting. Now, the government understands the challenges with the second and the third child, which is why these extra rebates, over $1 billion coming through, approaching $2 billion, will start earlier than we first hoped by bringing it well forward, understanding the needs that children have. That's $2,200 extra in the family's pocket for over 200,000 children for the second and third child. And if we think through average out-of-pocket costs for centre-based daycare are $4 an hour compared to $4.87 an hour in June 2018. Less than $5 per hour per child for families of 70% of children in centre-based daycare. Less than $2 per hour per child for family of 24% of children in centre-based daycare, and around 90% of families using childcare are entitled to a childcare subsidy of between 50% and 85%. That is the endowment, Mr Speaker, of what the Morrison government has done with a strong economy. That's the endowment of what the Morrison government has done in terms of lowering taxes and ensuring our economic is moving forward from the national perspective. That's the endowment of what the Morrison government is delivering, and the changes on the 7th of March for the second and third child, saving an average $2,200, is further evidence of what that endowment is. Childcare is important, Mr Speaker. It's important for families, it's important for productivity, it's important for the 1 million women who've entered the workforce since we came to government, and the Morrison government will continue to stand up for families.
The minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. Will the minister inform the House on how the Morrison government's reforms are helping to prevent violence against women and children?
The minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Lindsay for her question and commend her once again on her leadership in women and young people's issues in her electorate of Lindsay. Women and children have the right to feel safe and supported in their homes, in their businesses, in their communities and online. Sadly, the level of gendered violence within Australia is a national shame, and it's something we are absolutely committed to addressing. The goal and target of the next national plan to end violence against women and children is clear: to end all forms of gendered violence. No level of violence is acceptable. The target is and must be zero. At the Commonwealth level, annual funding for women's safety has increased significantly. In the last budget, the Morrison government announced a record investment, $1.1 billion over 4 years, in new funding, and it's just a down payment on the next national plan. Of course, Mr Speaker, it's not just about funding, important though that is, but meaningful reform. And it's not just about the women's portfolio, but a whole-of-government approach. We're committed to improving our own workplace here in Parliament House through the Setting the Standard report, workplace reform bills before the House. This year, our landmark Online Safety Act has come into effect and introduced a world-first cyber abuse takedown scheme because we are determined to unmask the trolls. We've increased maximum penalties, including up to life imprisonment, introduced mandatory minimum sentences for the most serious child sex offences. We've invested in establishing the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation and over $300 million to support a national strategy to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. And importantly, because we will not take our foot off the pedal with this, on Wednesday we will seek to pass legislation to strengthen the government's powers to quickly deport non-citizens who commit violent or sexual offences, the Migration Amendment strengthening the character test bill, because right now if a foreign criminal has been convicted of a serious criminal offence punishable by at least 2 years in prison but receives a sentence less than that, we are powerless to deport them. These are very serious offences. They include stalking, domestic violence, breaching AVOs, concealing child abuse offences, date rape offences. They are not trivial offences. They are serious crimes by foreign criminals who should be kicked out of this country. I look forward to Labor supporting this bill because the Morrison government will not take a step backwards when it comes to keeping women safe and keeping children safe.
The member for Hotham had the call. Jump first, I believe.
My question is to the Prime Minister. More than 700 people have died of COVID in aged care just this year alone. Tens of thousands are not receiving the care they deserve. The Prime Minister cut $1.7 billion from aged care, and he's refused to sack his totally incompetent minister. Why won't the Prime Minister just do his job and fix aged care?
The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question, in particular in terms of support for aged care. The government has made sure that we have taken a series of steps, firstly through the pandemic and secondly in terms of systemic reform in response to the Royal Commission, which the Prime Minister called in response to the tragedy and the travesty which was the Oakton nursing home under the state-run previous public health system in South Australia, under the previous government there as well. In terms of the actions that have been taken during the course of the pandemic, we have at this stage delivered 83.4% of booster coverage to the eligible population. 100% of facilities have had visits, and over 300 have had a second visit for boosters to go back and to encourage. In terms of workforce, we've provided over 82,000 surge positions that have been made available. This year we've had over 50 million units of PPE which have been provided to our aged care homes. In addition, that includes 13.9 million rapid antigen tests, which have been in place continuously since August of last year and moving forward. Beyond that, we've also been able to provide now 9 million rapid antigen tests to over 2 million concessional card holders since this program was begun in January. And so all of these elements have come together. More broadly, though, they come against the basis of the largest additional investment in aged care in Australian history. $17.7 billion at last year's budget in response to the Royal Commission. Not just the largest investment in aged care in Australian history, but the largest response to any Royal Commission at any time in Australian history. A commission which this Prime Minister called when no others previously had ever done such a thing. And in particular, amongst that,
Member for Franklin. Member for Franklin.
That includes over $7 billion for home care, to provide greater options for people who are staying at home, and over $8 billion all up for residential aged care. And that goes both to the quality of care and to the sustainability of that care. And in particular, that includes the additional funds for nursing care minutes, 200 minutes. That includes the additional funds for ensuring that we are able to have visits from general practitioners. That includes the funds to ensure that there is greater support for the training of the staff, to encourage and to thank them. And there is also the $600 million now through full retention bonus payments to support those staff, to encourage them back in. All of these things are coming together, and although it's been difficult, what we do see is one of the lowest rates of loss of life in the world in aged care, and we thank our staff and honour them for that.
The member for Boothby has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister please update the House on the Morrison government's strong and effective measures to protect Australians from harm? Is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Boothby for her fine service to this parliament, her deep commitment to veterans and to the defence community,
Member for Lawler,
not just in her seat but in South Australia, and for the decency that she's demonstrated in her dealings with those individuals and many more. Mr Speaker, it is the case that our nation, and indeed the world of course, faces one of the most complex and potentially catastrophic international security environments since the Second World War. We may be on the cusp of Russia going into the Ukraine and the tragedy that would follow that. The consequences that we know would be catastrophic for the region and for Europe and indeed for the world. Mr Speaker, we're seeing the Chinese government amass thousands of missiles in our own region, now with 20 points of military presence in the South China Sea, and this government will do, Mr Speaker, everything we can within our power to keep our country safe, to avoid any conflict in our region and to stare down those people that would seek to initiate conflict in our region. But, Mr Speaker, you need to argue from a position of strength, and you need to have strong character, Mr Speaker, to be able to do it. And the problem, Mr Speaker, is that when I am asked about alternative approaches, it really makes you focus, Mr Speaker.
The Minister will resume his seat. The Minister will resume his seat. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah,
Minister
will
resume his
thank
seat.
you, Mr Speaker.
Minister will resume his seat. Deputy Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. The Minister is right in describing us as facing the most difficult strategic circumstances we've had, but he can't keep on them for more than 80 seconds before going for alternative approaches. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Now, the Minister for Defence is making actually a bit of a habit of this. He's returning to the dispatch box before being called. The Minister for Defence will resume his seat. I was just about to say the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, if he wants to make a point of order, he's entitled to do that, but he needs to state the point of order first up. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition just returned to the dispatch box. Is your point of order relevance?
Indeed it is.
All right, thank you. What I will say is this. The Minister for Defence was asked a question about what the government is doing in relation to strong and effective measures, and then also asked about alternative approaches. The Minister does need to, before he launches into an alternative approaches response, does need to state what the government's policies are that would, in effect, give the government strong and effective measures. So I would ask the minister to deal with that before. Otherwise, I know the minister has been spoken to about this by Speaker Smith. Otherwise, you're comparing an alternative approach to what? So the Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm asked to compare the pair, I will compare the pair, Mr. Speaker. This government, if you ask about this government's policy to keep our country safe and secure, this Prime Minister, this government, Mr. Speaker, has entered into an AUKUS agreement with our most important allies to keep our country safe. That Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, when he was Kevin Rudd's Deputy Prime Minister, did nothing at all except rip money out of defence. Mr. Speaker, if I'm asked to compare the pair, this Prime Minister has presided over a massive build-up of investment in our Defence Force personnel and the equipment that we're buying them. Mr. Speaker, what did this Leader of the Opposition do? He demonstrated weakness as part of a government that was incompetent and hopeless when it came to national security. Mr. Speaker, I'm asked about national security. The approach of this Prime Minister of this government was to keep our borders secure. This Prime Minister and I, Mr. Speaker, stopped the boats and we kept them stopped. This Leader of the Opposition, when he was last in a position of power, he presided over policies which saw people, including women and children, drowning at sea. He lost control, Mr. Speaker, of our borders, and it cost $16 billion, Mr. Speaker. It was an international disgrace. None of those mistakes have been made by this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if you want to compare the pair, if you want to look at ways in which we are keeping our country secure, if you want a comparison of character, which is important, you don't hang out in a museum talking to Bob Carr and to Paul Keating and some other murky figure. Mr. Speaker, you stand up for our country, which is what this leader's doing.
The minister's time has expired. The member for Gorton has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. The Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet confirmed at Senate estimates that no one has investigated the leaking of text messages between the Prime Minister and the French President. Can the Prime Minister explain how this personal text message on his phone was leaked? How can the Prime Minister expect Cabinet discussions to remain confidential when his communications with foreign leaders leak?
The Prime Minister has the call.
I'm asked about my communications with other leaders, and particularly the French President, Mr. Speaker, and that was in relation to the government's decision to enter into an agreement with the United States and the United Kingdom to give Australia the opportunity to develop nuclear-propelled submarines, Mr. Speaker. And I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that when I spoke to the French President back in June, I was very clear with the French President that the conventionally powered diesel submarines, Mr. Speaker, that we had entered into agreement to do with the French government through the Naval Group, Mr. Speaker, would not meet our strategic requirements given the situation in our region. I was very clear about those capabilities.
The member for Gorton on a point of order.
On relevance, the question I asked was whether, in fact, the Prime Minister can confirm how his text message was leaked, and how can we in any way trust this Prime Minister about Cabinet leaks if he cannot in any way determine how his text message was leaked in relation to it?
It's not an opportunity to ask the question again, member for Gorton. The question goes to dealings between the Prime Minister and the question goes to the dealings of the Prime Minister and the President of France and the leaking of text messages. The Prime Minister is relevant and has the call.
Mr. Speaker. And so when ultimately we were able to form the agreement between Australia, the UK and the United States, known as AUKUS, Mr. Speaker, the most significant advance in our partnership arrangements with both of these countries since, Mr. Speaker, to protect Australia's national security, as we were able to achieve with ANZUS many, many years ago, Mr. Speaker. When this came into position, we we're in a position to go forward with our plans to develop nuclear-propelled submarines. Now, at that point, Mr Speaker, we had to advise the French government that we would not be continuing. And if those opposite think there is a friendly way or an easy way, Mr Speaker, to tell another country that a $90 billion contract can't be continued with, Mr Speaker, I'm all ears. But, Mr Speaker, to have engaged in the process that those opposite pretend you could have would have put at risk the AUKUS agreement and Australia's national security. So if I have to decide, because this is what you have to do as a Prime Minister, if I have to decide between Australia's national security interest, Mr Speaker, or potentially offending someone, Mr Speaker, I choose Australia. We know what the Leader of the Opposition would do.
I don't know what members on my left are going to do when we get rid of these masks, because I'll be able to see you screaming out much more easily than what I can right now. But that shouldn't be an incentive to continue. The member for Forde has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, representing the Attorney-General. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government's commitment to protecting the rule of law will ensure Australians are protected from harm?
The Minister has the call.
I do thank the member for Forde.
The Minister has the call.
I do thank the member for Forde.
I don't think you're on. The Minister has the call.
I do thank the member for Forde, who has a very strong commitment to protecting the rule of law, as do all on this side of the House, Mr Speaker, and that can be seen through the legislation that we've been taking forward in this term in government. For example, the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment High-Risk Terrorist Offenders Bill 2021, which establishes an extended supervision order scheme to ensure that terrorist offenders who are released into the community at the end of their custodial sentence are subject to tailored close supervision. Or the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Sunsetting Review and Other Measures Bill, which provides for the continuation of key counter-terrorism powers, including control orders and preventative detention orders, and the Crimes Amendment Remission of Sentences Bill, which addresses these significant risks to community safety as a result of remissions being granted to federal offenders under state and territory laws. So these are all ways, Mr Speaker, in which we have demonstrated our commitment to protecting the rule of law, as well, for example, as the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor Amendment Bill, assisting the monitor in the performance of that person's role, Mr Speaker. And we're also very committed to the rule of law online. The rule of law needs to apply in the digital town square as much as it does in the physical town square, and that is a principle that the Morrison government has been taking tangible action to give effect to. We passed the Online Safety Act last year. It's now in operation, giving our e-Safety Commissioner stronger powers to crack down on cyberbullying, on toxic online abuse, on harmful content and on the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. All of these things are devastating to their victims. Sadly, overwhelmingly the victims, particularly the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, overwhelmingly women and girls, and we have taken concrete action to deal with this and other scourges. And, Mr Speaker, we've also introduced the anti-trolling bill to crack down on anonymous trolls making defamatory comments online. We've released the exposure draft of the Privacy Legislation Amendment Bill, aimed at protecting Australians online and keeping Australia's privacy laws fit for purpose in the digital age. Mr Speaker, we are not stopping there because we know the online world is changing so quickly, which is why the House Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety is conducting an inquiry, and we will watch very carefully the evidence and the recommendations of that committee. And, Mr Speaker, keeping Australians safe is a priority for this government. We're acting on that priority, whether it comes to our national security laws, whether it comes to keeping Australians safe online. This is a central focus of the Morrison government.
The member for Macquarie has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. The price of beef has increased by 65% since this government came to office, but real wages have gone backwards, falling $700 in the last year alone. Hasn't it become harder for working families to make ends meet under this almost decade-old government?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question on cost of living, because there are considerable pressures on cost of living, the inflationary environment that we're facing in the economic uncertainty that is a function of many things, but including what we're seeing in Ukraine. Now, Mr Speaker, in particular in Ukraine, those opposite seem to be puzzled by this, Mr Speaker. They seem to not understand that troops amassing on Ukraine's border and the impact that has on gas prices and petroleum, Mr Speaker, has no consequence for this country. That's what happens when you have an opposition and a Labor Party that doesn't understand the serious issues of national security. I was taking the interjection, Mr Speaker, but I return to the question. On cost of living, Mr Speaker. The inflationary pressures that Australia faces means financial management of the budget, Mr Speaker, and I noticed yesterday the opposition leader sought to refer to his homework, Mr Speaker, when he was a young person. Well, Mr Speaker, that's called a budget. I've done 3 as a Treasurer, I've done 3 as a Prime Minister, and 1 as the member of the Expenditure Review Committee. And that's what you need, Mr Speaker, when it comes—
Leader of the Opposition on a point just before. Members on my right. Members on my right. The Deputy Prime Minister. The Leader of the Opposition on point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker, on relevance. The question was about the price of beef going up as an example of pressures on cost of living. The Leader of the Opposition will resume. The Prime Minister spoke.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. No one can hear you, the Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister. What I will say to the Prime Minister is that the question was quite specific around cost of living, and I would ask the Prime Minister to return to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm addressing what the pressures on inflation are in this country, and which goes to cost of living. And an important way to ensure that we can control those inflationary pressures is the financial management of the government. Now, Mr Speaker, that financial management has ensured that Australia has maintained its AAA credit rating throughout the worst global pandemic we've seen in 100 years, Mr Speaker. And that is putting downward pressure on inflation. And that's why in Australia we are seeing inflation at less than it is in the United States and the United Kingdom. But let's compare the pair.
No. There's no compare the pair. The question was not asked for alternatives.
Well, Mr Speaker, let me address cost of living. And I make this simple point. Electricity prices under our government, Mr Speaker, since September 18 have fallen by 2.9%. Under Labor, they went up by 12.9%. Food and beverages have gone up by 2.4%, Mr Speaker, and we acknowledge that. In clothing and footwear, Mr Speaker, it has been largely flat. On issues of communications, they have fallen by 2.6% since I became Prime Minister. They went up by 0.8% under Labor. Health costs have gone up by 2.7%.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. If you're going to raise a point of order in relation to relevance, don't bother, because I was just conversing with the member for Corangamite because she was yelling out. So I didn't hear what the Prime Minister had said. Well, the Leader of the Opposition, the Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
On a point of order. The Prime Minister is now going to the cost of communications in an answer. That's what he went to. He went to the cost of communications, and given your previous ruling, that is defying the ruling that you gave.
No.
How on earth is communications relevant to prices going up over 8 years?
The Manager of Opposition Business
the cattle don't
will
use the
resume
phone.
his seat. The question that was asked, and really, look, I mean, the Manager of Opposition Business knows full well that the Prime Minister is being relevant at this time because he's dealing with the cost of living issues. The Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, the Labor Party might not think that what people have to pay on their phone bill on their communications cost they may think that's irrelevant to the family costs of living, but I don't. Another important cost of living is housing costs, Mr Speaker, which are putting a lot of pressure on Australians. In the last 3.5 years of our government, Mr Speaker, housing costs went up by 1.1%. In the last 3.5 years under Labor, they went up by 4.3%, Mr Speaker. And as a direct result of the housing policies of our government, more than 300,000 Australians have been helped into buying their own homes. That is our record, Mr Speaker.
The member for Barker has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Special Minister of State. Will the minister explain to the House the importance of protecting Australia's electoral system from foreign influence and the actions the Morrison government is taking to combat foreign influence in our elections?
The Special Minister of State has the call. Just pause for 1 moment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Special Minister of State has the call.
I thank the member for Barker for his question, knowing his concern for foreign influences in our democracy, because now more than ever we must be alert and to ensure that we have the appropriate laws in place to stop foreign entities, foreign governments, foreign companies and foreign foundations from infiltrating our Australian electoral system. Because, Mr Speaker, only Australians should influence the Australian electoral system. Only Australian money should be used to influence Australians on how they cast a vote, and when money is received by anybody, it needs to be appropriately disclosed in accordance with the laws of this land. But, Mr Speaker, our national security agencies are warning us about threats to our democracy from overseas. The ATO Director-General recently unveiled that they had disrupted a foreign interference plot in the lead-up to an Australian electoral event. Quoting, "We are seeing attempts at foreign interference
under 94A.
We are seeing attempts at foreign interference at all levels of government in all states and territories." In their annual threat assessment, Mr Speaker, it was revealed that a person linked to a foreign government recently attempted to fund political candidates in an unspecified Australian election. They were doing the bidding of offshore masters, knowingly and covertly seeking to advance the interests of the foreign power and in that process undermine our sovereignty. That's why this government has introduced the electoral legislation Foreign Influences and Offences Bill that we hope to see passed this House today. This builds on our reforms in 2018 to ensure that foreign donations are banned to Australian political parties. Last year, the government sought to tighten and successfully tighten laws to ensure that these foreign donation bans were applied to independents and to the associated entities that support them. The passage of this bill will stop foreign governments from directly influencing, along with foreign businesses, foreign organisations and foreign foundations, from directly running election campaigns in Australia. Because there are those that want to undermine our democratic system and our processes, and they will do so by using their foreign money to spread deception and doubt in our electoral processes. Mr Speaker, there are those overseas, there are foreign governments, foreign businesses and foreign charities that will seek to replace sitting members of parliament with candidates of their choices. They will seek to elect the parties of their choice over those that they don't want to see govern. We must be alert to the risks of foreign interference in our elections. It is a responsibility of this parliament to pass this bill today and to take the threats to our democracy seriously.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Why does the Prime Minister always fail to anticipate problems before they occur, fail to listen to expert warnings and act too little, too late? Why doesn't he ever do his job?
The Prime Minister has...
Thank the member for the opportunity to tell you about the job we've been doing, and this is just since late 2001. Record high employment. The economy added 64,800 jobs in December, taking employment to a record high of 13.2 million, Mr Speaker. On 27th of November, 39 million vaccinations, 86.7%, 16-plus fully vaccinated, 411,000 boosters administered, 11 to 5-year-old vaccinations, Mr Speaker, had not commenced. But on the 6th of February, 51 million vaccinations, 93.7 fully vaccinated over 16, 8.9 million boosters administered, and over 1 million 5 to 11-year-old vaccinations have had 45% first dose. We closed the borders to high-risk countries in southern Africa to slow infections on the 27th of November. We have opened all of those borders since then, Mr Speaker, and we are welcoming foreign tourists back into Australia. We convened, Mr Speaker, on numerous occasions at the meeting of state premiers and chief ministers to work through the Omicron variant which was impacting, and we changed the rules when it came to close contacts, and we arrested the issues that are occurring in our supply chains. $9.8 billion in additional health funding was announced in the mid-year statement, including $308.6 million to make telehealth services permanent. This government has made telehealth services permanent. We activated the private hospital agreement to enable 100,000 private healthcare staff and 57,000 nurses to help in the management of COVID. We increased MBS incentive payments by $10 per booster shot to drive the booster program. We supported Australia's aged care workforce with an additional $800 bonus payment. We approved $116 million in additional funding for rapid antigen tests into residential aged care facilities. We announced free tests, Mr Speaker, for 6.6 million pensioners and Commonwealth concession card holders. The National Coordinating Mechanism activated to address the supply chain issues we were facing. $24 million for telehealth to support GPs, specialists and their patients to stay connected, and over 20 million units of PPE was provided. Mr Speaker, we concluded the reciprocal access agreement with the government of Japan, something we've been working for many years. A reciprocal access agreement with Japan, which is the first such agreement Japan has signed with any country anywhere in the world, Mr Speaker. We're able to land the first comprehensive strategic partnership with the ASEAN countries, Mr Speaker, before any other nation in the world. We increased funding for Headspace. We announced the 2 antiviral COVID-19 treatments approved by the TGA. A new Moderna sovereign vaccine manufacturing facility will be built in Victoria to produce the respiratory mRNA vaccines for future potential pandemics. Mr Speaker, we're getting on with the job.
Prime Minister's time has expired. The member for Leichhardt has.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. My question is the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel. Will the Minister inform the House how the Morrison government is continuing to support veterans and their families, including through legislative reform?
The Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel has the call.
Well, I thank the member for Leichhardt for his question and acknowledge his outstanding 9-year record of service with the Royal Australian Air Force and also his role as patron of the Vietnam Veterans Motorcycle Club. Mr Speaker, yesterday was National Servicemen's Day, when our nation paused to honour and remember the enormous contribution of Australia's NASHOs, including the more than 15,000 who served in the Vietnam War, the over 1,200 who were wounded and the 200 who lost their lives in that conflict. Today, we also remember the fall of Singapore and those tragic events of this day in 1942. Tomorrow, we'll pause to remember the Banker Island massacre, where 22 women, including 21 Australian nurses and up to 60 Commonwealth servicemen and merchant sailors, were brutally killed after Singapore fell. Only Sister Vivian Bullwinkle survived the war. It's a reminder of the extraordinary courage and sacrifice of the men and women who've served our nation in uniform. One living example of service and sacrifice is Bill Wilcox, a proud NASHO from Oberon. As a young man, he had one dream, and that was to play for South Sydney. He got to play one trial game in the red and green before duty called. He got a call back but had to attend and report to national service. On the 21st of July 1969, the same day that Neil Armstrong was walking on the moon, Bill was hit by a mine in the jungles of Vietnam. It was part of the tragic chain of events that is referred to in that iconic Red Gum song, I Was Only 19. To this day, he has dozens of pieces of shrapnel in his body. He was read his last rites at the time. He pulled through, but his mate didn't. The responsibility to care for the men and women of the ADF veterans and their families currently rests with our generation, and we have to do everything we can to give them the best possible care and treatment our country can provide. That's why tomorrow I'll be introducing legislation providing an expanded support package for vulnerable veterans and their families and the widowed spouses and partners of ADF members. It includes child support, home assistance and also wellbeing and counselling support. I encourage all members of this House to get behind this important legislation. I also ask members of this House and the Australian public today to pause just for a moment to remember the extraordinary sacrifice of the men and women who gave so much during those dark and desperate days during the fall of Singapore, and also the shocking and tragic events of the Banker Island massacre. Mr Speaker, lest we forget.
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The Minister for Defence, the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. A document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today, and full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to give a personal explanation.
Does the Leader of the Opposition claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker, and we'd be here for some time if I went through all of them. But
the Leader of the Opposition has
I'll just pick on one, Mr Speaker, which was that the Treasurer in his comments continues to refer to my school paper on economics. It was actually a paper I wanted to table for my Bachelor of Economics degree, something that his opponents here and here don't have.
All right. I have received a letter from the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the failure of the government to do its job. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, indeed, this is a government that never does its job. Never does its job because it's too riven by disunity, by dysfunction and dishonesty. And that's rendering it incapable of moving the country forward. The central characteristics that define this government means that it's just not competent. And I've been Leader of the Opposition for 3 summers now. In the first summer, of course, we had the bushfire crisis. The bushfire crisis characterised by a Prime Minister who said, whilst in an interview in Hawaii, "I don't hold a hose, mate." The guy who doesn't hold a hose but wants your kid to drive a forklift. That's this Prime Minister. And of course, during that period, he did come back and went through a period whereby he forced people to shake his hand who'd been impacted by those bushfires. And he was full of announcements. Something that's also characterised this government is announcement and then job done, no delivery. He announced $4 billion in the Emergency Response Fund. Of that, we know now not 1 cent has been spent on recovery. Not 1 cent. During that period, $836 million has been added to it in interest payments. This isn't a disaster recovery fund. This is more like a term deposit for the government. A term deposit at a time where people in those communities are still living in caravans. And of course, we know as well that during that period, the Premier of New South Wales had this to say, that it was always about the politics. She said, Gladys Berejiklian, lives are at stake today and he's just obsessed with petty political point scoring. And we saw that again today we had serious questions from the member for Eden Monaro and the member for Gilmore. And what were they responded to by this government? Without any shame at all, this Prime Minister went out and spruiked the former member for Bega, not the current member for Bega, because that's a member of the Labor Party, Dr Holland, but the former member, And the backlash against the Liberal Party is there for all to see. Because Labor has never held, and Bega is a seat that's been there since the 19th century. Labor has never held that seat, but we do today. Then the second summer was, of course, the summer of vaccinations, the summer where countries around the world were racing to get vaccinations to protect their populations. But for this Prime Minister, it wasn't a race. It wasn't a race, so we ran right at the bottom of the queue. For a long time, we were barely in the top 100 of countries. And as a result, of course, the booster rollout is later than it is in other parts of the world. And the third summer was, of course, the summer of rapid antigen tests and the crisis in aged care, the crisis for people with disabilities, the crisis for really vulnerable people in our community. And there his response was, it's not my job. It's not my job. It's someone else's job. It's always the states to respond. And we've seen over 700 people lose their life in aged care. We see older Australians who've helped to build this country unable to get access to adequate food and water, unable to be showered. People dying on their own, separated from their loved ones because of this government's failure. But of course we know that this is a Prime Minister who always chooses the political road, never looks at what the right thing is for the country. As the former Premier said, it's always about politics, not people, with this Prime Minister. And that's reflected in the whole characteristic of the government if you go through. We have a Treasurer who's described by the Australian Financial Review as lighter than helium. And we see that every day at the dispatch box, with these absurd research being done, combing through the websites, combing through what people said at school, going through people's garbage, looking for notes. It's just pathetic. He's the Treasurer who's presided over $1 trillion of debt, who commits $60 billion errors in his adding up, who has not put in place appropriate protections for taxpayers' interests when it comes to the JobKeeper program, resulting in over $20 billion going to companies that were increasing their profits, a Treasurer without an economic reform agenda going forward. And of course we have a Defence Minister who thinks that national security is a political football, a Defence Minister who wants to speak about security but can't speak for 1 minute out of every 3 about those issues. And of course a Health Minister who could have taken his moment to shine but has been reduced to a minor character in a Shakespearean tragedy. That's what this Health Minister has done. And a Deputy Prime Minister who perhaps it's best to just say is an embarrassment, a national embarrassment to the country, and one who we hope campaigns throughout the country, in both cities and in regions. I say to the Deputy Prime Minister, you are welcome. You are welcome anywhere at all. But this government's always about the politics, which is why they commit so many errors and why they don't deserve a second decade in office. We saw that last week with the chaos around the religious discrimination bill. Here it is, a concept, an idea that's supported by just about everyone in this parliament, I would hope. The idea that you shouldn't be discriminated against because of your faith. It's something that Labor certainly supports. But they couldn't even get it right because they were too busy trying to play wedge politics and trying to be clever. And they wedged themselves. And fell apart on the floor of this parliament and ended up voting against their own legislation. And then, when the amendment was carried consistent with what the Prime Minister had put in writing to me on December the 1st and what he had told and leaked out publicly to the media last December, he walked away from the legislation, and it's just not possible. But not before trying to do a deal in the Cabinet about a National Integrity Commission and saying he'd be prepared to bring it forward, not actually pass it, just do a little trick, to try and get the crossbenchers back on side and some of his own party. But he got rolled in his own cabinet room. He got rolled in his own cabinet room. How do we know that? Because this is a cabinet that leaks so hard it feels more like a dam bursting. They are flooding out these leaks from the cabinet, from those opposite. And day after day we have to put up with a leadership struggle in full view. A Prime Minister sitting there while Bill and Ben over there compete with each other for how they're going. And today we saw with even the Community Safety Fund, is rorted by this government. A government that's good at rorts, not very good at rats for people. Government good at rorts. We on this side will continue to hold the government to account. But we'll also be campaigning on a positive future, a better future for Australia. One where there's secure work, one where there's higher living standards with wages being lifted, where we make childcare more affordable, where we have Medicare at the centre of the health system, one in which we have a future made in Australia. Have you noticed in 2 weeks, not a single question about our climate and energy policy released now more than 2 months ago? A policy that will create 604,000 new jobs, reduce power prices by $275, $52 billion of private sector investment, reduce emissions by 43% by 2030, supported by the Business Council of Australia, the National Farmers Federation, the ACTU, ACCI and the Australian Industry Group. That is what real policy does to take the country forward, along with our National Reconstruction Fund and our Buy Australia plan, which will support Australian industry, Australian jobs, Australian economic growth. But instead we have a great pretender, someone who pretends he's a hair shampooer, pretends he's a fighter pilot, pretends he's a race car driver and pretends he's a ukulele player. someone who acts as the Prime Minister. He should just do his job. I've been acting Prime Minister before in 2013. This guy's been acting Prime Minister since 2018 because he hasn't done his job.
Time has expired. I call the Minister for Resources and Water.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. They've heard it all before, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker. This mob have got form. The Australian people know exactly what would happen if they came into government in a Labor-Green alliance. But, Mr Speaker, I rarely get an opportunity to talk about my local electorate and doing our job and what it means for the people that I represent. And I want to talk for a little piece just about what happens locally. And in terms of delivery, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are getting on with it. We are getting on with it. The Hinkler Regional Deal, $173 million commitment from the Commonwealth. What's that resulted in? Well, it's an upgrade to Boundary Road at Harvey Bay. Now, that might not mean too much to the people in the chamber, but for the people of Harvey Bay, it is a third crossing across the city, one that will connect from Urangan all the way back to the main roads out of town. It's one which will reduce congestion, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is one which will assist, particularly where emergency services are trying to get from one end of the city to the other. Mr Speaker, the palliative care facility at Harvey Bay is now complete and operational as part of the Hinkler Regional Deal, a facility that will be used by people in the local electorate for many years into the future, when they are at the most difficult period of their life, at the end of their time, where they do want to spend that time in a home-like environment. And it's the commitments from this government that has delivered that palliative care facility for Harvey Bay for the people of the region who will go on to use it for many years. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Harvey Bay Town Centre upgrade is well underway in terms of its planning. A lot of the consultation has been complete, and it will make a significant difference to the town of Harvey Bay. It will actually put a centre into Harvey Bay, an area, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you know, which has grown from a number of seaside coastal villages all the way through to what is now a thriving city which is growing incredibly fast. A lot of people moving to Harvey Bay, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Royal Flying Doctor Service, on top of what we've already done, there's a $6 million facility that was built in Bundaberg for both Life Flight and the RFDS for new hangars and new facilities. But we provided $15 million under the regional deal to put towards a training facility for the Royal Flying Doctor Service, a simulator for their new King Airs or whatever type of aircraft they might decide to put in place. That will be in Bundaberg, and we're looking forward to the construction getting underway very soon, Mr Deputy Speaker, because quite simply, these are the people that regional people rely on. They rely on the Royal Flying Doctor Service when they are in their time of need, when they are out to the west, when they're out to the north, when they're out in the bush, and they find themselves in a difficult position, whether that is through injury or illness. The Royal Flying Doctor Service are the ones that they rely on to provide them support, to get them to further help, and we are here supporting the RFDS. Now, Mr Speaker, as part of the deal in Bundaberg, common conveyor. Now, it doesn't sound like much for the Bundaberg port, but what I can tell you is the Queensland State Labor Government took more than 2 years to approve a simple conveyor to allow us to have more businesses working at the Bundaberg port, more economic activity and more jobs. 2 years. 2 years. Now, that is simply outrageous. And of course, the costs of construction have now increased, and this means that it will be more challenging to get this built. But get it built we will, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it is important for our local economy. We have a port which has been reliant on the sugar industry locally, which clearly is in decline. We have lost a number of local sugar mills, which means a loss in production, which means a loss in capacity needed at the Bundaberg port. We do need to expand its operations, and a common conveyor will allow things like timber pellets to be exported more successfully, whether it is into the resources sector in the western regions around Biggin and elsewhere. But the Bundaberg port has the ability to drive our local economy forward for the whole region, Mr Deputy Speaker. I know no one knows more about this than you in terms of what we need to drive our local region forward. And Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, this week we committed $600 million to the Paradise Dam. $600 million of the taxpayers' support. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, it breaks my heart that we've had to do this. It really does. $600 million that could have gone towards a Level 5 hospital in Bundaberg. $600 million that could have gone to extending the duplication of the Bruce Highway. $600 million that could have gone to further economic development. Instead, it is $600 million towards fixing Queensland Labor's mistakes. We should never forget the history of this dam, built by the Beattie government, around $300 million in cost. It was built to a price and not to a standard. And what's resulted? Well, they spent tens of millions of dollars on repairs over the last 15 years. They spent over $100 million to knock down the existing wall. They released 100,000 megalitres of water that farmers were desperate for in the midst of a drought. And now it will be $1,200 million to repair this piece of equipment, this infrastructure, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we desperately need. Now, we recognise it has to be fixed. We recognise it must be fixed. We need it for reliability of water for my local community, and we need it to ensure confidence for our local agricultural sector and, of course, water supply to the Bundaberg town, the Bundaberg city. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, the fact that we have to ensure a $1,200 million repair gets done is solely due to the Queensland Labor government's incompetence. It is. It is. It is just appalling that this is where it's ended up. This is the biggest failure of public infrastructure in this country's history. And we will repair it, we will assist in the repair, we'll make sure it happens. But as the Deputy Prime Minister said, it's got to be done in a suitable time frame. We're not going to have the state government sit around on their hands for the next 10 years. It has to be constructed, and we will be supporting construction, not state-required regulations or inquiries or more reports. It just needs to be fixed, and that is what we're looking to support. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to give a shout-out to some of the local community who fought hard to make sure this happened. And that includes people like Janelle Jerry at Macadamias Australia and the whole Steinhardt family, Jamie Hanson out at Childers, Bree Grimer from Bundaberg Fruit and Vegetable Growers. There are so many, Mr Deputy Speaker, out there who took on this fight themselves. They've put forward their own money. In fact, Mr Speaker, I'm of the understanding there's currently a lawsuit being looked at against the state Labor government for what has happened to this community. It has been a lot of sleepless nights for people who have invested their hard-earned, and it is tens of millions of dollars that has been invested into things like macadamia crops off the back of the reliability that was given by this dam. Now, to give you an idea, it was a roughly 92% reliability for water supply every single year. Last year it was 14. Now, currently that has improved because we've had rain. But the idea that we can have this move forward and remain in its current situation is unacceptable. That's why we put $600 million on the table, to make sure that simply doesn't happen. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased that we're getting on with the job locally. It is the job of government to deliver things like this because it matters for our local economy, it matters for our local people, it matters for jobs. And Mr Deputy Speaker, as a government, we're very proud of our history and what we've done in the last 3 years. That includes ensuring we have 1.1 million jobs created since the pandemic hit. It hasn't gone down, 1.1 million increased since the pandemic hit. And I want to thank all those hard-working men and women who are out there, whether they're working in the resources sector, whether they're working in the Murray-Darling Basin, whether they're working in small and medium business or elsewhere. They've simply done what they had to. They have pulled this country through in terms of our economy due to their commitment, the risks that they take and what they've delivered. Mr Deputy Speaker, 700,000 jobs saved from JobKeeper. 71.3% of trade and exports now covered by free trade agreements. Now, what does that mean to an individual? What does it mean? Well, quite simply, it means your job is secure if you're related to an export trade. If we look at the resources sector, Mr Speaker, we know that China, for example, has made some decisions which clearly we don't agree with, but it has meant that there were exports from this country which were no longer being accepted and purchased into China. Now, free trade agreements mean we have options for those exports to go elsewhere because we have spent the time as a government securing those agreements with other countries, and that is exactly what happened, Mr Deputy Speaker. I know in my own portfolio we've seen the resources sector increase their exports into places like Vietnam, South Korea, Japan and India. And I thank those nations for picking up that trade. It's incredibly important. But, Mr Speaker, we absolutely rely on what happens in this country for the economy through the resources sector, or whether it's through water in the Murray-Darling Basin. It is how we pay for the essential services that Australians rely on. Can you imagine, Mr Deputy Speaker, where this country would be positioned without the record economic contribution of the resources sector? $34 billion in a year in taxes and royalties are provided to state and federal governments. This is how we pay our bills, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is how we ensure that those hospitals are available. This is how we can commit $600 million to the Paradise Dam repair, because quite simply we continue to build the economy, we continue to provide opportunities through free trade agreements, and we continue to train Australians. And that is something, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of. 220,000 trade apprentices. That is the highest since records began in 1963. The highest since records began. So I'm incredibly proud of what not only the resources sector is doing, but right across small and medium enterprises. They are engaging, they are employing new apprentices and trainees, they are providing opportunities for them to learn a trade, to learn a skill which they'll utilise into the future, as I've done, Mr Deputy Speaker. As someone that was a skinny kid on the 13th of January 1987, I'm not quite as salubrious in terms of the hair, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's not quite the same colour. I might have gained a couple of kilos, as the member for Riverina's reminded me from the benches. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, a trade gives you opportunity. A trade means you can pay your own way. A trade means you can get on with life, and I'm very pleased that we're helping make that opportunity occur.
I call the member for Griffith.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a government that has been failing to do its job, and a Prime Minister that has been failing to do his job. And it's the people of Australia that suffer as a consequence of the Prime Minister and the government's failure to do their jobs. What has this government been up to in recent times? Well, you might have thought they might have been trying to address the rats shortage, or that they might have been trying to address job insecurity, or in my portfolio that they might have been trying to address their own failures to deliver recovery plans for threatened species, or their failures in relation to the Murray-Darling Basin. But no, Deputy Speaker, here's a bit of a catalogue of some of the things that this government has been up to in recent times. Let's start with voting against their own legislation, their own anti-discrimination legislation. They voted against it, Mr Deputy Speaker, which was quite a shock, I think, to all of us who'd spent a significant amount of time in the parliament, where we were advocating for anti-discrimination and anti-vilification provisions in relation to faith. They then voted against their own legislation in the face of that debate. Deputy Speaker, they've also been spending their time looking up speeches made in 1991. Now, I remember 1991 pretty well because I was in Year 9 at Cairns State High School, and it was a good year. But I don't think that anyone would really care what I had to say in 1991 about anything. And yet we've got this desperate treasurer, this desperate government, sitting around trawling through the Leader of the Opposition's speeches from 1991 because they couldn't be bothered doing their job. They'd rather play up and play political games instead. What else have they been doing? Trawling through minor party websites. The Treasurer's got the highlighter out. He's been getting printouts of the minor party websites, looking for things he can highlight so we can bring them into question time and round an amazing gotcha. What a crushing blow that is when you find something on a minor party website and you wave it around in question time. What else? Well, they've clearly all been auditioning for the Liberal Party leadership, Deputy Speaker, because that's very much what's on the minds of the Minister for Defence, of the Treasurer himself, because they all think that the Prime Minister's a chance to be gone pretty soon, given his woeful performance as the Prime Minister. What else have they been doing? Leaking against each other. Leaking against each other. Who's leaking what? Cabinet leaks. We're hearing from Channel 10 that there's another story on leaks tonight. This is a government that's so busy fighting each other that they could not be bothered fighting for the people of Australia. That's who this government is, and that's what they're spending their time doing. What else have they been doing? Media stunts, running their fingers through strangers' hair. They've been playing the ukulele. I would never hold playing the ukulele against someone. I think it's a terrific instrument. We've all heard that beautiful Hawaiian cover of Over the Rainbow, absolutely lovely. But why is the Prime Minister playing a Hawaiian instrument on national television when Australians are crying out for the aged care crisis to be fixed, for rats to be delivered, for the vaccine rollout to be done properly, for GPs to have certainty of supply? Why is the Prime Minister doing media stunts instead of doing his actual job? And of course, what else have they been spending time on? Defending their rorts. We heard in question time today about the real-world consequences. When the Safer Communities Fund was rorted, it meant that important projects missed out, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we spoke about that in question time today. What else have they been doing? Well, we had the Deputy Prime Minister offering his resignation about a text message criticising the Prime Minister. This is the amount of chaos that this government is in, and it's an absolute disgrace because while they are doing these things, while they are being self-indulgent, engaging in these political games, in this one-upmanship, in this backgrounding, in this leaking, in this texting, they are not standing up for the people of Australia. They are doing nothing to deliver a better future. And of course, what else have they been doing? Well, in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, they've been managing to make stuff up about an Aussie manufacturer who then had to take to the media to correct an incorrect claim that this Prime Minister had made about their business on national television. Australian manufacturers deserve a government that will stand up for them, not attack them and make stuff up about them. That's what they deserve, and they will not get it, unfortunately, under this Prime Minister and this government. Now, I mentioned my portfolio, Deputy Speaker. I want to just mention two things. Firstly, in environment, the government should have been doing its job and delivered a koala recovery plan. They have not done it. It's 6 years late. And in water, the minister managed to disregard a requirement of the Water Act requiring that the second review of the Water for the Environment Special Account be provided to him by the end of September, and that he table it within 15 sitting days afterwards. It has been much more than that. It has not happened.
I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With apologies to Zach Galifianakis playing Marty Huggins on the campaign. I am an Australian, and I believe that Australian ingenuity and hard work, unlike my friends opposite, who believe that everyone should live in Rainbow Land. I'm referring to a doctrine written by the opposition leader called the neoclassical theory of the competitive market system. Handwritten, he said. In 1981, he tried to table it in question time yesterday. I think anybody that writes about the redistribution of wealth sounds like someone we don't need to elect. Am I right? Of course I am. Now, this matter of public importance debate is not Hollywood, nor is it political satire. But with the carry-on of the Labor, Greens, Voices for Rainbow Land alliance, you'd be forgiven for thinking that we are in some sort of American comedy. But we are not. We do not live in Rainbow Land. Things aren't always for free, and certainly anything that the opposition leader comes up with that he handed in as a high school assignment is really belongs to political satire. Now, we've heard in question time again today with the Prime Minister and the Treasurer reminding the House and reminding the people of Australia that those opposite stood for $387 billion of higher taxes should they have been elected at the last election. A retirees tax, a housing tax, Indeed, they wanted to reach into the wallets and the purses of everyday ordinary Australians, all Australians, and take their hard-earned. Well, Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House, we stand for Australians keeping more of what they earn. That is our doctrine. That is our philosophy. It is not rainbow land. Jobless rate, 4.2%. It was 4.2% in the Howard years. It went up to 5.7% under those Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years. And of course now it's back down to 4.2%. Why is that so? That is because we know that by backing small business, they will invest in Australians. They will invest in apprentices. And we heard the minister in the response to the opposition leader talk about a record number of 220,000 trade apprentices who've been given a start, given an opportunity, given perhaps their first crack at a job under the policies of the Liberals and the Nationals. It's not rainbow land. It's not some sort of high school assignment put in. I can hear the singing. Get in tune, maybe. It's not quite there yet. But, Mr. Speaker, in regional Australia, the unemployment rate is 3.8%, and that is a remarkable number. That's almost full employment. And we heard the Prime Minister talking in question time today about us retaining, Australia, the nation, retaining its AAA credit rating. And of all the countries in the world, we have done very well. According to the Johns Hopkins Index, second in the world for our COVID preparedness response. That is credit to us because, as a nation, and I thank all Australians for the part that they've played. I thank those state premiers for the part they've played, all of them. And certainly the Prime Minister, the Minister for Health and all others involved in making sure that we kept Australians safe, making sure that we protected lives and making sure that we protected livelihoods with the JobKeeper, with the Home Builder and with all the other announcements that we've done, with all the other delivery that we have put in place, including 1.1 million jobs created since the pandemic hit. 11.5 million of Australians benefiting from tax relief, because we on this side believe in lower taxes. They on that side believe in higher taxes, taxing the billio out of Australians. That's what they do, and I can hear them carping and whining and whinging because they are offended by the fact that I am belling the cat when it comes to their higher taxing policies. Policies that would lead to less Australians in work, policies that would lead to less women in work, and we've got a very good record in that regard in putting more women into work, Deputy Speaker. 700,000 jobs saved through JobKeeper, and you heard the minister talking about the free trade agreements. We will always back Australians. We will always, as Nationals, back country Australians. The regions are leading the way. That's what we're doing.
Expired. I call the member for Dunkley.
Apparently, the Prime Minister this morning told his party room, "You do your job and I'll do mine." It really raises a question, doesn't it? Why bother starting now? You know, more than 700 people have died in aged care with COVID this year alone. And we're, what, about halfway through February. Why bother starting to do your job now, Prime Minister? Every day, what we get from the Prime Minister and the ministers on his front bench and some of his very loud and talkative backbenchers is an attempt to divert from the failures that are racking up. And the failures aren't just failures of politics. They are failures to resolve real problems, like the crisis in aged care, in nursing homes and disability homes, that is going unaddressed because all the Prime Minister can do is think up ways to try to campaign in question time and have scare campaigns about the opposition. My community, like I assume many communities around this country, they don't actually ask for all that much from their politicians and their leaders. They don't ask that much from government, except they want a government that works in their interest. They want a government that looks after them, particularly in their times of need and vulnerability. They don't want a government that fails to plan, that fails to take action when it's needed, and then makes last-minute announcements to try to patch over problems, to try to fool people into thinking that they're doing their job, or, just before an election comes, to announce, now I'm going to do my job. You know, who suffers? Vulnerable Australian people. 2 days ago, the CEO of Palliative Care South East in my home state told The Guardian that in the first 3 weeks after Christmas, as Omicron spread, she thought to herself, oh my goodness, how are we going to survive? She says, and I quote, we had 50% of our staff furloughed on one day, and then 25% on most days during that first couple of weeks of spread. But everyone from administration to senior management worked so hard to keep everyone supported. She says that aged care facilities restricting visitors to the elderly in the last days of their life to avoid COVID spread was leading to thousands of people traumatised by a feeling they were unable to give their loved ones a proper goodbye. And why is this the case? Because we have a Prime Minister and an aged care minister who not only failed to reform the aged care system and to plan for the first wave of COVID, but then failed to learn from the mistakes and that first wave so that people didn't have to go through the same thing again this year. And an abject failure, no matter what the Minister for Health says in question time, to respond to the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission. This Prime Minister, if he thinks that his announcement of this $800 bonus for aged care workers, the last $400 to come just before the election, is going to fool people in the aged care sector and people whose families are in aged care facilities, that this government is doing something to deal with the crisis, he's fooling himself. This is an email I got from a manager of a local aged care facility. I can't read out all of it, but here's some pretty powerful points. I'm writing to you to share how absolutely gutted I am about the selective aged care worker bonus that was announced today. Tears well in my eyes as I write this email. I'm feeling absolutely hopeless that fair and equitable real change and recognition will ever happen in our sector. My staff are absolutely devastated that the government once again seeks to divide our workers into those who are valued and those who are left wondering what they did wrong. The government refuses to recognise the very valuable contribution of all aged care staff who work in residential aged care facilities, and again, the reception, maintenance and lifestyle staff are cast aside as unworthy of recognition. Our resident services coordinator rang the Director of Nursing absolutely sobbing this morning when she heard the announcement, wondering why staff don't matter to the government. The government doesn't care about what they do. Why bother starting to do your job now, Prime Minister? You can't do it.
I call the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has been the greatest challenge that the world has faced since World War II. It's challenged leaders, it's challenged systems, it's challenged countries. 412 million people across the world have had COVID, and sadly 5.8 million people have died. And when you look around the world, under the leadership of the Morrison government, Australia has had one of the best responses in the world. And I want to compare Australia's response to a range of other countries that we usually compare ourselves with. When you look at our vaccination rate today is above 93%. Canada's vaccination rate is 80%, New Zealand's vaccination rate is 78%, the UK's vaccination rate is 71%, the US's vaccination rate is 64%. Globally, there's 61% of people are fully vaccinated. Australia is second only, according to my research, to South Korea in our level of vaccination per population in terms of countries that we would usually compare ourselves with. While any death at any occasion is tragic, Australia's death rate is far lower than the countries that we would usually compare ourselves with. In the USA, where nearly 1 million people have died, they've had 2,831 deaths per million. In the UK, over 160,000 people have died, 2,331 deaths per million. In Canada, 35,470 people have died, that's 930 deaths per million. In Australia, where over 4,600 people have sadly died, we are at 180 deaths per million. Every death is a tragedy, but our death rate is far lower than the countries that we would usually compare ourselves with. At the same time as the COVID-19 pandemic has beset our country and the world, we've faced extraordinary defence and security challenges of the sort that we haven't seen for decades. And under the leadership of the Morrison government, we have stood up, and Australia has prepared ourselves and formed new alliances and hardened our defence spending and hardened our defence infrastructure. Whether that is through AUKUS, whether it is through the comprehensive strategic partnerships we now have with India, with the Pacific nations, with South Korea, with the new defence agreements, the interoperability agreement with Japan, we are stepping up in our defence responsibilities at a time when, if you remember when we came to government, defence spending had dropped to pre-World War II levels. We live in an environment now where the national security situation is far more complex than it's ever been, and it's the reason why we've brought in a whole range of important national security laws, whether it's laws dealing with foreign interference and espionage or critical infrastructure, whether it's laws dealing with the ability to expel people who are visa holders who've committed violent crimes here. Australia has taken a tough border security approach. And it's appropriate that we do so, and the situation in Ukraine is a reminder of the instability of our world today, and that the world is forming into camps that we haven't seen since the Cold War, with Russia and China on one side and the rest of the world largely on the other. Despite all of the challenges, the Australian economy has proven itself to be highly resilient and well-performing, again under the leadership of the Morrison government. We have a 4.2% unemployment rate, the lowest in 13 years. Consumer confidence figures out today have seen an increase of 3%. Australia's rate retained its AAA credit rating. 1.1 million new jobs have been created since the pandemic. 300,000 Australians have been helped into their homes. Our power prices are the lowest they've been in 8 years, and 11.5 million taxpayers are benefiting from tax relief, including 57,000 families in my own electorate. In my electorate, the work of the Morrison government has delivered important milestones like NorthConnex, which has taken 6,000 trucks off Pennant Hills Road every single day. That's 20% more than we had imagined. It's meant people can get around their community more quickly. It's meant for people who are living on Pennant Hills Road that the road is quieter and that there are fewer accidents. When we think of some of the infrastructure upgrades in our community, we think of the Greenway Park upgrade, 2.7 million that benefits all sorts of sporting bodies. Pennant Hills Park, which has recently had its DA approved, which will do the same. The money that's been spent in education, including the capital grant to Mount St Benedict to allow that school to expand. All of these things are because of the leadership of the Morrison government. Whether it's at the national, at the global or at the community level in my electorate, the Morrison government continues to deliver for all Australians.
I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians know all too well the failure of this government to do its job. All too well. The only job they want to do is to do a job on one another. And we saw about 10 minutes ago breaking news from Channel 10 that the Prime Minister is about to do a job on one of his ministers. Whatever happened to the party of if you have a go, you get a go? Now, after 3 years of Scott Morrison, of the Prime Minister, we went from if you have a go, you get a go. Now we have a job to do. I'm going to do mine. I need you to do yours. Inspiring stuff. It's a bit like the slogan in Futurama: "You got to do what you have got to do." We went from Tony Abbott, who, when he realised that things weren't going well for him, he said, "Good government starts today." Malcolm Turnbull then promised stable government about 3 years into his term, and now the Prime Minister is promising to do his job. Wouldn't it have been nice if he'd realised that he had a job to do at the start of this pandemic rather than as we're sort of 2 and a bit years in? He started his job when people were telling him there was a crisis in aged care, started doing his job when people were telling him, including trade unions, to order rapid antigen tests. if he did his job when people from Pfizer were saying, we'd like to speak to you about getting vaccinations for the people in your country. If only he had done his job. But I'm worried that we are going to repeat mistakes again and again under this government. We saw the strategy from this Prime Minister where every time something went wrong, he would blame the states. And then we saw in question time today the new strategy, blame the nation states. When he's asked about the increasing costs of beef in Australia, he blamed it on the situation in the Ukraine. Blame the nation states. We know he likes to attack states. He's attacked the great state of Queensland many times. He attacks the great state of Western Australia on a regular basis. And, you know, we've seen on a number of times that he wants to attack Western Australia so much that he even writes a cheque to cover Clive Palmer's court costs. It is disgraceful. And when we then saw the Deputy Prime Minister today talking about the forgotten roads, we had the Deputy Prime Minister talking about the forgotten roads. Well, what about the forgotten state? The Deputy Prime Minister talks about infrastructure projects in every state and territory except one, Western Australia. I would love to see the Deputy Prime Minister come to Western Australia. I dare him to visit during the campaign. I'm sure the same exemptions, in fact, that were available to Defence Minister Dutton are in fact available to the Deputy Prime Minister. So if he wants to come over, he could. And then we go to sort of the never-ending digging into the essays, looking for this scrap. This is how hard this government has had to dig. Now, maybe it's that the Treasurer never said anything stupid when he was young, but he's making up for it now. A Treasurer described by the Australian Financial Review as lighter than helium. The same newspaper that revealed the member for Mackellar's plans for an inheritance tax. The only major party, the chair of the Economics Committee, appointed by the Prime Minister, calling for death duties. This is spectacular. But we know that this government actually likes to float a lot of different ideas about taxes. When the Prime Minister was Treasurer, he put out a plan to increase the GST. He said that increasing the GST was an opportunity. But then somewhere he was told off, he slapped down. But this government has successfully taxed young Australians when they introduced a knowledge tax to jack up the price of university degrees for West Australians, for Australians across the board. And then we get back to this government's deep, decades-long Liberal National Party entanglement with Clive Palmer. And one of the jobs that this government doesn't do, is they never stand up against Clive Palmer. And at the moment, I can't talk about it, but there's a defamation case in the courts where Clive Palmer and the Premier of Western Australia are battling it out. I can assure you this, Deputy Speaker, you'll never see a member of this government being sued by Clive Palmer for defamation. They have never, ever stood up to Clive Palmer, and they never will, because he is helping them try to get re-elected.
Time has expired. I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The opposition leader likes reminding us daily that he peaked in high school when he got an A on his economics test. But the Australian people and running government requires adults making adult decisions, like with national security. And the member opposite who just spoke mentioned Ukraine, and that's right. This is an important lesson for the member opposite, where he might have liked to have looked up Economics 101 before coming into the chamber. The impact of gas prices in regards to the issues going on with Ukraine is directly related to Australia's issues around cost of living, which the Prime Minister addressed today in question time. And when we're talking about adults making adult decisions and the Morrison government, we have to look at our achievements when it comes to the economy and getting our country through the pandemic and retaining our AAA rating. When we look at strengthening our national security and which government, the coalition or a Labor Greens government, will be best placed to ensure Australians have strong borders with national security at the forefront of everything we do. And when we look at how we can best deliver, and this is what I like to talk about most, for our local communities, and also to deliver jobs. And that's something I'm really passionate about in my community of Lindsay. And since the pandemic hit, it's quite an achievement that over 1.1 million jobs have been created. And some of these jobs, many thousands of these jobs, in fact, 28,000, will be delivered with the construction of Western Sydney Airport. And this is a national delivery, the job getting done nationally, a great achievement for the Morrison government, but also a great local achievement. This is game-changing for Western Sydney, linking us to the world when it comes to produce in particular, getting our produce across the world quickly. Now, another thing that I'd like to talk about when it comes to talking about the job getting done is supporting women, and also the packages that we are delivering, both for women in the workforce, but also, as the Minister talked about today, ensuring that women and children are safe. And I was really proud again, as an election commitment, to deliver on caseworkers for Penrith, to ensure that women escaping domestic violence are looked after. And this is something I'm really, really proud of. And we're talking about delivering for community. There's nothing I like talking about more than delivering my plan for Lindsay. And I've been working hard for 3 years to do this. Infrastructure projects like the fully funded Dunhead Road upgrade, $127 million. And this will ensure that people in my community can get where they're going and home again safer and quicker. And there's nothing we want more than that for people. And also ensuring that we have healthy, active living spaces. And there's nothing that people love more than the Nepean River. And I worked really hard to deliver upgrades to the lighting along the Nepean River, ensuring that the river is kept healthy for people to enjoy and children to enjoy for generations to come. And also delivering $1.2 million to the Penrith Valley Regional Sports Centre, which will ensure kids can get the best access to sporting facilities there, and also in Kingswood with Chapman Gardens and upgrades that will benefit softball and cricket and rugby league. And this is making sure that our kids have access to fantastic facilities so that they can live their dreams of becoming future sports stars or just staying healthy, which is really, really important for all our local children. And one of the members opposite talked about supporting manufacturing, and there's nothing I'm more passionate about than supporting manufacturing in Western Sydney with over 600 local manufacturers, and that's what we've been doing through the instant asset write-off. And when I go to manufacturers around my electorate, they tell me the infrastructure that they've been able to invest in and the way that this measure, the Morrison government measure, has changed their business. And it's enabled them to upgrade, to be able to employ more people, and really importantly, that we're seeing so much now, is employing more apprentices. Many more thousand apprentices coming on, actual record numbers, 220,000 trade apprentices, a record high under the Morrison government, because we're getting on with the job of delivering for the Australian people.
I always love it when the government brings up the instant asset cash write-off, because it's a proud policy initiative of the former member for Lilley during the Rudd government, and I will pass along your compliments and your regards to him, that his legacy endures in the House for members of the government. Such a good policy that it was. But, Deputy Speaker, it seems like over 3 years the Prime Minister has done every single job but his own. He came to Geebung in my electorate of Lilley to hammer a nail into a piece of wood on an empty construction site. Very helpful. He washed a lady's hair in the member for Dunkley's electorate. He was a footy water boy. He's cosplayed as a truck driver and as a pilot and as a race car driver. He's played at everybody's job but his own, because he doesn't hold a hose, but he wants your kid to drive a forklift. We also have a Treasurer who is more focused on trawling his opponents' websites to throw mud than developing policies that will help the household budget of a working family in Boondall or in Sandgate. Just a polite heads up, it speaks volumes about this government and this Treasurer if he thinks that the vital infrastructure portfolio is not inextricably linked to economic development, economic management and the federal budget. And while the Prime Minister is gallivanting around the country, trawling innocent shopfronts of the outer suburbs for photo opportunities, and the Treasurer busies himself on his little screen in the wee hours with dishonest and unhinged scare campaigns, ordinary working families in Australia are not getting a look in. The cost of living is skyrocketing, real wages are going down, 40% of young Australians have never had a permanent full-time job.
Outrageous.
This is the price that Australians are paying for a government that's been in office for a decade now and with a straight face is asking for a second one. The Prime Minister's failure to do his job has made it harder for Northsiders living in my electorate of Lilley to make a decent living and find local, high-skilled, secure jobs of their own. At a time when productivity and wages are flatlining, vocational education and training has the potential to grow the economy and sustain the secure, well-paid jobs in Lilley. And now new data from the National Centre for Vocational Education has revealed that fewer trainees and apprenticeships are finishing their course than in previous years under Labor. In Lilley, 8,000 trainees and apprentices have finished their traineeship or apprenticeship under the last Labor government, but under the coalition, under this government, only 4,722 apprentices and trainees have finished their course over the same amount of time. That is 3,278 fewer apprentices and trainees who have finished their course. That is a 41% decrease in our hairdressers, our carpenters, our fully qualified electricians, our mechanics and our chefs on the north side. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is not a coincidence. It is not a matter of happenstance. It is a consequence of years of coalition cuts to federal TAFE and vocational training budgets. Right. The Morrison government's 2021 and 2022 federal budget slashed TAFE funding by 24%. It really is just another example of the Morrison government failing young people. They are all spin and no action when it comes to jobs and training. And young people living on the north side need a genuine strategic plan so they have skills required for the jobs of the future in digital, in new energy and in advanced manufacturing. And we know that. We know that that is the ticket to a lifetime of opportunity. And we know that vocational education graduates are valuable workers and contribute tens of billions to the economy each year. And that is why an Albanese Labor government will invest 450,000 free TAFE places in sectors with critical skills shortages. Manufacturing startups in my electorate like Gem Energy at Pinkenba, like 888 Race Engineering in Banyo and like Volta in Wavell Heights have demonstrated local businesses' capability to innovate and produce goods that improve our quality of life, that create new jobs and that boost our economy. I recently visited the headquarters of Volta, which is a modest enterprise in Wavell, and the founder and director, Dominic Spooner, is on a mission to make batteries more recyclable by designing a reusable battery casing to create less waste and a lighter product. An Albanese Labor government will invest $15 billion in the National Reconstruction Fund to partner with businesses like these to rebuild industries and to create well-paid, secure jobs for all Australians. Now, Deputy Speaker, according to a leak from the Coalition Party room this morning, the Prime Minister told his party that he was going to do his job and that they should do their job. It is revelatory stuff, nearly 10 years into the gig. And as we speak here in the House, we await the latest leak from the Morrison cabinet to air on tonight's news, the third cabinet leak in a week. Apparently the PM is preparing to sack one of his own ministers. And, Deputy Speaker, there are so many options.
Order. The Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Australian youth are leading the way in their grit and determination in the wake of COVID-19, and I thank young Australians right throughout this country for what they've been doing. In December alone, employment rose by 64,800, and most of this was youth employment. Youth employment has now dropped below 10%, which was a personal goal of mine. It's just fantastic that this has happened, and there's more work to do. And I say to young people throughout Australia, we're with you, we're right behind you. It's a great opportunity right now to find work with jobs and labour in high demand. Youth are our future, and that's why this government will continue to invest in them. Think about skills and TAFE and everything that we're investing there, some $7.1 billion this year alone for those people listening. $7.1 billion this year alone. The Morrison government has invested in skills and training. We don't hear that from those opposite. We hear negativity, as usual, which is double. This is double what we were investing pre-pandemic. $7.1 billion this year alone in skills training and TAFE. Record 220,000 apprentices in trade training, the highest numbers since records began in 1963. That's how the Australian government is making decisive action and has set the stage for our economy bouncing back. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is happening right across the country, and because of this, there's more people in work, and we're able to invest in our local communities. I think in my own local community in Griffin, what we've been able to do there, we're about to start Henry Road upgrades. The council, the Moreton Bay Regional Council, along with $4 million from the Australian government, is about to upgrade Henry Road, and the people in Griffin know this is needed so much. We've also just pumped $200,000 into Osprey House, which is an environmental centre down in Griffin in my electorate that will see major refurbishments this year. And I think this is great for the local environment. Previously, we did a Green Army project down there where we've seen eucalypts planted 6 years ago now maturing for koalas, and we've also done bird boxes and a bird watching hive down there. Great spot down near the water at Dolly's Rocks. Get on down there. We've also invested, myself and the member for Dixon, in USC University, which is the only university now in the Moreton Bay region. We've done Bruce Highway upgrades, which is really important as well. And Mr Deputy Speaker, tax relief is just so important, and the Morrison government is legislating, or has legislated, tax relief for Australians. This is really important because what it means is that previously, since the last election in 2019, where it was an election commitment to reduce tax, and what we've legislated for 2024, we're going to see people effectively get a pay rise as that kicks in, because tax will be reduced from 2.5% to 15% for those earning between $45,000 and $200,000. That means more money in the bank for their own families. Whether you're single, whether you're double income, no kids as a couple, whether you're a family with young children, or perhaps you've got teenagers like myself with 3 sons, 19, 17 and 15. This tax relief will help families make their home repayments, pay their energy bills, fill up their car, and all this has happened under the Morrison government. And we know that those opposite continue to want to raise taxes. You've just got to look at what they took to the last election. Don't believe that all those things have gone. Mark my words, they'll be bringing those things back. But what we're actually seeing as we reduce tax as well is unemployment falling, with 4.2%, one of the lowest unemployment rates in the nation's country. And because of the more people in jobs, it actually brings more tax into the Australian coffers, which means that we can invest in more suburbs like Bracken Ridge. In Bracken Ridge, we've recently upgraded Telegraph Road. We've done night lighting for the Ridge Hills United Football Club, which is on the Bald Hills-Bracken Ridge border. We've just finished Hoyland Street. For everyone in Bracken Ridge, you'll know that it's gone from 2-lane to 4-lane, which is so important for that community down in Brisbane City Council. And we've upgraded Norris Road and Barbara Road. People will find that that small little roundabout is now gone and the signalised intersection is allowing traffic to flow. But we've also done oval upgrades for St Joseph's, for the Parents and Friends Association, funding for education and training at the Bracken Ridge Baptist Church, and new solar panels for the Scout Hall, as well as Bracken Ridge Kindergarten play space. Now, I could go on to talk about other suburbs like Deception Bay, but I've run out of time. Know that the Australian government is behind you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order. The time for the discussion has expired. I call the honourable minister.
Yep, thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that business intervening before order of the day number 5, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, appropriation bill number 3, 2021-2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the appropriation bill number 4, 2021-2022. If there is no objection, and there being no objection, the chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Rankin.
Very good of you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in favour of these appropriations bills which are before us in advance of the budget in, I think, 42 days or thereabouts time, and maybe 81 or 88 days perhaps before the next election. And I mention those numbers because there is a clearer picture emerging, not just of the economy in the immediate aftermath of the worst of the pandemic, the very difficult summer that Australians have been asked by those opposite to endure, but a clearer picture of much of the last decade of the economy, and particularly the economic mismanagement of those opposite, their failure to manage the economy in the interests of ordinary working families. And that clearer picture, which has emerged and is emerging after almost a decade now of Liberal national governments, is of an economy which had its share of challenges even before the pandemic: flatlining productivity, weak business investment, stagnant wages, job insecurity, flatlining living standards and all of the rest of it, substandard economic growth, well below average. And then we entered the pandemic, and of course the difficulties of the pandemic turbocharged so many of those issues that ordinary working people were confronting in the economy that was being mismanaged so badly by those opposite. And now, as we emerge from the worst of the pandemic, or hopefully emerge from the worst of the pandemic, as many economists expect the economy now to recover, and hopefully recover strongly, but not just strongly, but sustainably and broadly, a recovery and economy that works for everyone, it is an important time to take stock of the price that ordinary Australians have been asked to pay for the mistakes made in pandemic management and economic management by those opposite. Their failure to understand that you can't have a healthy economy or a healthy recovery without healthy people. And that's why we've had these false dawns in the economy and these false starts in the economy. It's why the Treasurer, probably 3 or 4 or 5 times now, has said that the economy is about to come roaring back, and because of something that those opposite have failed to do, that recovery has been cruelled. We don't want to see that happen again, because so much is at stake, and Australians have already paid a hefty enough price for the mistakes made by those opposite. Now, obviously, as we try and recover strongly and sustainably and broadly and inclusively from the first recession in 3 decades and the aftermath, the false starts of the immediate aftermath of the recession, then obviously the budget has a really important role to play, and that's why these appropriations bills are an important thing for this House to consider. And I think the most important aspect of all of that is to remember that the quantity of spending matters a great deal, obviously, when it comes to the appropriation of taxpayer money, but so does the quality of the spending. And one of the concerns that we've raised repeatedly about a budget which has $1 trillion in debt, multiples of what those opposite inherited from Labor, is that that budget is absolutely riddled with warts, absolutely chock full of waste. The most wasteful government since Federation. Every rort and every bit of waste signed off by the Treasurer, the member for Kooyong, and the Cabinet that sits opposite. And so quantity of spending matters, but the quality of spending matters as well. And this budget, which has $1 trillion of debt, is full of rorts which have been signed off by the Treasurer. Now, just today, out of estimates, we hear more about the scandal that is the Community Safety Program, the absolute shameless rorting of a program which is supposed to keep our community safe, supposed to ensure that people can practice their faith safely, for example, but not just that. The shameless rorting and redirecting of that money in the same way that we've seen with car park rorts, the same way we've seen with sports rorts and dodgy land deals and tens of billions of dollars wasted on JobKeeper for businesses that had rising revenue already. You know, right across the board, these shameful, shameless rorts from those opposite. We saw more of that today with this community safety program. And when my colleague, my absolutely outstanding colleague from Eden Monaro, asked the Prime Minister why the billions of dollars that he had committed to bushfire relief in her community and next door in the member for Gilmore's community, why that hadn't been spent, and shamefully, you know, $4.8 billion or something like that, not a single cent committed. And so that is really the juxtaposition here. If there's an advantage to be gained in a marginal seat by rorting taxpayer funds, the money sprays around like you wouldn't believe. If people are living in caravans and struggling to recover from bushfires, more than a year ago now, then once the cameras leave, the Prime Minister doesn't want to know about you. Once again, he's there when the cameras are there, he's there for the photo op, he's there for the slick marketing and spin. He even made a fundraising video for the Liberal Party out of one of those visits with the military. But as soon as the cameras leave, the Prime Minister is nowhere to be found, and that speaks volumes about those opposites' priorities when it comes to the budget. People abandoned in their hour of need, and that's part of the reason why we had that stunning result in the Bega by-election at the state level. And those opposite want to pretend that there are no lessons to be learned from that. At a political level, that's fine by us, but nationally we need a Prime Minister who understands the hurt that people feel in those communities. They don't want to be abandoned by a Prime Minister who's always there for the marketing opportunity but not actually there for Australians in their hour of need. That Bega by-election and the issues around bushfire relief and the fact that people are still living in caravans, years after the event, that does speak volumes about a Prime Minister who doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to the people of Bega on the weekend. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. He doesn't do his job. He's not there when people desperately need his help. So this country needs a leader who shows up, Deputy Speaker. It needs a leader who shows up and takes responsibility and doesn't spend all of his time pretending that if something bad happens, it's somebody else's fault, and if something good happens, it's somehow all of his doing. That drives people wild, and especially in communities doing it so tough, like the member for Eden Monaro and the member for Gilmore's communities. And when he was asked about it, he engages in this bizarre election advertisement for Andrew Constance, who is probably not really that keen to be stapled to the Prime Minister right now, but we'll leave that for him to deal with. So the country needs a Prime Minister that does its job. It needs a cabinet that doesn't leak and turn on each other, and we'll hear more about that in a few minutes' time. And it needs a Treasurer who does his job, not spend all of his time preening and spinning and self-promoting and gazing lovingly at himself in the mirror, auditioning for the leader. We need a Treasurer to do his job. We have a lightweight Treasurer in a heavyweight role, and that is a big problem. And that's why we see these big mistakes made when it comes to economic management by those opposite. It's why we've had these false starts in the recovery. It's why we've had tens of billions of dollars wasted by the most wasteful government since Federation. It's why there are all these rorts. It's why that we have job insecurity. It's why we have skills shortages, why we have flatlining productivity, why we haven't had the business investment we need, why we've missed our opportunities on cleaner and cheaper energy. All of this stuff, in one way or another, Deputy Speaker, goes back to the fact that the Treasurer of this country and the Prime Minister, to be fair to the Treasurer, both of them spend all of their time marketing and none of their time managing the economy in the interests of ordinary working families in communities like the ones that we represent on this side of the House. Now, instead of doing his job, the Treasurer, we've learned, spends all of his time trawling through the rubbish bins of a share house that the Leader of the Opposition may or may not have lived in 31 years ago. He spends all of his time trawling the Greens website, as he told us in question time yesterday. He spends all of his time poring over our transcripts with his little yellow highlighter. All of his time worrying about what Labor says, all of his time worrying about what the press gallery upstairs thinking about, and none of his time, none of his time worrying about how ordinary people are faring in real communities right around Australia, and that is the issue. Now, after all of this, Deputy Speaker, you'd think at the very least he could do is organise a decent scare campaign. But today we had this extraordinary, humiliating spectacle. The whole scare campaign that the Treasurer has been trying to run against the Labor Party, not even for a fortnight now, has been torpedoed by the member for Mackellar, Mr Felinski, who said today, he was appeared in a story today that's headlined, "Liberal MP backs inheritance tax rise." Absolutely torpedoed the scare campaign that the Treasurer is trying to run. There is only one major party figure in this parliament who is pushing for a death tax, and it's a Liberal member of this parliament. You can't make this stuff up, Deputy Speaker. You can imagine my glee this morning when I opened up the Financial Review to read, not only is the Treasurer been humiliated once again, that happens quite frequently, but just the nature of the humiliation was just extremely satisfying. I cannot tell you how happy I was as I went for my little run around the lake this morning in advance of jumping up on Radio National to read that there is actually a major party person saying there should be a death tax. It's a member for Mackellar, and you can imagine his phone started ringing quite early as the Prime Minister and the Treasurer said, "You're ruining our scare campaign." And so that was quite satisfying. The butterfingers of Australian politics, the Treasurer of Australia, cannot even manage a half-decent scare campaign. No wonder he can't deal with the skyrocketing costs of living or declining real wages or $1 trillion of debt and a budget full of rorts. He can't even organise a scare campaign where the wheels don't fall off within barely a week and a half of starting it. What a humiliation for the butterfingers of Australian politics. His scare campaign has come crashing down around him in quite a humiliating but quite a satisfying fashion from our point of view, because it says it all about the shallowness of the lightweight Treasurer trying his best to appear to be doing a heavyweight job. Now, I think the people of Australia are working this government out. I think they're working the Prime Minister out, never shows up, never takes responsibility, always blames others, always seeking to divide this country when it desperately needs unity, when it desperately needs to come together in the aftermath of the first recession in 3 decades. It needs to come together. We've got a divisive leader who wants to play politics on national security and the economy, these ridiculous, unhinged scare campaigns that we've seen from that dispatch box over the course of the last week in particular. So the Australian people are working this Treasurer out, they're working this Prime Minister out. They know that the Cabinet is at war with itself, they know that the Prime Minister is temperamentally incapable of leading, and they know that the Treasurer is temperamentally incapable of understanding what life is like for real people in real communities. But it's not just the Australian people who've worked him out. The Financial Review, as I said, are not just making a good contribution today on the Liberal plan for a death tax, but also, I think, over a period of time now, really giving us a good sense of the Treasurer. And some greatest hits from the Financial Review, Deputy Speaker, from Joe Aston in the Financial Review. Let's just go through some of the things that have been written about the Treasurer in the last few months. Joe Aston writes, "It's actually quite confronting to watch the Treasurer of Australia so out of his depth. He talks about a Treasurer whose powers of argument are extraordinarily underdone. He talks about, in a story titled 'Frydenberg Fires JobKeeper Missile at Himself', he talks about how the Treasurer has completely missed the point, as he so often does. He talks about how, and I'm quoting here, like the kind of buffoon once played by Leslie Nielsen, Josh Frydenberg has fired a heat-seeking missile at himself. He talks about a bizarre and lame outburst from the Treasurer. He talks about a Treasurer lighter than helium, a Treasurer which has misspent more public money than any elected official in the history of the Commonwealth. He talks about Josh Frydenberg sustains full-body gravel rash in another piece. He calls him the dolt from Kooyong. He says Frydenberg's humiliation is total. His complete lack of political judgment has been exposed for all to see. He said he would be profoundly embarrassed were he capable of embarrassment. Even in defeat, the Treasurer was embarrassing himself. His was the press release of a student counsellor. He can memorise artless debating points, but his advocacy disintegrates when it collides with any policy complexity or requires any verifiable detail, because he is lighter than helium. He's been a Cabinet Minister for 6 years now and a Deputy Leader for 3. Why does he still crave this lightweight celebrity nonsense? Amen, Joe Aston. We'll say it again, Joe writes. The Treasurer wishes to be taken as a person of substance, yet seems incapable of behaving like one. Yeah, wow. It goes on and on and on, Deputy Speaker. It would entertain us to read all of it out, but we wouldn't have the time before the Parliament needs to adjourn. My point is this. There are lots of challenges in the economy. We need a heavyweight Treasurer doing a heavyweight job. Instead, we've got a guy who spends all of his time gazing at himself lovingly in the mirror, self-promoting, rehearsing his rubbish little scare campaigns which get torpedoed by the backbench, all of this sort of stuff. We need a Treasurer who takes it seriously, the challenges in our economy. We need a Prime Minister who shows up and takes responsibility, like the member for Graemler would if he were the Prime Minister. We've had 10 years almost of these characters, Deputy Speaker. They've got a record of failure on the economy, and it's time that Australia turns that around. They will only turn that around with a new government.
I thank the honourable member for Rankin, and I call the honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, parliamentary workplace reform.
Order. I call the honourable member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I declare that the following bills are referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. Appropriation Bill number 3, 2021-2022 and Appropriation Bill number 4, 2021-2022.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. That's been declared. Good. All right. I'll call you again. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, parliamentary workplace reform. Set the standard measures number 1 Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on this second reading.
I call the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this should be the workplace that sets the standard, but it has in no way been that workplace. And too many people, especially young women, have been harmed by that and by what has occurred here. And it is now on all of us here, to make the changes that have to happen. This shouldn't be the building where the rules that apply in every other workplace in the country don't apply. We are unique and special in this place because we make the rules. We make the rules that apply in all the workplaces. But we are not unique and special because we are above the rules, and that is absolutely what we must address, and what this bill that we're talking about today goes some way towards doing. Deputy Speaker, it's around a year since Brittany Higgins first publicly told her story, and I need to begin this speech by acknowledging her bravery and all the other women, the staffers, current and former, who have told their stories and who contributed to the Setting the Standard report. Their contributions are immense, and I know for many of those people they were very difficult contributions to make, but they have been so important in getting us to the point we are right now. And that's not just staffers, of course, it's not just women in politics and men in politics. People from across this building contributed, journalists from the Press Gallery, public servants, other staff who are all associated with this. Really thorough and thoughtful contributions that should be part of making this a better place for everyone to work. And they obviously led to a really thorough and thoughtful report from the Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and I also want to thank her for giving us this report, which gives us a platform to make the changes that need to happen in this parliament to make it a safe workplace, especially for women. So this bill implements the recommendations 17 and 24 from Commissioner Kate Jenkins' review. And recommendation 17 is that the Members of Parliament Staff Act should be amended to make it clear that the unfair dismissal provisions of the Fair Work Act apply to MOPS Act staff, and that written notice of termination specifying the reasons for termination must be provided. Recommendation 17 also provides that it should be made clear that the Work Health and Safety Act applies to parliamentarians in their capacity as employers. Recommendation 24 is that the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act should be amended to clarify that these laws apply to MOPS Act staff. Why is this important? Because we know from what's come in the report, from the discussions, from what people have brought forward, that too often staff in this building have felt afraid to come forward when they feel that they have been experiencing bullying, harassment or other unacceptable treatment. They've told of a pattern of these types of allegations being dealt with like they're political allegations, not like they are professional allegations made in a professional workplace. So these are important reforms that go some way to making the changes needed in that space. We've also heard from staff that these particular issues also contributed to a feeling of a lack of job security, that meant there was a power imbalance, and there is a power imbalance between those of us who are employers in this place and those people who are employees. And hopefully these measures will go some way to fixing that imbalance, to providing an environment where staff do feel confident and safe to come forward in the way they need to ensure that we do have a safe and supportive workplace for everyone. Of course, this bill is just one small step
it is a small step in the process of making sure that we implement this review and we do make this a workplace that is safe for all. We had the statement of acknowledgement last week from the presiding officers, from the Prime Minister and from the Leader of the Opposition, and that was also an important step. We have our cross-party, independently chaired leadership task force to oversee the implementation of Commissioner Jenkins' recommendations. And we now have a joint standing committee on parliamentary standards to oversee standards and accountability in this place. So again, some steps are being taken. But what can't happen with this work is what happens to too many reviews and too many efforts to change this place, that we put it on a shelf and we say, job done, good on us, we had a review, tick some boxes, let's move on. This is the workplace that across our country people look to. If we cannot set the standard, if we cannot say to young women in this country that this is a place where they are safe to work, where they can not just be in the room, but they can be heard in the room and be safe to be in the room, we are absolutely not doing our jobs. So I'm very proud that Labor has a commitment to ensure that this is a safe workplace, that we will prioritise our staff as part of this process, that we will make sure that their voices continue to be heard, because this is their workplace. We have a duty to all of them. Deputy Speaker, doing this work will take leadership and commitment from all of us, and I do want to highlight some of the crucial areas of change that Kate Jenkins outlined in her report. Two areas that I think particularly relate to our roles as MPs and employers in this place. And I'll quote from Kate Jenkins' speech here when she launched her report, that the first area she called out that we need is leadership. Our recommendations are focused on strengthening leadership to foster safe and respectful work environments. This includes both institutional leadership and individual leadership of parliamentarians, office holders and party leaders. Leaders set the tone, and leadership from the top is particularly important to set clear expectations and role model safe and respectful behaviour. I think if you asked many members of our community if that was the type of leadership they saw from this building at the moment, they might actually laugh in your face. We don't meet those standards at the moment. We have a lot of work to do to meet those standards, and that is on all of us in this place, because every single one of us can contribute to that, to showing the leadership that comes from the top but comes from everyone in this building, and it is going to be a crucial next step in getting the change we need. The other area I want to highlight is needing to end the culture of entitlement and impunity that for too long has existed in this place. There do have to be consequences for poor behaviour. The report talks a lot, and the debate around this has talked a lot about how this is a place that runs on power, and it absolutely does. But power shouldn't be unchecked, and power shouldn't mean that there aren't consequences when you don't do the right thing, when you cause harm to other people. So again, I'm really pleased that this is something that Commissioner Jenkins picked up on in her report and made some very serious recommendations around how that power should be checked and how there should be accountability for behaviour in this place from employers. Again, I'll quote from her, and she said, "The fourth area is standards, reporting and accountability. We recommend establishing clear and consistent codes of conduct alongside an independent complaint body where it's safe to make a report, standards are enforced and people are held accountable through sanctions." That is going to be so important if we are going to get change in this place. Deputy Speaker, I've been a staffer here, and like so many who have had that experience, and there are a number of us who are now elected who've had that experience, I came here because I believe in democracy and I believe in the power of the work that this place does. My experience as a staffer was positive, and that's one of the reasons why I find it so devastating to hear the experiences of so many other staffers who have been absolutely failed and let down by what's happened in this building. As an MP now, I rely on my staff, and I know just how essential they are to keeping this place running. They deserve the respect of working in a professional and a modern workplace, not a workplace that thinks the rules don't apply to it, that somehow we are in a magical category where we can do whatever we like and there are no consequences. So I'm also very pleased that as part of the report, there is a lot that goes to support for us as employers so we can actually do our job better and support our staff better and have a safer workplace. I want to briefly pay tribute as part of this speech to all the women who have gone before those of us first-term female MPs in this place, who have done much of the hard work of beginning to make this as a workplace that women are welcomed in, even if we've still got a long way to go before women are safe here. Susan Ryan, who introduced the Sex Discrimination Act, which became law in 1984 under the Hawke government. The female and male MPs, and we've got one sitting down the front here, who made this an easier workplace for women like me who've had babies and young families while in office. Those are changes that have happened and have happened relatively recently. So it does show us that progress can be made. It does show us that we can change this place. It's on all of us to continue that change, to make sure that women are not just here, but that they're supported to be here. They're safe, they're heard, and they know that this is a workplace that they can fully participate in. Deputy Speaker, the women of Australia have been very clear over the past year. They will not sit back and let their voices be ignored anymore. Young women, in particular, have been very clear with me, and I know with many others, that their voices will not be ignored. It's a year since the March for Justice, and Australian women are still angry. They still don't believe that this place has met their demands. Doing the work to get this House in order, to get our workplace in order, is crucial to showing we can deliver.
I thank the honourable member for Jaggi Jagga. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to pick up where my good friend, the member for Jagga Jagga, left off in terms of women marching and women being angry and the voices of young women which are demanding to be heard. Just to make this observation, not long after the March for Justice, I was sitting in a doctor's reception waiting for an appointment, and they always play something on the television for everyone when they're waiting, and there was a documentary on about the women's marches and the feminist movement in the 1970s, and they showed some of the meetings of the women planning their actions and planning their marches, and one thing that really struck me was how excited and happy they were, and how full it seemed watching the documentary of a sense that they were going to make change. And that whilst they were angry at, let's face it, centuries of women not being treated equally to men, they also seemed to be full of positivity and hope. And as I said, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Some of the meetings looked like almost like a party. And then you fast forward to 2020 and 2021, and particularly the March for Justice, when really the aims of those women you would think would have been fulfilled by now. And I think that the pervading emotions amongst the women who marched and the women who watched and supported the march were anger and disappointment. Anger and disappointment that it was still happening, and that after all of those decades later, in some circumstances, it had got worse. But the other thing that happened with the March for Justice is that it was the voices of young women, and disturbingly and shamefully young women who had experienced sexual assault or harassment, but it was the voices of those women that were amplified. And as the member for Jagga Jagga said, they demanded to be heard, and they demanded to be heard without apology, and they were inspiring. And I think that in some ways that goes to the heart of one of the observations and recommendations of Kate Jenkins in her Set the Standard report about the need to end a culture of entitlement and impunity. Because ultimately we know that sexual harassment and assault and violence, be it in families, be it domestically, be it in the street, be it in the workplace, the private sphere or the public sphere, ultimately it comes down to gender inequality and a belief in entitlement or impunity and superiority, and that for everything else that we can and are doing and should do to make workplaces, homes, streets, sports clubs, theatres safe for women, fundamentally what we have to do is continue to work towards gender equality. And that goes for this parliament as well. So this legislation is supported wholeheartedly and in a bipartisan manner because it is a step towards fixing the problems that clearly have existed in this workplace for far too long. And it's a welcome step, as was the acknowledgement and apology by the presiding officers and leaders of parties and independents that happened earlier in this parliament. But it's not enough. Laws on their own don't lead to changes in culture. Words on their own don't lead to changes in culture. And we've heard a lot of words from a lot of us about changing the culture and about a commitment to do so. So whilst this legislation is a good start, and while the words of apology and acknowledgement are a good start, they are not enough alone or together to change the pervading culture, particularly to change the pervading culture of entitlement and impunity that exists too much in politics. And whilst I'm sure there are examples of women behaving badly, that has existed too much in the male-dominated activities of politics and parliament. Words alone and laws alone don't change the culture, but you know what does? Actions change the culture. Demonstrated and lived attitudes change the culture. And Deputy Speaker, if we really want Parliament to be the standard bearer for safe and respectful workplaces, and if anyone doesn't, then I ask why they're here, but if we really want the Parliament to be the standard bearer for safe and respectful workplaces, then the people who are here, who have been elected to be the leaders of this workplace, are absolutely responsible for setting that standard and demonstrating it in everything we do, in the way we interact with our staff, in the way we interact with the staff of other parliamentarians, in the way we interact with the people who work in this chamber, who clean our offices, who are the secretariats of our committees, who serve us coffee and food in the canteens and the coffee trolleys, who work in the press gallery. We have to be responsible for setting the standard and demonstrating it in the way we interact with everyone. And we have to be responsible for setting the standard and demonstrating it in this parliament. And I'm really pleased that there is a committee that's been established to look at establishing a code of conduct for those of us who are elected to work here and that work here. And my personal opinion is that code of conduct needs to also look at the way we conduct ourselves in this parliament, and in particular in the most watched part of this parliament, in question time. You only have to look at the question time that we all had to sit through today to see examples of bullying, to see examples of verbal abuse, to see examples of behaviour being modelled that is the antithesis of the behaviour that we should be modelling if we want to set the standard. Too often, the behaviour that's engaged in politics in this chamber and outside of this chamber falls so far short of the ambitions of the Set the Standard report and the legislation that we are all supporting today, that it's not only depressing, it's just not surprising that so many Australians are lacking in trust and are falling prey to the lies and the misinformation and the conspiracy theories of people who are taking advantage of that dissatisfaction with politics for their own agendas and their own aggrandisement. So how do we establish a workplace that abhors bullying, that abhors harassment and verbal abuse, unless the leaders of that workplace, which are us, but in particular are the Prime Minister and the ministers in his cabinet, displayed those very behaviours during all of their interactions as Prime Minister and ministers, including in this parliament and in question time. That's what needs to change, as well as this welcome legislation and the legislation I anticipate that will follow as we work to implement all of the recommendations of the Set the Standard report, as the Labor caucus has unanimously committed to do. And while we're at it, we need to implement the Respect at Work recommendations, because this workplace needs to be safe for everyone, and every workplace needs to be safe for everyone. And when we're given the tools to do it by the experts, then we need to take those tools up and use them. I want to finish my contribution by saying that these are the behaviours that I would like to see in a code of conduct that talk about honesty and transparency and responsibility and respect. That's not too much to ask of our parliamentarians. And I want to join with others to say we are nothing without our staff, those in our electorate offices, those in parliamentary offices, and the staff that we don't employ but that work in this building and in the business that we're in. We are the face and the voice often of the work that is done by people who are often young and enthusiastic and eager and smart and hopeful, and people that we should be lifting up, not people who we should be crushing. We are responsible, no matter what the age of the people who work for us, for the way in which they are treated by us and by others. And I want to lend my admiration and support to the brave and tough young women who made a decision that I can't imagine how hard it was to make, to speak publicly about their experiences, which led to this Set the Standard report being delivered after an investigation. And to everyone who participated in that and had to relive from the stories that we've seen in that report, horrendous behaviours, in order to make it better for other people. That takes a strength and I hope a resilience that is hard for many of us to imagine, but it also takes a selflessness that is more than admirable. So let us here all set the standard. Today, tomorrow, during the election campaign, when we're in government, when we're in opposition, when we're at the footy club, the local play, when we're in question time. Because if we don't set the standard and live up to that standard, how can we expect others to? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Dunkley. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today marks 1 year to the day of Lisa Wilkinson's interview with Brittany Higgins and Samantha Maiden's reporting. Samantha wrote today, 1 year ago today, on the morning of February 15, News.com published the first interview with Brittany Higgins. A lot of things have happened in the intervening year, good and bad. I remain proud of the work we did and grateful she chose to speak. Fiat justitia, ruat caelum, which I'm sure all honourable members know is Latin for let justice be done though the heavens fall. The Me Too movement has reshaped the conversation over sexual harassment. The important contributions from Jess Hill, whose terrific book is titled See What You Made Me Do, Rosie Batty's time as Australian of the Year, the
book Enough is Enough by the member for Jagga, Kate Thwaites, and her predecessor, Jenny Macklin, have highlighted the importance of reducing the scourge of sexual harassment. This is a simple matter of right and wrong, but if you need an economic argument to go along with it, it should also be that sexual harassment is a huge drain on productivity. Now, Australia faces a large gender pay gap, which is closing at an extraordinarily glacial pace. That gender pay gap appears to be highest in professional occupations, and one reason for that, according to research by my former ANU colleague Deborah Cobb-Clark, now a professor at the University of Sydney, is the prevalence of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment often deters women from taking on jobs that involve long and irregular hours, where they may be dealing with sexual harassment from co-workers or clients. So Australia would not just be a more just country if we had less sexual harassment, but we would be a richer and more productive nation as well. As Jess Hill told me in a podcast that I do, The Good Life, the world has changed, and I went from a position where I didn't even know if I could use the word patriarchy in a book without coming across as some sort of, radical man-hater. And she said that changed because of the Me Too movement. That changed because the world was ready for this change and was ready to start making invisible systems visible. That recognition of the challenge of sexual harassment is one that those of us on the Labor side saw in full throttle during the 2010 to 2013 parliamentary term, in which Australia's first female Prime Minister was subjected to an extraordinary level of gendered attacks. An opposition leader who called for an election so she could, as he put it, make an honest Prime Minister of herself, and stood in front of signs describing the Prime Minister in gendered terms. So this sort of gendered attack was levelled at the person who held the highest offer in the land, who is so often referred to by her first name in this place, rather than being accorded the respect that Australia's Prime Minister deserves. We saw at that time an extraordinary that those extraordinary attacks flowed through to women's willingness to enter politics. Some were fired up by it, but some looked at that and thought that there were other occupations that they would choose instead. That level of sexual harassment was not something that they would subject themselves to. The issue of sexual harassment in parliamentary workplaces has arisen in other countries as well. In Britain, the allegations of sexual harassment in November 2017 led to the creation of a cross-party working group on an independent complaints and grievance policy. Dame Laura Cox's report was published in October 2018 and ultimately led to the establishment of an independent expert panel to consider cases against MPs in June 2020. Australia is running behind the United Kingdom in dealing with this issue. I want to acknowledge the hard work of Kate Jenkins, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, in bringing down the important report on setting the standard. As that report notes, Parliament should not be the floor for workplace culture, but should set the standard. Just as the Commonwealth, when it goes into a court, is expected to behave as a model litigant, this place should be a model for other workplaces. And yet it is very clear from the surveys that were done by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner that it is anything but. 37% of people working in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces had experienced some form of bullying, with one respondent saying, quote, "Frequently, like at least every week, the advice was to go cry in the toilet so that nobody can see you, because that's what it's like up there." 1 in 3 people working in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces said they had experienced some form of sexual harassment. One said, quote, spoke of, quote, "aspiring male politicians who thought nothing of, in one case, picking you up, kissing you on the lips, lifting you up, touching you, pats on the bottom, comments about appearance, you know, the usual. The culture allowed it." Over half of all people currently working in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces had experienced at least one incident of bullying, sexual harassment or actual or attempted sexual assault. Among parliamentarians, 63% reported sexual harassment, compared to 24% of male parliamentarians. And I'd note that the rate of sexual harassment experienced by female parliamentarians is higher than the national average for women of 39%. Respondents spoke about the culture in which individuals responsible for misconduct are an open secret, but nobody does anything to address, in which it was known that the perpetrator couldn't lose their job, and it was expected that they wouldn't face any sanctions. The report made a number of recommendations, one of which was a statement of acknowledgement, which the Prime Minister and the Labor leader spoke to in this place last Wednesday. That was an important act. It would have been better had the government brought to hear that statement some of those who had been affected by the behaviour that led to the Jenkins report. That was done in the case of the national apology of the stolen generations. It should have been done in this instance. And there is a cross-party working group which will explore the creation of an independent parliamentary standards commission. And I hope that that commission will have some of the character of the British complaints procedure, which ensures that the complaints are dealt with outside the regular parliamentary processes. It also suggests that there should be consistent and comprehensive alcohol policies across Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. The occasional drink probably isn't a problem. Drunkenness, though, we well know in this place and other places, can be associated with misbehaviour. Their report also made clear that the number of women in senior positions is a core determinant of misconduct. I went to the Parliamentary Library's latest figures on the gender breakdown of parliamentarians across both houses. Currently, among Labor representatives, 48.9% are female. Among Liberal representatives, 26.7%. Among National representatives, 28.6%. So Labor is at nearly half of our representatives being women, the Coalition barely above a quarter. Across other parliaments, I'd note that in Western Australia, Tasmania and the ACT, a majority of Labor representatives are women. And indeed in Tasmania and the ACT, a majority of all representatives in the parliament are women. That must change the culture. It must make a difference. I acknowledge a number of initiatives that have been important in helping to shape change. The Girls Take Over Parliament initiative recognises the value of having young women spend time in parliamentary offices. Last year in a parliamentary speech, I quoted Sharmini Caldwell, who joined my office as part of that initiative. And she said, quote, "It's not up to women alone. There is a responsibility on men to do better and to ensure that the men around them do better." The previous Labor speakers have highlighted the importance of reform of question time. And I think we need to acknowledge that Question Time is a bizarre institution. Is there any other workplace in Australia where it would be considered acceptable to shout insults at your co-workers while they're trying to do their job? The nature of Question Time has become accepted in this place, but you need to only speak to new members of parliament or to school groups who see it for the first time to recognise that it's pretty unusual. It's testosterone-packed, it's noisy, and it doesn't do us much credit in the broader environment. Many people see the behaviour in Question Time and say to themselves, well, I wouldn't let my kids behave that way. So reforming Question Time will help to raise the standard in which politicians are held in the broader community. Relatively few people watch Question Time in its entirety, but many people who watch the news will see a snippet of Question Time, and it's not normally a sober, calm, considered snippet. It's often the most overheated moment of the day. And if they look at that behaviour and see behaviour that they wouldn't tolerate around their dinner table, then I don't think that reflects well on us. Trust in politicians is an issue for both sides, but it's particularly an issue for those of us who believe that government has a powerful role in addressing social problems. Those of us who are proud of the creation of Medicare, the National Disability Insurance Scheme. For progressives, eroding trust in politicians erodes trust in government. The alternative to trust in government is that old Ronald Reagan approach, where he said government isn't the solution, government is the problem. The more people see that their politicians can't be trusted, the more they're likely to say that government can't be trusted. And the more they're likely to turn to laissez-faire, minimal government approaches, the less they are to back us in to create an institution like the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I also want to commend to the House an initiative from Joanna Richards, who joined my office to produce a toolkit for gender advocacy. Joanna did that as part of her work completing her PhD at the University of Canberra, working with the 50/50 by 2030 Foundation, located at the University of Canberra's Institute for Governance and Policy Analysis. She's put together a really useful toolkit aimed principally at those who are advocating on gender-based issues. She tells the story of the 2006 AU 486 debate and the way in which lobbyists for that change worked constructively with parliamentarians on all sides. Joanna's toolkit is based on a series of interviews with parliamentarians on all sides of the House and with experienced parliamentary staff. It's a valuable toolkit for anyone lobbying on gender-based issues, but I'll be honest, it's pretty valuable for anyone lobbying MPs on any issue. She has a range of tips and tricks for engaging, how to make the most of short meetings, how to prepare briefing notes, how to engage to get long-term reform. It's available for free download on my website, or for anyone watching who'd like a copy, I'm more than happy to send you a copy of that. Working with Joanna, with Sharmini, and with so many other talented women, including my extraordinary staff, has made me a better Member of Parliament.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for McEwen.
Speaker, well, I rise in this chamber to support the bills before the House. The bill seeks to implement a number of the recommendations made by the Jenkins Review and to improve the protections of staff within the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. Over the course of the past 12 months in particular, many times we have heard horrific stories relating to experiences of staff, particularly young women in this place. Each time a survivor comes forward to share their story, it has struck a chord with our country. It is clear that there is an immediate and overwhelming need for cultural reform and for decisive action in order to address these issues, which is why Labor has worked very constructively in a bipartisan manner on this bill and statements. because it's so important for all of us. Every workplace in this country should be safe and free from harassment and assault. Our federal parliament should be setting the standard with regards to workplace culture, protections and, of course, safety. The reality is that the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces have failed to ensure safe environments and equitable treatment for staff. Not are we only just failing to meet these basic standards of respect and workplace protection, we are lagging behind almost all other workplaces in the nation. Many times the Morrison government have addressed the issue of parliamentary culture publicly. Their attitudes have been somewhat disrespectful to those who have experienced harm in this place. There has been suggestions from some members of the coalition that some of these cultural issues within the parliament can be attributed to the inherently stressful nature of the work that we do here. It's as if long hours are a justification for this sort of harassment and assault. The justification is particularly offensive in the context of current workplace conditions experienced by many across Australia. For example, Deputy Speaker, healthcare workers and aged care staff are on shift sometimes for 12 hours or more. Paramedics run a 10-14 shift, 10-hour shift, 14-hour shift. They are often understaffed and overworked and underpaid. But every day they do the work that is just as stressful and just as taxing as the work that we do here. But at least they have a positive outcome by generally saving people's lives. As we complained about staying up here at the early hours of the morning to pass legislation last week, there were thousands of healthcare workers across the country also awake, working in full PPE in difficult and stressful conditions to keep other Australians alive. These workers have not engaged nor sought to justify the kind of acts that have been perpetrated in this building and that we heard about throughout the course of the Jenkins review. For it to be considered that the stresses of this place justify the sort of abuse and harassment, it's really it's an insult to those who have experienced harm in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces and those who work in far more difficult and stressful conditions than we experience here. The substance of the Jenkins review has been deeply troubling, and it's something that I, like all members, reflect on very deeply. The negative culture that exists in some corners of this place affects all of us, perhaps no more so than for young women. I'll talk about the primary staffer in my office. She's a 21-year-old woman named Maddie. She began working in my office early last year, during the period in which many issues which have prompted the Jenkins review in the current bill before the House come to light. So I sat down and had a chat with her and consulted with her on the process of writing this speech. And I was relieved that she has always felt comfortable in her workplace and never felt uncomfortable within the parliament or in the workplace either. But even despite that, through conversations with Maddie and other staffers, it becomes clear that for those women within the parliamentary workplaces who cannot point to a specific experience of discomfort or harassment, there is a palpable sense of apprehension and almost fear. That apprehension is capable of creating a hostile workplace in the case of itself. Maddie said that working in Parliament had been a dream since she was a young girl. As a 10-year-old, upon hearing that Julia Gillard had become Australia's first Prime Minister, Maddie said she burst into tears in her Year 5 class. She was upset because she wanted to be Australia's first Prime Minister. She's got plenty of time and a good chance ahead of her. Keep an eye on her. Parliament and working as a staffer had been her dream for a long time, yet in early 2021 she was offered her first job as a parliamentary staffer at the height of the media attention and spotlight which has been cast on the conditions that exist for women within this building. She said she had an element of hesitancy about taking the job. The seemingly endless series of stories relating to staffing culture and inadequate conditions for women create a barrier for women's engagement in politics. Many women, rightly so, are apprehensive about engaging in politics for fear of the exact mistreatment that existed for so many decades in this place. As a result, many decide not to engage and seek careers elsewhere. Australian politics misses out on valuable intellect and insight, and men continue to be overrepresented, facilitating this whole ongoing cycle of harassment and fear. Maddie, fortunately, decided to accept the job. I'm grateful for that because she is fantastic. She wrote that bit herself, by the way, Deputy Speaker. I'll just put that in. She said that she believed that the only way a broken system can change is by people confronting them and working from the inside out to reform them. She said that if she turned the job down, she had been working for a whole life because she was afraid it would mean those perpetrating the fear had won. So I commend her on the courage and the courage of many other women like her. But the reality is that she should never have been put in the position to begin with. This bill is a legacy of women who overcame fear in order to change a broken system. They did so by sharing their stories, participating in reviews and calling out unacceptable behaviour, and sometimes just by turning up to work, in order to ensure that women have the opportunity to engage in politics as staffers, as journalists and MPs and senators. In order to ensure we honour the courage of these women who share their experiences, we must make sure that we're doing more than just virtual signalling. It must be the first of the many steps we take on a path to make real and meaningful change. The onus in this place is on all of us, but especially as MPs, to change the system and to ensure that nobody feels fear to engage in the work that is done in this place. The barriers to engagement for young women in particular in politics have existed for some time, and the recent media attention which has been thrust upon them should now be construed as an indication that these issues are only now surfacing, because in truth, as we know from the Jenkins Review, these have existed for a long, long time. And the attitude towards this government, towards women and female staffers, has been present for some time. And I want to think about a point that got to me in 2018. We cast our minds back to 2 weeks after former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull called for cultural change in the way women are treated in this parliament. When the now current Attorney-General, who was then Minister for Jobs and Innovation, used the privilege of Coward's Castle during a Senate estimates hearing to make threats to publicly named Labor female staffers. This was disgraceful. A sexist tirade was predicated upon the innuendo that young female staffers were engaged in affairs. The implications made by the now Attorney-General were baseless lies and deeply offensive to the women working in this building. This was done to serve her own political purposes. The now Attorney-General explicitly threatened these young women and made public allegations without any proof or any rationale for her comments. This is one of the examples that we see of the government responding inappropriately and offensive to issues in workplace culture. The sexist attitudes have been pervasive since their inception and have become even more clear over the last 12 months, as discussion of parliamentary culture and workplace protections have played a central role in national policy. Disrespecting women engaging in unsubstantiated, inappropriate gossip regarding their personal lives is one of the many factors which contribute to broader harassment and violence against women. The appalling attitude towards women has been present for some time. Little has been done to address the gaping cultural issues within the government over the past few years. Last year, in the wake of the allegations made regarding unsafe culture within Parliament House and the stories of women who came forward and shared their experience of physical and mental violence, thousands of Australian men and women marched on Parliament House. They protested peacefully, demanding accountability and demanding justice. And what was the response? The Prime Minister responded saying they were lucky not to have been met with bullets. This disrespect has been the hallmark of, I think, of this latest incarnation of this government. There's been an appalling lack of leadership where those responsible championing cultural change and the rights of survivors. Engaging in politics in our democracy is the birthright of all of us, but when people are afraid to engage in it, it means that we as a collective have failed. Nobody deserves to feel unsafe in their workplace, and we should do all that we can to stop that. The implementations of the Jenkins reviews are crucial to ensuring that we head down a new road, a legislation that enables us to chart a path to a new and better future. It's also critical to remember that we are just at the beginning of that path. The work does not end with this legislation. In fact, I think it's the point where we sit down and say this is where the real work begins. As MPs, it's crucial for us to understand how our own roles and our power in this place. It's not just the absence of abusive or harassing behaviour, but it's about each of us making an active effort to create positive environments. Cultural change is not just about the absence of harm, it's about the creation of good. It's about us devoting ourselves and addressing the issues that have plagued this place. As MPs with power in this place, we must be ready and eager to reflect upon our own behaviour. We must be willing to acknowledge instances where we have failed or not lived up to the best of what this place represents. There's no excuse for justifying horrible things that staff in this building have been forced to endure. Every day we fail to proactively address these issues. Every day we enable the status quo to continue. And this is one of the joys I have of being a member of a party that is full of incredibly brave, strong and intelligent women. I think that we've been very lucky with the quality of people that we've had around us. Being in Parliament with the likes of Julia Gillard, Jenny Macklin, Tanya Plibersek, to name a few, and of course Amanda Rishworth up there at the table, I feel that I've been extremely lucky to have worked with these people for a long time and get a really good grounding and understanding of the things that matter. And what does matter is the way that we see the new generation of our people coming in, like the member for Lilly as an example, and it's going to cost you $5, Annika. But what it's about is about, I guess, from the progressive side of politics, we've been able to work to address these situations and really nip it in the bud before it gets out of hand. And that's because we've got strong, talented women in our party that can lead on any given level, on any given topic, in any given policy. And I think that that's something that we should be proud of, and something that I think that Australians will benefit from when we see these people sitting on the other side of the Parliament. There's been no shortage of time throughout the past year in which I've been concerned with the way the government's attitude towards those who have come forward and share their stories. We must do more than just hope for change. We must work for it. It's my hope that this bill marks the first of many steps we will take to create a better, safer future for those in this building and be a shining example to those across the country. Because now is the time that we put the stake in the ground and say enough's enough. The Parliament has resolved to establish the Joint Standing Committee on Parliamentary Standards to oversee standards and accountability, and these are so important. So important that even our Labor caucus, which is at the forefront of these things, is committed to working towards implementing all the recommendations from Set the Standard and consulting with our parliamentary and electorate staff, unions and workplace representatives as we work towards this representation and the implementation. Our staff are our priority in this process. It is their workplace and they deserve nothing less than a safe, supported work environment. Our long-held view in Labor to commitment to ensure our parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful for everyone, to gender equality, including the need to promote and support women's leadership in the Parliament. We know there's a lot to be done, but the thing we know with Labor, that an Albanese government is committed to working with all parties to ensure the safety of everyone that works here.
I thank the member for McEwen and more particularly Maddie for their contribution to this debate. Maddie would clearly make an excellent member for McEwen. Some might say the sooner the better. I call the member for Wills. Oh, really? Maddie Renshaw, actually. I call the member for, the question is that this bill will now be read a second time. I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also support this bill because it implements some much-needed reform, well overdue in this building. But it is just one step in the process of making Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces safer by implementing some of the recommendations from the Jenkins Review. Just one step, but we have many more to go. But it's also not just about us here, as important as this place is, the MPs, the staff, the workers in this place, but it is really about setting the standard here, because it's about every woman in every workplace, frankly, corporate workplace, workplace around Australia, around the country. And I don't think our job here will really be done until we can say that every woman, and there's structures in place to ensure that every woman is safe in workplaces around the country, including ours, in homes and even in schools, where there's equality in every place, and that women have the same opportunity to achieve, do whatever they want as any other man does. I don't think we can say that job will be done until we can say that. There's been a lot of commentary and analysis about the toxic culture in Canberra, that bad behaviour has contributed to the culture of this place, the bad culture. But what people rarely ask, or don't often ask, is what contributes to this culture. What are the contributing factors to this culture? We know that culture is determined by behaviours and structures that are in place. And while there has been bad behaviour, people do behave badly, and that has occurred in this place. There's also been a lack of structure that has let people down. It's remarkable to me that in a place where 5,000 or so people descend on one building for weeks at a time, which involve long, late working hours, where there's a mix of power imbalance, a lack of accountability, that a place where the actual laws of the land are made, the Commonwealth Parliament, that there's an absence of legal mechanisms, of HR structures to deal directly with harassment, bullying and assault allegations. Instead, we know that there's MPs and senators, some 227 officers, that are effectively little fiefdoms, each fiefdom, each office deals with the transgressions, the assaults, the harassment, the allegations. Effectively a monarchy in each and every office. And that, in many ways, is also a recipe for bad structure. It is bad structure and bad culture that emanates from that. Because when you have a situation or an issue in an MP or senator's office where there may be an allegation of harassment between staff members, how is the MP or senator going to be the one to fairly adjudicate on that? Every workplace that I've worked at before I entered Parliament had an arm's-length HR department or legal department and mechanisms to deal with those issues, proper mechanisms. That's been lacking here, and that's what I mean by the absence of culture. We've also talked about behaviour and role modelling, and as the previous speaker, the member for McEwen, pointed out, we have in our party, we're not perfect, but we have women in positions of leadership. That actually matters. There are role models that set a standard, that set a standard of behaviour, but also educate and inform and understand how we should be dealing with each other. And that is something that, as the member for McEwen pointed out, has been of exceptional importance, I think, for the Labor Party to set our standards, to improve. That there are women, almost 50% of women in our caucus, but women in positions of leadership. And that's not true often of many workplaces around the country. Somewhat better in the public service. I remember working in the public service and having most of my supervisors be women as I was going through the public service. And for me, it was basically understanding that regardless of one's gender, it was about their merit, their hard work and so on. And that was an important lesson for me through the workplaces that I experienced. But after a year or more of talking about these issues, not much has changed in some respects as far as the actual structures that are or aren't in place. I would hope that the behaviours have changed and improved over that time as well. Just last week we sat in this place until 5 a.m. in the morning, had a few hours break and then came back for another day of work. There's not many workplaces around Australia that would expect this of their workers either. To be clear, I know that I'm here to do a job, to represent the people of Wills, and most of my colleagues here the same understand that we're signing up for a job knowing it's not a 9-to-5 job. We understand that. The point is, though, that the MPs, the staff, the journalists, all of the people in this building who regularly work at very odd and long hours do so in a high-pressure environment with high stakes. And you can see that is exactly why one of the reasons the Jenkins Review found working at this Parliament to be unsafe. It's a contributing factor. And the Kate Jenkins report also found that 1 in 3 parliamentary workers have faced sexual harassment. And out of those people, 84% did not seek support or advice. That's a startlingly high number, Deputy Speaker. To me, it shows that the lack of structure, the lack of mechanisms in place have meant that people have not been able to seek support or advice with respect to the harassment that they may have experienced. So many people ask why this is. Well, as I said, we know why. Because when people in this place do the wrong thing, there's not really a structure or even a culture to deal with the problem, at least effectively. As I said, it's sometimes left up to the MP or senator to determine this in their own office. There's no independent arbiter for allegations of harassment, bullying and assault, no arm's-length process in the workplace, in a sense, no HR department or legal mechanisms in that respect. And I think this structural deficit enables bad behaviour. People behave badly, but the structure, the lack of it, also enables that bad behaviour and the overall culture. But changing that culture is more than just talking about it. And that's what parts of this bill are fundamentally about. We have to match our rhetoric and our need for change with action. So we need to change those structures, set the standards that people can abide by. And when we do get this right, and I hope we will, and I'm confident that we can, it can contribute and set an example for better behaviour. And that then becomes the norm, becomes accepted, as I've experienced in other workplaces, as I mentioned. And I think every woman in this building deserves that, at the very least. The bill implements recommendations 17 and 24 from the Jenkins Review, and we know that recommendation 17 is that members of Parliament, in the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 should be amended to make clear that the unfair dismissal provisions of the Fair Work Act apply to MOPS Act staff, and that written notice of termination specifying the reasons for termination must be provided. And recommendation 17 also provides that it should be made clear that Work Health and Safety Act applies to parliamentarians in their capacity as employers. Recommendation 24 is that the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act should be amended to clarify that those laws apply to the MOPS Act staff. We do know that the lack of job security for parliamentarians' staff is a major barrier to staff raising complaints. That's been quite clear in the review, in the inquiry, that the lack of job security results in power imbalance, which makes it easier, if that's the right word, for bullying, for sexual harassment and sexual assault to occur, and harder for complainants to speak up because they don't have that support network to allow them to raise those issues. Legislating these two recommendations of the Jenkins Review will help provide greater job security for staff and highlight to parliamentarians their obligations as employers. It's a positive step. The Parliament has also decided to establish a joint standing committee on parliamentary standards to oversee standards and accountability in this place, which I welcome, warmly welcome. But these are only the first steps in making sure our workplaces, this workplace, particularly is safe and inclusive. We have committed to working towards implementing all recommendations. And I talk about the Labor Party here. We have committed to all of the recommendations from the Set the Standard report. And we will consult with our parliamentary and electorate staff, the relevant unions, the workplace representatives to do this. Our staff are the priority in this process. This is their workplace, and like all Australians, they deserve to feel safe and supported in their work environment. We here, Deputy Speaker, in Labor have a long-held commitment to ensure our parliamentary workplace is safe and it is a respectful place for everyone. And we are committed to gender equality and promoting and supporting women's leadership in the parliament. But it is certainly true, Deputy Speaker, that there is still much work to be done.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. everyone has a right to go to work and feel safe while there. We are so lucky to work in this, the People's House, to serve the Australian people, to represent them. It is an honour and a privilege. So to know that for some individuals it's been a place of trauma is not just greatly concerning, it is a travesty and a failure. It is up to all of us to change the culture of this place. It is something I've spoken about before. It is not enough to create new bureaucratic structures. While a necessary precondition and very much supported, it is not sufficient. We also need to ensure the culture of this place changes for the better too. There is no doubt there have been horrible things happen in this place, to staff and to elected representatives. These individuals should be listened to and believed. These individuals deserve action. Future parliamentarians and staff need action too. The ongoing health of our democracy requires such action. The two young women, Ms Higgins and Ms Tame, who bravely stood at the National Press Club last week to not only share their stories but to fight for positive change, deserve to be heard, and they deserve to see the change they so fearlessly advocate for. Not just for them, of course, but for all of those impacted and for those that might otherwise be affected in the future. The issues raised in the Jenkins Review and the issues raised by Ms Higgins and Ms Tame are not just women's issues. They are societal issues, cultural issues that affect all Australians, no matter their gender, sexual orientation, race, creed or political persuasion. This is a people issue. And it's up to each and every one of us in this place to take action. To date, the discussions here have focused on the establishment of inquiries and independent structures. Last year, Labor committed to act on the deeply concerning findings of the Jenkins Review. Labor will work to implement all 28 recommendations that came from that review. Labor is working to improve the culture of parliamentary workplaces, and in doing so, we are consulting closely with our staff on how best to do this. As a party, we have adopted a new code of conduct, complaints handling process, bullying and harassment policy and sexual harassment policy. Our staff are truly our priority in this process. This is their workplace and they deserve nothing less than a safe and supportive work environment. The fundamental issue here is the need for cultural change. Because if you're a staffer with political ambition or even career ambition, you don't want to be seen to be the one rocking the boat. You don't want to do anything that will reflect badly on your boss, on your party. You don't want to let down the team. Our political culture mitigates against encouraging staff or MPs to come forward, to take action against perpetrators and to stand up and say some behaviour is frankly unacceptable. We need to ensure that staff who come forward with concerns will not be exiled or silenced. Rather, they will be believed and supported. It's time survivors of harassment or assault of any kind are assured the powers that be are on their side. It is time that the politicians of all persuasions and the public see that transparency and action against inappropriate and unlawful behaviour as the greater political benefit than it is being seen as preferable to cover it up. Our staff are already willing to put their careers on the line every 3 years when we, not them, encounter an election. It is only fair, therefore, that it is clear that Fair Work protections against unfair dismissal protect them too. Similarly, the least we can do is make clear the Work Health and Safety Act applies to parliamentarians as employers as well. MPs and their staff come from all different backgrounds. It's something we celebrate in our increasingly diverse parliament. Some have directly managed staff in their past careers. Some have run small businesses or large, and others have been part of organisations with large human resources departments. Some MPs come to this place with no prior training on how to manage staff, and to date there is no requirement to do so. The recommendation to ensure parliamentarians are bound by the Work Health and Safety Act is so important because it will make sure ignorance is no longer an excuse. Legislating these two recommendations of the Jenkins Review will help provide greater job security for staff and highlight to parliamentarians their obligations as employers. Legislating these two recommendations will bring the parliament in line with the Fair Work Act, the Work Health and Safety Act, the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act. Something that, frankly, not only should have happened long ago, but is no doubt dumbfounding to most that they didn't already apply. But these are just the first steps in making sure our workplaces are safe and inclusive. Labor has a long-held commitment to ensure our parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful for everyone. We are committed to gender equality, including the need to promote and support women's leadership in the parliament by parliamentarians and staff. I'm proud to be part of a caucus with almost 50% women, and I'm proud that after the next federal election, amazing Western Australian women like Labor candidates Tanya Lawrence in Hasluck, Zanita Macaranis in Swan and Tracy Roberts in Pearce will join us in this place, ensuring the next government of Australia is truly representative. It's women like Tanya, Zanita and Tracy that will also bring valuable life experience and insight to this place. It's through the promotion of strong women like them, like my WA colleagues, the member for Brand, the member for Cowan, Senator Pratt and Senator Lyons, that we will ensure this parliament becomes better. But as I said, this isn't a women's issue. It's a cultural issue, a people issue, and it's incumbent on all of us to fix it. There is still so much work to be done. It is important that we recognise that we should not be placing the burden on solving these problems and fixing this culture on the victims. It is incumbent on everyone here to make sure that there is actual real cultural change, and that must happen not by talking or taking unilateral action, but in listening to those affected, those abused, those with any fear, and making sure that their concerns are actually addressed. Labor will work with all parties to ensure the safety of everyone who works in this place. We'll ensure that our staff have the same rights as all Australians and that their workplace becomes the example to all Australian workplaces that it should be. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like many Australians, I've been disappointed, saddened and at times angered to hear allegations of bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault in this place. I'm shocked that according to the Jenkins report, over half of all people currently in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces have reported at least one instance of bullying, sexual harassment, actual or attempted sexual assault in their workplace. I'm heartened, however, that some of the Commission's recommendations are already bearing fruit here today. I have felt keenly the need to make improvements to ensure that every Commonwealth parliamentary office, both here in the Parliament and in our electorate offices, are safe and respectful places for every employee, to make sure that the Parliament really does set the standard for workplace culture, not the floor. While her matter is before the courts, Ms Brittany Higgins' act of sharing her allegations, I believe, has catalysed much needed change, and I thank Ms Higgins for her bravery, as well as every person who made one of these 1,700 individual contributions to Commissioner Jenkins' review. Each of you has courageously shared your experiences, contributing to what I hope to be a true and meaningful change. I am proud to have worked with fellow crossbench members in crafting a letter signed by the whole of the then crossbench urging the government to launch an independent review into the workplaces of parliamentarians and their staff. The establishment of this review on the 5th of March last year was a vital step on the path to the bill we debate today. Last year, the Parliament also passed the Government Archives and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021. The bill has made changes to ensure confidence of submissions to the independent review could be maintained, to encourage those who have experienced harassment or abuse to come forward and share their stories. Again, the crossbench played an important role in this. This bill bears valuable fruit. of the Set the Standard report tabled on the 30th of November 2021, implementing recommendations 17 and 24 to require a safe standard of behaviour in parliamentary workplaces. I support amendments to the Members of Parliament (staff) 1984 Act to strengthen and clarify employment rights of employees under the Act, remove doubt that the Fair Work Act 2009 applies to those employees, and require that parliamentarians provide written reasons where they dismiss an employee from employment. I support the amendment to the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 to clarify that parliamentarians are officers of the Commonwealth for the purposes of that Act. And I support the amendment of the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to put beyond doubt that the MOPS Act, as we all know it, employees are protected from both age and disability discrimination in their employment and engagement. The introduction of this legislation is a great first step of many that are needed. Other important steps, such as the outcome of the current review of the MOPS Act, is eagerly awaited. I commend this bill to the House and urge that focus and action on these reforms continue even as we head into an election. Hearing a broad cross-section of members speak today, I believe that this is an issue on which we can grasp the opportunity provided by strong bipartisan support to achieve more meaningful change. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Parliamentary Workplace Reform Set the Standard Measures No. 1 Bill 2022. Now, this is a bill that seeks to strengthen the rights and protections for employees in parliamentary workplaces, and with that stated aim, I support the bill before us. This legislation will implement recommendations 17 and 24 of Set the Standard report on the report on the independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, carried out by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Ms Kate Jenkins, and provided to the Australian Government on the 30th of November 2021. As a member of the task force charged with implementing the 28 recommendations of this vital review, I strongly support this bill and again reiterate my commitment to ensuring that all 28 recommendations of the review be implemented in full. Just a week ago, we gathered in this very chamber to see the first recommendation of that review delivered through the reading of the joint statement of acknowledgement through the Speaker and the President of the Senate. That was a powerful moment for this parliament, but more importantly for the survivor advocates who joined us in the chamber that day. And I'd like to apologise to all those who would have also liked to be here to see that apology and hear that apology in person. In particular, Dania Mani and others who have raised their concerns for some time in previous years and have not felt heard or have not felt that their concerns were properly acted upon. Whilst it's incredibly important that we have now acted upon complaints and better heard the accounts, it is important that we continue to work at having a better process to hear and engage with people, with staff that have had issues. We have to also make sure that we are fully representing all people who have had those experiences. Having spent time with the women that were able to attend here last week afterwards, I know that it was a very challenging experience for them to be here that day, but it was also an important step that they did not want to miss. So I am incredibly sorry to all those that were not given that opportunity. The Commission had recommended that leaders within the Parliament deliver that statement of acknowledgement to publicly acknowledge the experiences of bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault in parliamentary workplaces, and to acknowledge the impact of the misconduct on individuals and the lack of action taken in the past. Vitally, the delivery of that statement demonstrated a commitment to change with shared accountability for progress. In her report, Commissioner Jenkins spelt out the importance of why a public statement from this parliament was required. An acknowledgement of the impact of misconduct is important for validating the experience of individuals, who have been the subject to harm and under the watch of leaders in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. Further, an acknowledgement can start to restore the trust between individuals who have experienced misconduct, and it would be an important demonstration by leaders in these workplaces that they acknowledge the experiences, recent and past, and are committed to working together to ensure these workplaces are safe and respectful. So it's for this reason that this bill is similarly important. By implementing 2 more of those important recommendations of the Jenkins Review, we're demonstrating in this place a collective commitment to change. This bill before us now will implement recommendations 17 and 28, essentially putting beyond doubt that employees of members of parliament and senators are protected by the provisions of the Fair Work Act. I'm sorry, it was 17 and 24 of the Fair Work Act, the Work Health and Safety Act and the Age and Disability Discrimination Acts. This should be a given. It shouldn't have to be spelt out, but the sad reality is that it does have to be, because of past practices in this place. There's no denying that this is an incredibly rewarding workplace, but also an unbelievably challenging one. For the staff that sign up, they deal with some of the most emotional and confronting workloads, whether it's working with our community, assisting people with NDIS or aged care packages, helping separated families, taking very distressing phone calls, or working here in Parliament with tight deadlines, fierce debate, intense negotiations and long hours. It's already such an intense workplace. Any hint of harassment, bullying or sexual assault would only compound existing trauma. It's up to all of us to change the culture in this place. We don't need to wait for legislation or codes of conduct. We can each play our part, but this bill is a good first step. This bill amends the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984, the MOPS Act, to provide that reasons for termination of employment must be given in writing and to clarify that the existing legislative requirements apply to the termination of employments of the MOPS Act employees. It also amends the Work Health and Safety Act to clarify the duties parliamentarians owe under that Act to their employee. And finally, it also amends the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act to clarify that these laws apply to staff employed or engaged under the MOPS Act, as per the recommendation 24 of the Jenkins report. In summary, this bill seeks to put beyond doubt the employees of members of parliament and senators are protected by the provisions of the Fair Work Act, the Work Health and Safety Act and the Age and Disability Discriminations Act. By providing these assurances, I hope it will contribute to our overall goal of creating safe and respectful workplaces for our staff. It's important to note that in the recommendation 17 came about because of the strong misconceptions about the right of parliamentarians to dismiss their employees under current arrangements. It was a recurring theme throughout the Jenkins inquiry. People held back from making complaints out of a genuine fear and a sense of job insecurity. The perception being that a parliamentarian could hire and fire staff at their own whim. A participant noted, the ability of an MP to terminate a staff member without due grounds should be significantly reined in, as I believe the fear of being sacked is fundamentally what prevents staff from reporting workplace bullying and harassment. Even the Department of Finance, the very department that has oversight of the employment of parliamentary staff, conceded this point in their submissions to the Jenkins inquiry. So if the very department in charge of employment concedes there is a misconception here, it's only appropriate that the issue be clarified, and that's what we seek to do in this legislation. We also need to use this opportunity to send a message to all MOPS Act employees that you have protections. You cannot be fired at the whim of an MP or senator. The misconception has helped perpetrate the culture of bullying, harassment, secrecy and cover-up. That must stop now. Please know your rights that are being strengthened as a result of this legislation. I also want to refer to the replacement explanatory memorandum that has been provided and tabled in this House today, because it has an important change to the document that was originally tabled. The new replacement memorandum has an additional line regarding a notice of termination. To reflect the strengthening of employees' rights, the document now states such a notice would need to provide in detail the reasons for termination. It's an important addition. No longer can it be a vague tick-of-the-box exercise. A detailed reason for termination must be given. I think it's important that the government has acknowledged this and included it in the explanatory memorandum. The other component of this bill today is to ensure protections against age and disability discrimination. The recommendation to amend the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act to clarify that the laws apply to staff and consultants employed or engaged under the MOPS Act. It's important that the full suite of anti-discrimination laws contribute to a safe and respectful workplaces we're trying to create through implementing the Jenkins report. And it's important again to make it abundantly clear that employees in parliamentary workplaces are covered by and protected under these acts. Some participants in the review who identified as a person with a disability spoke about how they were excluded in the workplace or were viewed by managers and colleagues only through the lens of their disability. They felt excluded from decision-making roles and felt that they were treated differently to able-bodied colleagues. As a side note, the Commission also recorded that participants noted the general lack of accessibility of Parliament House, particularly for people with mobility issues. They felt not only excluded people with they felt that this building not only excluded people with disability from physically accessing the building and its spaces, but also sends a message about who belongs and is entitled to work in these workplaces. And this is something that I highlighted with the Speaker in December 2019, when I invited a group of guests to come to Parliament House to witness the handing over a petition highlighting inequity and treatment of people over 65 in accessing the NDIS. I was horrified and incredibly embarrassed that they described to me the difficulty of gaining entry through security, accessing public viewing galleries, even using so-called accessible toilets. I wrote to the Speaker at the time and was assured that these considerations would be incorporated in future review and audit of the House. I think this needs to be dealt with as a matter of urgency. This is the People's House, and we cannot have a situation where some people are excluded because of their disability. So I'd like to refer to some of the comments made in the other place about this legislation. In introducing the bill, Assistant Minister Senator Duniam said the bill would progress important and significant reforms to help ensure that the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are workplaces where expected standards of behaviour are modelled, championed and enforced. It's a lofty ambition, some of the words it was say, and I hope we can live up to it. It's a promising sentiment, and Minister Birmingham, who said in his speech, "For the recommendations that are solely within the government's responsibility and control, our intention is that they be implemented within the recommended timeframes, and thus far that is on track for all of those recommendations. We are conscious that the recommendations are complex, but they are also important, especially those such as establishing the Office of Parliamentary Standards and Culture." Again, a promising and welcome sentiment, but of course we must first make sure that we do these. We need actions rather than words. Senator Waters, in the other place, a fellow member on the Implementation Task Force, pointed out that this bill alone will not change the culture of shaming and silencing that stops staff coming forward. We must, and she in fact detailed the experiences of Dania Mani, another brave former staff member who has been so poorly treated and has fought against the system to ensure her voice and the voice of others can be heard. So this is an important step. We need to make sure that all the recommendations are implemented. We have to take note that the Jenkins review that was rendered in relation to all workplaces included the introduction of a positive duty on employers in this workplace and all workplaces to ensure that staff are safe, to ensure that it isn't just all words but it has real action. Positive duties put an obligation on employers to protect their staff from sexual harassment in the workplace. It is the most important cultural change to help seriously address sexual harassment in our workplaces, and it needs to happen. It's disappointing that the government simply has not tackled that in this term of parliament. A positive duty in parliamentary workplaces was one of the most prominent recommendations of the Respect at Work report. It had the support of a vast array of groups, from the Business Council of Australia to the ACTU, from the Law Council to the Human Rights Commission. Yet that report and those recommendations have sat untouched. We simply cannot allow that to happen to the Set the Standards report. So I welcome the government's commitment to implementing the recommendations. I repeat my call that we implement all the recommendations of the previous Jenkins report in relation to Australian workplaces and respect in Australian workplaces. I welcome the commitment of implementing the recommendations, but I have to note that it was only 24 hours after we delivered that statement to the House that we saw this Parliament, this chamber, sit to 5 a.m. in the morning. And I note the Speaker's comments in relation to that being the standard practice and that that was convention of how that operated. But it showed that dissonance, that while we are here talking about changing culture, only 24 hours after implementing that change, we were already acting contrary in this place to the very recommendations. We have to change the way this is done, and this starts from everyone in this place, and the government is in a position to do so. And so it is important to note that at the end of the day, it is conduct and behaviour that will judge how seriously the desire to change the culture in this place and ensure it is the gold standard workplace that it should be. This should be the gold standard of workplaces in Australia. We have a long way to go, but I welcome today's first step.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to share some brief reflections on this bill, which has my support and commendation. This bill is a first step in the implementation of all recommendations of the Jenkins Review into parliamentary workplace culture filed last November. Specifically, this bill improves the existing provisions of the Members of Parliament Staff Act to ensure it's crystal clear that the unfair dismissal, anti-discrimination and workplace health and safety laws that apply to all other workplaces in this nation apply here too in this parliament. That should not be a novel concept. This parliament should be a model workplace that operates on principles of decency, respect and integrity. Our democracy is worse for it if not. The government has taken a first step, but we have only just begun the work needed to improve the culture in this place. Apologies lose their meaning without action and results. The brave and impressive Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins reminded us of that just last week. I welcome this bill, the statement of acknowledgement last week and the establishment of an implementation task force to action the rest of the Jenkins Review recommendations. But I will not stop fighting until each one is implemented in full. I want to note, in particular, recommendations 21 and 22, which call on this parliament to establish a code of conduct for all MPs and their staff, and an independent parliamentary standards commissioner to enforce that code of conduct. The review specifically recommended that the Commissioner be empowered to investigate and make findings of fact about alleged breaches of the Code of Conduct and recommend sanctions of our political leadership, or we, as a parliament, can impose to resolve such a breach, or resolve a breach. In November 2020, Mr Deputy Speaker, I introduced the Commonwealth Parliamentary Standards Bill to this House, which has many of the same features as this recommendation. I was pleased to share detailed information with the Jenkins Review about that proposal, and I implore the government and all other leaders in this place to do the work to ensure this Parliamentary Standards Commissioner comes to fruition. No one, be it a parliamentarian, a staffer, a journalist, a public servant or a contract worker in this building, should be left with nowhere to go if they experience misconduct. Our position as elected officials should never trump the safety of people who come to work in this place. From hospitals to university departments, I've worked in many workplaces in my career where robust codes of conduct offset the risk of power imbalances between colleagues, of toxic and harmful work environments forming. This workplace should be no exception. I want to thank Commissioner Jenkins for your work to ensure this bill has found passage through this place, and I want to thank everyone who contributed to the work that formed that report. And I now call on my colleagues here and in the other place to join together and see this through as soon as possible.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greens support this bill as a tiny step in the right direction by implementing 2 recommendations of the Set the Standards report. There's still so much to do, but this is a start. These amendments will prevent staff from being arbitrarily fired for no reason other than that they have become a political problem for their employer. We know from Set the Standards that the broad powers of parliamentarians to fire staff without cause has been a significant barrier. It stops staff coming forward because they fear that their job, not the job of their abuser, would be at risk if they did. Requiring reasons to be given is not a complete solution, and we know that this change alone will not change the culture of shaming and silencing that stops staff coming forward. That cultural shift requires full implementation of the Set the Standards recommendations, a robust, independent and well-resourced complaints process, trauma-informed training for all parliamentarians and senior staff, a code of conduct with meaningful options to sanction abusers and those who facilitate or ignore abuse, and genuine work for a more inclusive and representative parliament and parliamentary workforce. The Greens support this full suite of measures and will work to ensure the parliament adopts them as a matter of urgency. The bill also makes clear that all parliamentarians have obligations as officers under the Work Health and Safety Act to provide a safe workplace. We welcome that. But the Respect at Work report made it clear that those obligations are not enough to protect staff against harassment, bullying and assault. What is needed in this workplace and in others is a positive duty on officers to ensure that staff are safe, where there is a zero-tolerance policy in action, not just in words, and where appropriate support is available. A positive duty was the foundation of the Respect at Work recommendations for making workplaces safe. Without that duty, other reforms are built on very shaky ground. The government voted against amendments moved by the Greens and Labor last year to introduce a positive duty. Despite vague assurances that they are working on it, we're yet to see a positive duty. Belatedly, yesterday, the Attorney-General's Department released a discussion paper seeking consultation on a positive duty and several other outstanding recommendations under the Respect at Work report. Again, we welcome that progress, but question why has it taken so long? Despite it being a key recommendation of a report delivered to the government nearly 2 years ago, workers are unlikely to get the protection of a positive duty before the election. The Greens will continue to push for a positive duty until every worker in every workplace feels safe and respected. The final thing this bill does is to ensure that MOPS Act staff are covered by the Age Discrimination Act and Disability Discrimination Act. This fills critical gaps in the protection offered to MOPS Act staff. It is also a reminder that the abuse detailed in the Set the Standards report was extensive and varied. The attention has been on sexual harassment and assault, but we must not ignore the reports of racism, ableism and ageism in this place. People of colour, people with disability, older women have all reported that their harassment was compounded by discrimination, that they were targeted more, believed and supported less, and too often driven from this workplace. We can't look around this room and pretend we don't have a representation problem. The bravery of women like Rochelle Miller, Chelsea Potter, Brittany Higgins, Josie Coles, Saxon Mullins, Chantal Contos and Grace Tame is a key reason that we are even debating this bill today. But it's critical to remember that those courageous women are not the only ones who've been abused. They're not the only ones who've come forward. Too often, the experiences of women of colour, people with disabilities, older women, LGBTIQA+ people are ignored or diminished or misunderstood. My Senate colleagues, Senator Thorpe, Senator Faruqi and Senator Cox, can all attest to this. Each of them experiences abuse and harassment within this building, outside it and online that I cannot even imagine. It's appalling and it is shameful, and it will persist without serious cultural change. Until we have a more diverse and inclusive parliament and a more diverse and inclusive parliamentary workforce, this problem will not go away. Last week, my Senate colleague, Senator Waters, the Greens leader in the Senate read a statement from survivor Danya Mani, who has pleaded with this parliament and directly to the Prime Minister to acknowledge the lack of diversity and ensure that women of colour are not written out of the story of why things need to change. She said, and I quote, "If this parliament fails to act, it's tacitly endorsing and aggravating impenetrable barriers to equality for diverse minority-identifying Australians. This country cannot achieve inclusive, healthy progress for women in political life until and unless we can start recognising and validating the vital work of women of colour and First Nations women in making opportunities for feminist cultural reckoning and reform possible." So, on behalf of the Greens, I welcome this bill. I also urge the government to act decisively on recommendations 5 to 9 of the Set the Standards report to improve access, diversity and inclusivity in this place. This bill is the first tiny step in the right direction. It finally does some of the things that Danya and others have been asking the government to do for years. The Greens will work to ensure that this parliament urgently takes the rest of the steps needed to really turn things around and make parliamentary workplaces, all workplaces, safe, equal, inclusive and respectful.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Parliamentary Workplace Reform Set the Standards Measures No. 1 Bill 2022 would make initial changes to 4 pieces of legislation in order to implement Recommendations 17 and 24 of the Set the Standard report on the independent review into Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, otherwise known as the Jenkins Report. Just a reminder, Deputy Speaker, that Kate Jenkins, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, is of course also a proud Goldstein constituent. The bill would progress important and significant reforms to help ensure that Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are workplaces where expected standards of behaviour are modelled, championed and enforced, where respectful behaviour is standard, and in which any Australian, no matter what their sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, race, disability or age, feels safe and welcome to contribute. The bill would amend the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 to strengthen and clarify the employment rights of the MOPS Act employees. The bill removes any doubt that the Fair Work Act 2009 applies to MOPS Act employees by making this explicit, and would require the parliamentarians to provide written reasons where they dismiss an employee from employment. These amendments result in additional information being provided to employees who are being terminated, which will also result in an update to current forms required to terminate employees consistent with Commissioner Jenkins' recommendations. The grounds for dismissing an employee have not changed. They may include a restructure of the office which calls for different sets of employee skills, unsatisfactory performance or conduct by the employee, where the parliamentarian has lost trust or confidence in the employee, and where the employee has a significant conflict of interest. The bill would amend the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 to clarify that parliamentarians are officers of the Commonwealth for the purposes of the Work and Health Safety Act. This bill would amend the Age Discrimination Act 2004 and the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 to put beyond doubt that the MOPS Act employees have protection from age and disability discrimination consistent with recent amendments to the Sex Discrimination Act 1984. The government has on a number of occasions indicated support for the report's recommendations. The government has worked with the opposition, other parties and independents to establish a leadership task force to help drive implementation. A first meeting of the task force, independently chaired by Ms Kerry Hartland, was held on the 3rd of February 2022. The task force will be integral to ensuring progress on all the Jenkins Report recommendations, noting not all the recommendations are solely for the government to implement. For the recommendations that are solely within the government's responsibility, the intention is that these be implemented within the recommendation timeframes. Thus far, the recommendations are on track. The government is, of course, conscious that the recommendations are complex and are making sure to work through the issues carefully. This bill would provide additional protections to the MOPS Act employees and provide a clear intent that government is committed to implementing the recommendations of the Jenkins Report. Significantly, reforms in the legislative package would ensure Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful, and that the nation's parliament serves as a model workplace for our nation and strives for best practice in the prevention and handling of bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault. But of course, Deputy Speaker, all of us in this chamber, I would hope, we would never need to resort to such obligations. practical reality is that sometimes they may occur. But the hope is that we can build a culture within this workplace where everybody feels a sense of dignity, respect for their work and inclusion. And that really is one of the many factors that motivates not just myself but many members who appear before this chamber. We come to this place to make a better nation. And of course, as many speakers have remarked, no one should come to the Commonwealth Parliament and feel that they are not full participants in our nation and its success. We should be a model workplace. We sometimes have fallen short in the past, and sometimes very egregiously and seriously. Our responsibility as members of Parliament from this point forward is to show that we have learned the lessons from the past, from those who have engaged in misconduct, to ensure that it does not occur again. And critically, to recognise the excellent work that has actually been done by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins. As I remarked before, obviously in my former capacity as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, I had some workings with Commissioner Jenkins in her capacity as Victoria's Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commissioner, where she did an equally excellent job. And she's done an outstanding job in compiling this report and providing a pathway for those who have worked in and around the Parliament presently and in the past to bring forward their concerns and ensure that they are heard with respect. I also participated in the inquiry. I'm very happy to do so, outlining the challenge that are faced across the board. It's not just, of course, the concerns that staff have brought, although they're immensely important and glad they have been given voice, but also members of Parliament who have their own concerns about how some of the legal and practical applications occur of law and the culture of Parliament House, power imbalances, the environment which created as a consequence of those hard power imbalances in the workplace, of course, as well as soft power imbalances that exist too, and that we all share a collective will and ambition to address these issues as part of improving a workplace that every Australian can be proud of, not just because they can look to their nation's parliament as a model workplace, but so that the stain that has occurred from serious allegations and misconduct in the past does not continue to diminish this parliament, because it should be a beacon for the nation of light about what we can achieve when we work together to improve the health and welfare of our nation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to parliamentary workplaces and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to parliamentary workplaces and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Electoral Legislation Amendment, Foreign Influences and Offences Bill 2022.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time. Lucky I brought my pen.
Call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for your patience. Today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment Foreign Influences and Offences Bill 2022. The bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, Electoral Act, and the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act 1984, Referendum Act, to strengthen the integrity of Australia's electoral communication framework and reduce the risk of foreign influence on Australian elections. This bill amends the Electoral Act to prohibit foreign individuals and entities known in the bill as foreign campaigners from authorising the communication of electoral matter. This amendment will support the integrity of Australian electoral processes by ensuring that only those with a legitimate connection to Australia are able to authorise electoral communications. This bill builds on past reforms that establish prohibitions on the receipt of foreign donations, including the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Funding and Disclosure Reform Act 2018 and the more recent Electoral Legislation Amendment, Annual Disclosure Equality Act 2021. The bill will prohibit foreign campaigners from incurring electoral expenditure of $1,000 or more in a financial year or fundraising for that purpose, to ensure that foreign actors cannot fund electoral campaigns using an Australian notifying entity. The bill also ensures existing bans on fundraising for the purpose of incurring electoral expenditure for unregistered entities that are required to register with the Australian Electoral Commission are applied consistently. These amendments effectively address a potential loophole where foreign donors may be able to circumvent the existing restrictions within the Electoral Act by conducting and funding electoral campaigns directly. The amendments prohibiting foreign campaigners utilising the existing definition of foreign donor, making these amendments simple to apply. These amendments are necessary to support the integrity of Australia's electoral system by ensuring that foreign influence through electoral campaigns is kept out of Australian elections. Increasing maximum penalty for misleading voters in relation to casting their vote. Currently, the penalty for contravening Section 329 of the Electoral Act, misleading or deceiving an elector in relation to the casting of their vote, does not reflect the potential seriousness and scale of such an offence in contemporary digital and in telecommunication environments. This bill will uplift the maximum sentence of imprisonment for contravening this provision to 3 years, or 100 penalty units for a natural person and 500 penalty units for a body corporate. This uplift will be a greater deterrent for persons seeking to mislead, deceive or otherwise interfere with an elector's free exercise of their vote. The bill also increases the penalty and the equivalent provision in the Referendum Act. Threats of foreign influence in federal elections risk the erosion of public confidence in the electoral process. This bill's prohibition on foreign persons from authorising electoral matter or fundraising or directly incurring electoral expenditure will minimise the risk of foreign influence in Australian democracy and demonstrate the government's strong commitment to improving the robustness and integrity of Australia's electoral processes. I commend this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Labor supports this package of electoral bills. The Electoral Legislation Amendment, Foreign Influences and Offences Bill 2022. Yes.
At this point, we just wanted to seek adjournment of the debate to a later hour, and then we'll debate all three bills together as a cognate.
I'm happy to do the instructions of the clerks. I move, Deputy Speaker, that the debate be adjourned to a later hour.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Electoral Legislation Amendment Authorisations Bill 2022.
Call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time. Am I giving a speech? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, am I got the
call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment Authorisations Bill 2022. This bill makes minor and technical amendments to the notifying requirements in the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, Electoral Act for the authorisation of electoral communications. These amendments will make the information provided in authorisations more useful to voters by requiring registered political parties and disclosure entities to use their current registered names in authorisations for electoral communications. Currently, parties are required to use their name as included on their most recent return lodged with the Australian Electoral Commission under Part XX of the Electoral Act. This amendment will reduce the potential for voter confusion by ensuring the name a registered political party is required to use in the notifying particulars for electoral communications is the same as the party's name as it appears on the ballot paper. Similarly, the amendments will require disclosure entities that are not registered political parties to use their name as recently entered on the Transparency Register rather than their most recent return under Part XX of the Electoral Act. The bill also provides some limited flexibility for registered political parties in how they present their names in authorisations. This streamlines these requirements and avoids unnecessary duplication without detracting from clear communications with voters. For example, political parties who have the word incorporated in their registered name would be able to omit this word. Similarly, the bill enables registered political parties which are a branch or division of a federal party to omit the words which specifically refer to the branch or division. This avoids unnecessary duplication, noting that authorisations already require entities to specify their location as part of their notifying particulars. The bill also amends the authorisation requirements for referendum communications and political communications in the Referendum Machineries Provisions Act 1984, Australian Broadcasting Corporation Act 1983, Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and the Special Broadcasting Services Act 1991 for consistency and alignment with the Electoral Act. This bill demonstrates the government's commitment to reduce voter confusion and unnecessary red tape and regulation. These amendments aim to make authorisation requirements clearer and more consistent across the relevant acts. I commend this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned to a later hour.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. Put the question. All that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Electoral Legislation Amendment COVID Enfranchisement Bill 2022.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce the Electoral Legislation Amendment COVID Enfranchisement Bill 2022. This measure builds upon the powers granted to the Australian Electoral Commission under the Electoral Legislation Amendment Contingency Measures Act 2021 and the measures the Australian Electoral Commission, AEC, is already taking to deliver a COVID-safe election. The bill amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, Electoral Act, to allow the option to provide a contingency arrangement for electors in mandatory isolation or quarantine due to COVID-19 during the final 72 hours before polling to participate in the upcoming federal election. It can allow regulations to be made to expand the Australian Electoral Commission secure telephone voting service to persons in mandatory isolation due to COVID-19. This accessibility of this service would be limited to some or all persons in Australia subject to a public health order that prevents attendance at a polling place for the following reasons. They've tested positive for COVID-19 using a test approved by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, TGA, or a close household contact of such an individual, or have been otherwise directed to self-isolate or quarantine under a public health order due to the risk of transmission of COVID-19. Telephone voting is currently used for blind and low-vision voters and voters in Antarctica. Current regulations implement this through a secure two-stage telephone voting system to preserve the secrecy of the ballot. This bill will allow the option for secure telephone voting for coronavirus-affected persons for a limited time window after a person is no longer eligible to apply for a postal vote, which is from 6:01 p.m. on the Wednesday 3 days before polling day until the close of the polls. Further, access to telephone voting for coronavirus-affected persons can only be enlivened where the Electoral Commissioner has issued an instrument advising that he is satisfied on reasonable grounds that the extension of this service is necessary or conducive to ensure the due conduct of an election. The Electoral Commissioner would be required to notify the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition before issuing a legislative instrument, which must also be published on the AEC website. The Electoral Commissioner must also inform them about any integrity measures that will apply to safeguard the conduct of the poll using the telephone method of participation. This instrument would enliven the process for telephone voting in accordance with the rules set out in the regulations. The regulations will have the option to specify the circumstances and the order of admission of votes cast using this method. These provisions will automatically repeal on 31 December 2022. This bill demonstrates the government's commitment to enhancing the franchise to ensure eligible voters have an opportunity to vote. These amendments proactively respond to also assist the AEC in conducting safe, efficient and timely elections in a COVID-19 environment. I commend this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Electoral Legislation Amendment, Foreign Influences and Offences Bill 2022.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And to make it clear, Labor supports this package of bills, and I'll come to each of the bills in a moment, but first would move an amendment to the motion for the second reading in these terms: that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House 1 notes that the explanatory memorandum states that the bill's intention is to strengthen the integrity of Australia's electoral system, and 2 notes that Australia's electoral system would be further strengthened by A, lowering the disclosure threshold from the current $14,500 to a fixed $1,000 so that political donations are transparent for all to see. B, requiring real-time disclosure of political donations. C, providing more resources to the AEC to increase enrolment and turnout. D, addressing the spread of dangerous misinformation and disinformation. E, legislating for a powerful and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. F, making laws to prevent governments from pork barrelling in marginal held seats. G, requiring parliamentarians to disclose secret donations. And 3, calls on the government to implement these electoral integrity measures which would make a real difference to improving public confidence in our democracy.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I said, Labor supports this package of bills. The Electoral Legislation Amendment Foreign Influences and Offences Bill 2022 closes a loophole to ensure that foreign entities cannot incur electoral expenditure for the purposes of federal elections. In 2018, the Parliament legislated to ban participants in federal elections from receiving political donations from foreign sources. And let's be clear about this, it was Labor that fought for a ban on foreign donations. This government had to be dragged kicking and screaming to that position. Indeed, you can say that generally about just about every electoral reform that has happened in this country for decades. It is always Labor that is calling for improvements to our electoral system, It is always Labor that is calling for improvements to our donation system, and regrettably, the Liberal and National parties have to be dragged kicking and screaming to come to even modest reforms. It was Labor from opposition that secured amendments to the legislation to ensure that foreign donations were banned, but that charities and civil advocacy groups were not unfairly impacted and could still participate in our democracy. This bill makes a useful adjustment to the laws passed in 2018. It will close a loophole that allows a foreign entity itself to incur electoral expenditure and communicate electoral matter. Currently, regrettably, it is not prohibited for a foreign government, company or individual to campaign for a candidate or on an issue at a federal election. This is clearly at odds with the ban on foreign donations and must be corrected, and that's what this first bill does. This bill's provisions prevent a foreign entity from incurring electoral expenditure greater than $1,000 or fundraising for fundraising for that purpose, further protecting our democracy from foreign interference. In addition to banning foreign entities from incurring electoral expenditure, this bill also bans them from authorising electoral material. Penalties and anti-avoidance provisions apply, similar to the existing provisions in relation to the ban on foreign donations. The provisions in this bill ensure that only people or entities with a link to Australia can participate in our elections. And that, of course, is an entirely appropriate provision. Australian elections are for Australian citizens, and we need to take every step we can think of to ensure that only people and entities who have proper links to Australia can participate. Labor's always believed that we should do everything to avoid foreign influence in our elections. And so, of course, we support closing any loopholes. But we understand that this government will always seek to play politics with these issues, and we've seen that as recently as this past weekend. This is a government that only acts if it's in its own electoral interests. The Prime Minister has shown that he's willing to throw mud and mistruths because he thinks running a scare campaign will help him win the next election. And over the years, there have been a number of issues on all sides where attempts have been made by foreign actors to undermine our democracy. We've seen that foreign interference is a feature of other democracies around the world. We must be vigilant in protecting Australia's democracy and ensure that we maintain the faith of the Australian people. Labor is committed to ensuring that the integrity of our elections, the integrity of our parliament and the integrity of our democratic institutions are protected, and as a parliament we must act with unity on this issue. I hope that we will see no more of the pathetic attempts that have been made in recent weeks by the Defence Minister and regrettably by the Prime Minister to try to politicise matters of national security. That should form no part of the political debate in our country. It should form no part of political debate in this House. We must not have ministers, let alone senior ministers, seeking to politicise national security information, seeking to make innuendos and insinuations based on national security information that they are forbidden from revealing publicly, but implying that there is something about the classified information that comes to them that allows them to make the kind of partisan slurs that we've seen in recent weeks from the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister and regrettably from other ministers. We should hope, and indeed I would urge the government to make sure that we see no more of that kind of behaviour that we've seen in recent weeks. To return to the bills, Labor will always examine every piece of legislation to make sure that it is in the national interest. We believe that the provisions in this bill, in the first bill in the package, will help protect our electoral system and democratic institutions from foreign interference. We've seen that in addition to the foreign influences provisions, the bill also increases the penalty for publishing material that is misleading in relation to the casting of a vote. We've witnessed the harmful effects of former President Donald Trump's efforts to undermine faith in the integrity of the US electoral system, persistently sowing seeds of doubt and mistrust, and appallingly inciting violence in a scheme to discredit the election for president most recently held in the United States of America. Let's hope that no Australian politician sees it as being to their advantage or is so prepared to act in such a shameful fashion in relation to our electoral system. And I say that because Australia's electoral system is one of the best in the world. The Australian Electoral Commission is proudly independent, and it ensures, of course, that the integrity of elections is its priority. By increasing the penalty for the existing offence of misleading or deceiving someone in relation to the casting of a vote from 6 months to 3 years, the Australian Federal Police will be given increased power to investigate this offence. And that's because account takeover warrants and data disruption warrants, which are some of the powers that Labor has worked with the government to create in recent years to add to the armoury of powers that is available to the Australian Federal Police, those quite serious powers can only be sought for by the Australian Federal Police for crimes which carry a penalty of at least 3 years imprisonment. So the effect of increasing the penalties from 6 months to 3 years for these particular offences of misleading or deceiving someone in relation to the casting of a vote will mean that those more serious and sweeping powers will be available to the AFP in relation to these electoral offences. We would say that increasing the penalty will thus greatly assist the Australian Federal Police in investigating any breaches of the current provisions in the upcoming election. If I could turn, Deputy Speaker, to the second bill, the Electoral Legislation Amendment Authorisations Bill 2022, which makes some minor amendments to the law relating to the authorisation of electoral matter. Electoral matter, or material that is communicated for the purposes of influencing how someone votes in an election, must be authorised so that voters know who is communicating that material. The framework for authorisation of electoral communications is contained in the Commonwealth Electoral Act, the Referendum Act, the Broadcasting Services Act, the ABC Act, the SBS Act, and some related determinations. This bill will align the authorisation requirements across all of those acts in an effort to achieve consistency. Currently, the Electoral Act requires political parties to include in the authorisation particulars the name of the party as written in their most recent election return provided to the Australian Electoral Commission. This bill changes that to make clear that the name of the party in the authorisation must be the name that is registered in the AEC's Register of Political Parties. The bill thus will allow political parties to use a shortened version of their registered name in certain circumstances. Extraneous words may be omitted, such as branch or division or incorporated, and replicating abbreviations can be omitted, or the name of the state or territory can be omitted from the authorisation. In addition, if the name includes the words "of Australia" or has "Australia" at the end of the name, those words may also be omitted from the authorisation line. In the Senate, Labor successfully amended this bill. That's the second of the bills in the package, the Electoral Legislation Amendment Authorisations Bill 2022, to allow the use of a party's registered abbreviation. This will simplify the authorisation line while still allowing the purpose of the authorisation provisions to be achieved, and that purpose is, of course, to identify the political party that is communicating the material. So, to sum this up, it's an abbreviating authorisation, but nevertheless absolutely preserving the purpose of the authorisation provisions, so that when people see electoral material being communicated in whatever form, they know where that material comes from, because the political party will have to be sufficiently identified in the authorisation. It's of course the case that many political parties are commonly known by their registered abbreviation, including of course my party, my great party, the ALP, or another party in this parliament, the Greens, and every political party's registered name and abbreviation is available for public viewing on the Register of Political Parties on the AEC's website. So there isn't, in fact, going to be room for doubt, but the sense of it will mean that a full, elaborate, formal title is not required to be used. Rather, what we're aiming to achieve is that there is going to be a clear identification of who authorised electoral material, electoral matter that is being communicated. The changes in this bill will apply to all forms of electoral matter, but will be particularly useful where the authorisation is spoken, such as in video messages or TV commercials. TV commercials are expensive. Time in video messages and TV commercials is expensive, and it will mean that more broadcast time can be used for the message itself while still maintaining that purpose, which is allowing voters to easily identify the authorising party. If finally in this package I could come to the Electoral Legislation Amendment COVID Enfranchisement Bill 2022, the purpose of which is to allow COVID-affected Australians to vote at the upcoming election. It is regrettably the fact that we remain in a global pandemic. It is regrettably a feature of that global pandemic with which all Australians have become only too familiar, that another outbreak may yet come to us. We all fervently hope that this current Omicron outbreak is the last outbreak of this virus, but experience over the last terrible 2 years has shown us that that may not be the case, and to that end it's entirely appropriate that provision be made for the possibility that there will be COVID-affected Australians at the time of the upcoming election, and it's assuring the rights of those Australians to vote, that is COVID-affected Australians to vote, that these provisions are directed to. The way that is brought about is by extending existing provisions for secure telephone voting for Antarctic voters and secure telephone voting for those who are blind or vision impaired to COVID-affected electors. It will only be available to voters who are in mandatory isolation or quarantine during the last 72 hours of the election campaign and who are therefore unable to attend a polling place or apply for a postal vote. And it'll simply mean that if you are in that unfortunate position, that you haven't voted at pre-poll and haven't voted by means of a postal vote and find yourself in the last 72 hours of the election campaign because you were perhaps intending to attend pre-poll or perhaps intending to vote on election day, but find yourself regrettably COVID affected, there will now be a means available for you to vote. Voters will need to have tested positive for COVID-19 using a TGA-approved test, or be a close contact of a COVID-positive person, or have otherwise been directed to self-isolate or quarantine. The provisions in this bill will only be used if the Electoral Commissioner makes a determination on reasonable grounds that they are necessary or conducive for the conduct of the election. And what we would envisage occurring is that the Electoral Commissioner will take health advice, as indeed government officials and agencies and ministers, both at the federal level and the state level, have taken health advice, the advice of our health experts throughout the pandemic, or at least that's what should have occurred. That will occur too for the Electoral Commissioner, who will determine whether the circumstances of the then current state of the pandemic at the time that the election is held are such that this determination is needed. Before making such a determination, the Electoral Commissioner will be required by this legislation to notify both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and the determination will have to be published on the AEC's website. It will be telephone voting for COVID-affected electors. It will be available from 6:01 p.m. on the Wednesday before polling day, that is after the cut-off for postal vote applications, until the close of the polls on election day. The bill contains, just to conclude on that, it's entirely consistent with more than 100 years of reform of our electoral system, going right back to, one could say, throughout the whole of Federation, but I happen to think that the introduction of compulsory voting in the early 1920s marked a tremendous improvement in our voting system. It's something that's become ingrained in political practice of Australians, ingrained in the way in which Australians think about our electoral system and our political system. Voting is a right and also a duty. Everybody is required to both register and vote. And what goes with having both compulsory registration and compulsory voting, which only a minority of other democratic countries in the world share as a system, a substantial number, I might say, but it's still a minority of countries, democratic countries, that have compulsory registration and compulsory voting. What goes with those requirements is the need to make voting as easy and as available to all Australians as it can possibly be made. This kind of provision, making it possible for COVID-affected voters to nevertheless cast their votes, even if they've missed out on pre-poll and missed out on the postal vote and won't be able to attend because of quarantine requirements or isolation requirements on voting day, they'll still be given by this legislation the possibility of a means by which they can cast their votes. The bill contains a sunset clause, and the provisions will automatically expire on the 31st of December 2022. These provisions are a sensible solution to allow those who are isolated to exercise their democratic right. I do note that the Government of South Australia, the Marshall Government, does seem to be confused about how they should be dealing with this issue. It is a very simple fix, but the South Australian Premier Stephen Marshall refuses to recall Parliament to ensure that everyone will have a chance to vote in that state's upcoming election. It's amazing that amongst all of the chaos and division that's come to be the hallmark of this government, at least the federal government can see sense in moving to this particular provision and extending the access even for those who are COVID affected at election day. Labor's always fought for the enfranchisement of every citizen of this country. We fought for and achieved 2 guaranteed seats in the House of Representatives for the Northern Territory when this government wanted it to be reduced to just 1. We fought against discriminatory voter ID laws that would have seen some of the most marginalised people in Australia stripped of their democratic rights and queues around the block at polling places. We've agitated for a restoration of the AEC's office in Darwin because, ridiculously, we are still seeing that this government removed the AEC office in Darwin, pretending wrongly that the services of the AEC could be provided to the whole of the Northern Territory, that vast area of our country, from the Brisbane office of the AEC. It is vital that every eligible Australian has the opportunity to vote at this election. No one should be disenfranchised as a result of this government's failures in managing this pandemic. This bill is a sensible solution to ensure that that doesn't happen. Deputy Speaker, voters have woken up to this Prime Minister. They know that only a Labor government will restore integrity to our parliament. There is so much more that we could be doing to improve the integrity of our electoral system, and it's to that end that I moved the second reading amendment to the Electoral Legislation Amendment Foreign Influences and Offences Bill 2022 at the start of this speech. And as you would have heard, Deputy Speaker, it's a second reading amendment that refers to a number of other measures that we should be moving towards, such as lowering the disclosure threshold from the current $14,500 to a fixed $1,000 so political donations are transparent for all to see. We should be moving to real-time disclosure of political donations. We should be providing more resources to the AEC to increase enrolment and turnout. And just on the first of those, the lowering of the first couple of those, lowering the disclosure threshold from the current $14,500 to a fixed $1,000 so that political donations are transparent for all to see, and requiring real-time disclosure of political donations. We still are enduring the ridiculous position created by the Howard government when the Howard government introduced $10,000 as the threshold for electoral disclosure and indexed it, which has produced the current even more ridiculous situation that the threshold for disclosure is $14,500. Labor has been agitating for years and years and years for that $14,500 threshold, which is continuing, of course, to rise, to be lowered to $1,000 and make it fixed so that people know that if they donate more than $1,000, it is definitely going to be disclosed. And the other reform that, again, we have been calling for many years, but the Liberal and National parties remain obdurately opposed to, is real-time disclosure, which has now been achieved in Queensland and at the state level, and it has been a tremendous benefit to the integrity of electoral processes, the integrity of political parties themselves in that state, because it's possible to see, not 18 months after the donation is made, which is the time period that you can in fact have under the current federal system. That's how long it can take for a public disclosure to be made. It doesn't need to be 18 months, obviously, if you're making the donation somewhat closer to the disclosure date, then it won't be 18 months, but it could be up to 18 months between the making of the donation and the time at which it is disclosed. The whole point of requiring disclosure is that voters will be aware of who is giving large amounts of money to the political parties that they are being asked to vote for. And finally, I'd mention these other matters that are mentioned in the second reading amendment. We need to do more to give more resources to the AEC, and we should be legislating for a powerful and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission, something that this government has now admitted today in estimates they are not going to do. Labor is committed to creating a National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I call the honourable member for Brand.
Hear, hear. Thank you. The Morrison government continues to ignore the people of Brand, having not made an election commitment locally for the last 2 elections. That's almost a staggering 9 years that the Liberals have failed to commit to an investment in the future of local children and the future of the hard-working people of Brand. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, was happy to throw away $1 million of taxpayers' money to support Clive Palmer's court case against all West Australians, but he is not happy to invest that money in you. I say to the people of Brand, a federal Labor government will be on your side. I am on your side. Only Labor has a plan to create jobs and boost the local economy. Only Labor has a plan for free TAFE to help provide opportunities for school leavers and workers wanting to retrain or upskill, or for women wanting to get back into the workforce. Only Labor has a plan for cheaper childcare. Only Labor will protect Medicare. The best thing you can do for a young person is give them a chance at a good education and good skills training. Labor will invest in the skills Australians need to get ahead by providing free TAFE and creating more university places. Labor's $1.2 billion Future Made in Australia skills plan focuses on tackling skills shortages to help us all move forward through COVID-19 and drive future economic growth. For nearly a decade, the Liberal government has cut TAFE and slashed apprenticeships, and today we have 70,000 fewer apprenticeships and traineeships compared to 2013. Labor's Future Made in Australia skills plan will be good for the people of Rockingham and Kwinana to train or retrain for skills employers are looking for. Labor's skill plan will also help local businesses that need skilled workers. Labor will also deliver up to 20,000 new university places to fix shortages and fill future skills needs by training Australians in jobs including engineering, nursing, tech and training. Because Australia's economic future lies with its strongest asset, its people. The cost of childcare is an issue that local families often raise with me. And why shouldn't they? Childcare fees have increased by 8.6% over the past year across Perth, 8.6%, when CPI inflation over the same period was just 3.5%. Since the Liberals were elected, childcare fees have gone up 35%. All the while, real wages have gone backward. Families in my electorate of Brand are trying to get ahead, and as usual, this Morrison government just leaves them behind. Labor will scrap the $10,560 limit on the childcare subsidy, lift the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% and increase the childcare subsidy rates for every family earning less than $530,000. 86% of families with children under the age of 6 will be better off under Labor's childcare policy. The Prime Minister insists that families had never been better off, a hollow statement easily disproved by the lived experience of the families right across the electorate of Brand. I ask the Prime Minister to stop insulting the intelligence of people in my electorate. I'd like to talk about a constituent in my electorate named Christy Lewis. Christy is an NDIS participant with a degenerative spinal condition. Christy first contacted my office in August last year after her condition deteriorated and she required 24/7 care and specialist disability housing. The NDIA had advised her against requesting a new plan for this support as it would supposedly delay the approval of her much-needed specialist housing. This was despite a history of falls and a medical condition that could cut the blood supply to her kidney if she fell unattended, a life-threatening possibility. 7 months later, Christie has neither specialist housing nor funding for the 24/7 support. Despite the best efforts of my staff, months of delays and inaction by the NDIA have left her without life-saving care she needs to survive and to thrive. Labor created the NDIS to be the best in the world, but after years of neglect and maladministration and cost-cutting by successive Liberal governments has sullied that dream. NDIS participants cannot afford another term of this heartless Liberal government. Some of them might not survive it.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Friday last week, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Keith Pitt, State Member for Callide, Colin Boyce and myself were in Bundaberg for the announcement of a $600 million to match the Queensland State Government contribution to rebuild the Paradise Dam. The request came from the Queensland Government. The dam was built in 2005 by the Queensland Labor Government and has quite a history, but was plagued from the very start with serious construction failures. Cost-saving methods then had proven very costly in the long run. It should have been built properly in the first place. The decision to rebuild was very well received by the growers in Bundaberg, Childers and the farmers at Colston Lakes. These growers are desperate for continuous, reliable, affordable water. Trees had, prior to the dam being knocked down, the trees had already been planted. These trees are only surviving from what they can get out of the air in rainfall. It's reported that the Bundaberg region supplies 25% of Australia's fruit and veg. Now that the funding is in place, it is so important to get the dam rebuilt. In 2019, a couple of years ago, the Queensland Government, for safety reasons, reduced the height of the wall by 5.8 metres and reduced the capacity of the dam back to 42%. Once rebuilt, the dam its full capacity will go up again to 300,000 megalitres to give businesses and households the confidence they will have to access water that they need, and this will have everlasting effects for decades and decades to come. To rebuild the dam, or that part of the wall that was knocked down, will employ 250 construction jobs and unlock new investments in the Bundaberg Wide Bay area. It will also lead to other water projects in the North and South Burnett catchment areas. Coranga on the Boyne River between Proston and Mundubra has been planned but nothing done for years. Colston Lakes, an irrigation pipeline, is mooted for those local farmers. A few years ago, I obtained $2 million from the federal government to conduct a water study for the North and South Burnett. The feasibility studies have been done. It is now completed. Now that the decision has been made on the Paradise Dam, we can now progress those projects in the North and South Burnett. Other water projects in Flynn, we can talk about the Bedford Weir. The Bedford Weir a few years ago had a bladder on top of the existing wall. In a tragic accident, that bladder burst, hence the new regulations that no more bladders can be placed on dam walls. It had tragic consequence, that dam, that bladder bursting, and it poured on people below who were having a picnic with a tragic loss of life. So our government has seen fit to restore some of that water that was lost with the bladder bursting. Paranui Weir will be a new weir if the feasibility stacks up, and that's situated between Theodore and Mara on the mighty Dawson River. This is a very high agricultural area, and all it lacks is water. So there's funding available for that feasibility studies. $2 million for the Paranui Weir and $1.7 million for the Bedford raising. So with that, there's plenty of other projects that we could...
time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Clark.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, we continue to see and hear about the rise of independents in the lead-up to the next federal election, and almost universally these incumbents and candidates are working on an election platform including three major issues, i.e. climate change, gender inequality and integrity. And the reason, Speaker, that independents are prioritising these issues and gaining traction is not because they're a party, as some misguided government members have asserted, but because these issues are inherently important and the community genuinely cares about them and intends to prioritise them at the election. Moreover, these are three issues that, to different degrees, both major parties have let us down on repeatedly, and the community is sick and tired of that. For example, the government and opposition are basically in lockstep on climate change. For instance, both parties have committed to opening new fossil fuel power stations if elected. Both parties continue to put forward false solutions like gas and carbon capture and storage. And both parties have committed to net zero by 2050, which we know is just a dangerous distraction from what's really needed. Furthermore, the government and opposition continue to misdirect and spread confusion about issues like emissions reductions and renewable energy. And again, it has been left to the crossbench to call this out. For example, might a transparency in carbon emissions accounting bill would require Australia to keep track of its enormous contribution to global fossil fuels. Meanwhile, other crossbenchers have introduced legislation that pushes for a phase-out of fossil fuels as soon as possible, as soon as possible, genuinely fast-tracks renewables and codifies ambitious net zero targets. Time and time again, it has been the crossbench who have taken genuine action on climate change in this parliament. Deputy Speaker, another issue where the government has spectacularly failed is gender equality, despite gender inequality and gendered violence continuing to be a major issue in this country. That's why I joined over 100,000 people in the March for Justice and listened to and continue to listen to the many strong voices demanding change. I simply can't understand why the government is not doing the same. Remember, a woman is still being killed each week in Australia due to family violence. Remember also that these are not a women's issue, but men's issues, and that the shocking abuse of power and privilege by some men must stop. But to achieve real change, we need more women in Parliament and in other positions of power. We need to fully implement the Jenkins report, and we need to fix the gender pay gap and other barriers preventing women from fully participating in the workforce. Speaker, it's pretty obvious as the 46th Parliament draws to a close that people are very unhappy with the state of politics. Indeed, things are so bad right now that many in the community hold politicians, politics and political parties in contempt. But this can be fixed, Speaker, and again it's the independents that have laid the groundwork. First and foremost, Australia needs a federal integrity agency. But sadly, politics and governance at the federal level has become so compromised that the last thing the federal government wants is an effective integrity agency. Now, I'm not talking about the half-baked agency the federal government said it would deliver, but then never actually got around to it. No, I'm talking about an effective integrity agency, one implementing the broadest definition of corruption that can take referrals from anyone, hold public hearings, make findings of guilt and go after politicians and their staff. Secondly, Speaker, we need political donation reform, which is why yesterday I introduced a bill to strengthen the transparency and accountability of political donations in Australia. My bill requires real-time disclosure, lowers the donation disclosure threshold to $1,000 aggregated, i.e. in gross terms, that implements caps on donations and electoral expenditure, that expands the definition of gift, and that prohibits political donations from particular industries. Other key changes, Speaker, needed include improved whistleblower legal protection for those who shine a light on misconduct, media freedom laws to ensure the community knows what's actually going on, and the creation of truth in political advertising laws. Speaker, there is still much work to be done. I certainly hope that I am back here in the next parliament, and I look forward to more independents joining me so that we can continue to hold the big parties to account and to push for the real reform that the community is crying out for. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Speaker. Mr Speaker, the south-east of South Australia is no stranger to bushfire. We've certainly had our fair share. While the memory of Ash Wednesday is still very raw for many in the Limestone Coast community, every fire season, firefighters continue to stand ready to defend not only their own property and their own community, but also that of others. Mr Speaker, this summer, fires in South Australia meant we were fighting fires on many fronts in South Australia. But I want to talk this evening about a fire at Coles in my electorate. It's 20 kilometres south of Lucindale, 350 k's from Adelaide. This was the Lucindale community's third fire in 3 years, following the Killara fire over New Year's 1920 and the Blackford fire in 2021. The Coles fire started on the 19th of January and quickly spread, eventually burning almost 4,000 hectares of blue gums and farmland over 4 days. The Coles, there was a significant amount of paddock feed and boundary fencing lost, but luckily no houses or livestock, thanks to the remarkable work of firefighting teams. Tragically, however, Mr Speaker, CFS volunteer Louise Hinks from the Happy Valley CFS was killed by a falling tree while she was bravely battling the fire. Ms Hinks was a dedicated CFS volunteer who joined that organisation 28 years ago and was known to travel across South Australia to fight fires. Indeed, on this occasion, Ms Hinks had travelled the 350 kilometres from her home in Adelaide to help the Lucindale community. A truly selfless act, and one that I'm certain the Lucindale and indeed the broader South Australian community will never forget. I extend my condolences to the Happy Valley CFS crew and Ms Hinks' family for their loss. The Country Fire Service is a service made up of selfless individuals just like Ms Hinks, who placed themselves in danger to keep others safe. After seeing the fire's aftermath firsthand a couple of weeks ago, it was clear that without the numerous fire units from the air and on the ground that fought this fire, the outcome could have been even worse. To the paid and unpaid professionals who fight fires and keep our communities safe and homes and assets protected, Mr Speaker, I say thank you. Mr Speaker, I'm proud to represent Barker, where so many are willing to serve their communities when they're needed the most. In rural and regional Australia, we know that we are only as strong as our community, and the Country Fire Service reminds us every day that there are thousands of people in our state at the ready to put themselves in harm's way to protect others they probably don't even know, which is why I'm such a huge supporter of the South Australian Volunteer Firefighters Museum located in Naracoorte. Mr Speaker, South Australia has a long and proud volunteer firefighting history. Some time ago, a group of dedicated volunteers in Naracoorte, led by the unstoppable Rex Hall, undertook to establish a museum to honour that proud history. After many years of planning, including an $18,000 business case funded by the federal government via the Building Better Regions Fund, the museum officially opened in February 2020 on the anniversary of Ash Wednesday bushfires. The museum specifically aims to research, record, conserve and promote the history and equipment of the South Australian Volunteer Fire Service. The museum is also a constant reminder to all volunteer firefighters, past and present, that we appreciate their dedication and hard work in often dangerous, life-threatening conditions, leaving their own families' homes and sometimes their communities to help others. I'm extremely proud that a coalition government helped to fund Stage 1 of the SA Volunteer Firefighters Museum in Naracoorte with a grant of $320,000. Rex Hall and the volunteers at the museum are now working towards Stage 2, which will incorporate an auditorium, interactive interpretive centre, administration, meeting facilities and a replica of Naracoorte's first fire station. Mr Speaker, I'm supporting Rex and the volunteers at the museum with Stage 2, and I'm working here in Canberra to investigate funding opportunities for this second stage. Mr Speaker, I think it's important for our local communities and indeed the state to see the museum completed as a tribute and reminder of the selfless hard work, dedication and sacrifice of our volunteer firefighters, and so I will continue to fight to see this funding committed.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Ballarat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I commend the member for Barker on his fitting tribute to the loss of Ms Hinks. I think it was very important to mark that here in this place. I come from a very proud manufacturing town. Ballarat workers, ever since the gold rush, have made things. We still do today. Sadly, you can no longer buy Oliver's shoes or Rivers clothes, and you can't buy lingerie from the Lucas factory or Ballarat-made bells from John Vels. But there's still Hames paints, Selkirk bricks and even Hakubaku Japanese organic noodles, all of the lovely confectionery you get from Mars bars, Gecko, high-tech manufacturing equipment, McCain's hot chips, right the way through to Deutsche's hospital beds. These things are all made in my hometown of Ballarat. Manufacturing in Ballarat is our third largest industry, employing, on the most recent figures, almost 10% of our overall workforce. We're proud of the livelihoods that it provides to so many families. Earlier this month, I welcomed a visitor to Ballarat from another proud manufacturing town, the member for Corio. Like people in Geelong, Ballarat people know how important manufacturing is and how it needs to be nurtured by government. They know how much it hurt when the coalition government waved goodbye to the car industry, and they can see the damage being inflicted by ongoing cuts to skills and training. When the member for Corio came to town, the first place we went to was MaxiTrans. For those who don't know, MaxiTrans build heavy-duty semi-trailers. 75 years old, they are Australia's largest trailer manufacturer. Coles, Woolies, Tolls, interstate freight, any truck you see on the road, there is a very good chance that the trailer was made in my hometown of Ballarat. With the growing demand for freight, there is growing demand for their product, but they're being held back by a shortage of workers. In ideal conditions, MaxiTrans would double their output. Their order book greatly exceeds their current capacity. They need 30 more welders alone and even more labourers. And they told us, if you walk through the door today as a welder, you'll get a job, and we might give one to your friends and your family as well. What we need to do is get more Australian kids into these jobs and more local kids. Yet soon the borders will open and we will have more overseas workers coming in, but we have a real opportunity to grow our skills base and train our kids for sustainable jobs well into the future. That's what the member for Corio and I spoke about at our next stop, Ballarat TAFE. The history of Ballarat TAFE is just as long as the history of manufacturing in Ballarat, stretching right back to the School of Mines in 1870. It is Australia's fourth oldest tertiary facility and certainly the oldest in the regions. But what we saw was far more modern than that. Kids learning to weld via virtual reality, learning how to safely dig trenches, how to build a home and how to build our future, all in a state-of-the-art facility funded by the last Labor government. Of course, though, there are not as many students as there could be. That's because the government has cut $3 billion out of TAFE. Across the country, there are 70,000 less trainees and apprenticeships today than there were when we last left office in 2013. In Ballarat, there has been a 15% drop. That amounts to hundreds of workers who could be working today in our town, raising their families, working good trades and helping businesses like MaxiTrans reach their full potential. Unfortunately, nothing will change under this government, and after 9 long years, almost a decade in office, they're seeking a second decade, we know that. The way to overcome local skills shortages is to train more local workers, delivering a win for local businesses and a win for locals who need an opportunity to get ahead. That's why Labor will provide Australians access to free TAFE, create more university places and tackle the skills shortage that are holding our COVID-19 recovery back. Under Labor, Australians studying in an industry with a skills shortage will be supported through the provision of free TAFE. Our $1.2 billion Future Made in Australia skills plan will focus on closing the gap in key areas of skill shortages with new places at university and at TAFE. This is a policy that's good for jobs, good for people looking to train or retrain, and good policy for businesses which need more skilled workers. I'm proud of Ballarat's manufacturing history, but we want to have a manufacturing future that is only a future that can be made here in Australia under an Albanese Labor government.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. It's my absolute pleasure to rise tonight and to recognise Braddon's 2022 Australia Day Award recipients. Their dedicated service to our region is worthy of national recognition in this place. My dear friend and former colleague, Libby Perkins from Gunns Plains, has been recognised for her work advocating for return service personnel, her service to the Ulverstone RSL and the Ulverstone Visitor Centre. Now, Libby's story is a truly remarkable one, Speaker. Joining the Australian Army at the age of 17, she was recruited to the highly classified division during the Vietnam War, a role that has been immortalised in the movie The Enigma Code and the BBC series The Bletchley Circle. Given the highly classified nature of her work, Libby couldn't tell anyone the vital role that she was playing. She simply told people that she was a typist. She'd kept this secret for 30 years. During this time, the records of her service were misplaced and lost. This meant that for 3 decades, when she marched on Anzac Day, she simply did so as a civilian. Finally, in 2001, she received her service medals, but it wasn't with the fanfare or recognition that her service deserved. They simply turned up in the mail. In 2019, Libby finally received the public recognition that she deserved when the top-secret decoder was chosen to lay a wreath at the dawn service at Villas Britannia on behalf of the Australian RSL. Congratulations, Libby Perkins OAM. Speaker, in early 2020, the northwest coast of Tasmania faced the most significant COVID-19 outbreak in the country. It was during this time Tasmania Police Western District's Commander Debbie Williams was tasked with coordinating the region's emergency response. With the virus in its infancy, there was no rulebook or SOP to follow, but Commander Williams led with distinction through one of the most testing times in living memory. For your efforts during the COVID outbreak and as a trailblazer for women in policing, congratulations to Commander Debbie Williams, OAM. Roseanne Emerton from Ulverstone has been awarded the Emergency Services Medal for her 13 years of volunteering and leadership. Roseanne is currently the unit manager with the Central Coast State Emergency Service, one of the only 6 female managers in the state. She was there during the 2016 Tasmanian bushfires. She was on the ground during the 2020 COVID-19 outbreak and lockdown along the northwest coast, conducting welfare and compliance checks. Roseanne's goal is to showcase the vital work that Tasmania's 550 dedicated SES volunteers undertake each day. They provide assistance to hundreds of Tasmanians, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I would like to add my voice, Speaker, on Roseanne's advocacy. Volunteering with the SES is one of the most rewarding commitments that you can make for your community. And I would encourage anyone that's looking at volunteering to consider reaching out to your local SES. Congratulations, Roseanne Emerton, OAM. For his commitment to the Ridgeley community, Mr Graham Jones has been awarded the Australian Services Medal. Graham was the founding member of the Ridgeley Fire Brigade in 1978 and has continued to serve our community with distinction. Graham's motivation is simply to give back, and I know that under Graham's guidance our younger generation is being mentored by one of the best. So congratulations, Graham Jones, OAM. Devonport's Vicky Purnell founded Bridie's Blossoms and Blessings, an organisation that makes handmade care packages for families of stillborn and miscarried babies. Each care package is information on how parents can request a gift or a small keepsake quilt with their baby's name and birth date on it, as well as a dad hanky. Speaker, there are around 6 stillborn babies and 300 miscarriages in Australia each day, and I thank Vicky Purnell OAM for shining a light on this heartbreak. Congratulations also to Devonport's John Phillips OAM, recognised for his services to the finance sector and the sporting community, as well as supporting those less fortunate in affordable housing. Summing up the view of our region's givers, John said, "A community is simply about friendships and relationships that you build." And I think this is a sentiment that encapsulates the electorate of Braddon. So congratulations to each and every one of our 2022 Australia Day Award recipients. We are indeed very proud of you all.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.